welcome. Here we are, the final day of this fantastic conference. I'm here to introduce our plenary session speaker, Wilfred Reilly, a man who needs no introduction, really. He's Associate Professor of Political Science at Kentucky State University? K-State University, and author of numerous books, including Hate Crime Hoax, most recently, Lies My Liberal Teacher Told Me, and Taboo. And I think we're going to be hearing about Taboo today, so let's give a hand to Will Reilly.
All right, how are you guys? Yeah, great. A lot of enthusiasm at 8:45, not my usual speaking time. All right, so I am Will Reilly. Thanks to Jake for introducing me. And he already told you most of what you need to know about me. It's good to be here. I see a lot of people whom I've interacted with across a whole variety of arenas here in the room today. And I hope I don't disappoint. I'm giving more of a talk than a PowerPoint presentation. So my background image is literally just the front cover of my book on taboos and censorship and the front page of Cory Clark's excellent paper on the same topic. Originally, these were going to be sort of in rotation, but apparently they're just up there together, which is also fine. You should definitely check out both of them. But the theme of my presentation is really what I feel that the core taboos in academia and kind of in upper middle class society more broadly are, and what they mean, as illustrated by some data and also by some case studies. So I'm going to be talking about some people that I've, in most cases, interacted with personally around these topics, like Roland Fryer at Harvard. And I will talk about some of my own writing while I do this. Obviously, I did write Taboo. And being the, I believe, 14th author of this paper rather than the first, I don't feel as constrained as Cory or Lee Jussum or some others in the room have been, Musa, good to see you, about discussing this piece of writing. But so in 2020, I wrote a book based around the idea of third rail topics that you just can't talk about across the sectors that I just mentioned, which was based on a couple of, I think, pretty good data sets and also on just obvious social trends at the time. And the first of these taboo topics was oppression, or rather, in my opinion, the almost total lack of it in the modern United States. So specifically, the focus of the first chapter was that United States police are not out in the streets massacring black people. And it's important to remember that this was the very core claim of the Black Lives Matter movement, at least early on. This didn't switch to sort of an intelligent conversation about disproportions in policing for some years. Just like, to break from the speech, the conversation about the gender pay gap didn't switch to, well, expectations that women stay home with children are to some extent sexist themselves, which my fiance would probably agree with. That we didn't get there for decades. The original claim was just that women make 69 to 83 cents as much as men do for the exact same work, which is, of course, nonsense, but I mean, the front fort was held for as long as possible. I mean, in this case, Cherno Biko, one of BLM's primary organizers, went on primetime Fox News and claimed that an innocent, unarmed black man is, in his words, murdered by the police pretty much every day. Ben Crump, who's actually an entertaining guy if you talk to him with the camera off, but super lawyer Ben Crump went a little further. He wrote a book called Open Season, The Legal Genocide of Colored People in the United States. And my understanding, I don't want to misquote him, but adding up his figures across police, vigilante violence, so on, he seems to feel that tens of thousands of innocent black men are murdered by white armed authorities annually. And people sort of believed this crap, is the phrase that comes to mind. So the Skeptic Research Center in 2021 found that among the standard, very liberal 1/5 of the data set, not communists or socialists, but anyone to the left of center left, among that block, the average person believed that between 1,000 and 10,000 unarmed black men alone were killed by the police every year. So, to take a break for a second, once again, there are about 20,000 murders total in a year in the United States. So, the second chapter of the book, Taboo, focused on interracial crime. And again, I'm going to reply to this narrative in this speech, and I did in the book, but you had a very specific sort of party line here. And almost all mainstream citizens statistically agreed that you couldn't safely disagree with it in public. So the narrative was that ethnic conflict was basically out of control and white people were responsible for most of it. Remember Barbecue Becky? You know, virtually every week we'd see another essentially random citizen made famous for getting into an argument or kind of a broken nose level street fight with an African-American person. And I went back through the book and wrote down a couple of these. I mean, we had Permit Patty, Coupon Carole. We had the Central Park dog walker case. This person, all banter aside, actually ended up losing her home and her dogs. The police ended up going to her apartment and reclaiming her dog. You had Sarah Brash at Yale and a dozen others. Karen, a common female name, became a bit of an ethnic slur. Major magazines and even journals ran pieces on topics like the exhaustion of living while black and how to face white violence while a black person. So going on again, chapters 3, 4, and 5 of the book dealt with taboos of possible difference and inferiority. So focusing on differential rates of performance among groups against a variety of metrics. Crime rates again, but also out-of-wedlock birth rates, and most notably recorded differences in things like IQ and test scores, which are one of really the fundamental taboos in American society right now. Most of our taboos are sort of violations of the general blank slate idea that all people are basically the same. That there are no real differences between men and women, probably, the great races, definitely, the social classes, probably, so on down the line. And that brings up the question, so why do people perform differently? And it leaves room for the answer to be oppression. Some devil out there in the matrix is causing these harms to exist. And again, we're going to talk about how plausible that is. But by this point, there's a very set narrative here that is pretty openly described as unchallengeable in several social science literatures. So basically, the claim is what I just said it was: any gap in performance between two large groups has to be due to racism or to some equivalent like sexism. And this is obviously the contention that made, for example, the good Dr. Ibram Kendi, Hank Rogers, famous. And he's devoted an entire book. Well, actually, now it's about 7 books, How to Train a Young Anti-Racist and so on. But he's devoted one somewhat academic book, How to Be an Anti-Racist, to the idea that the only possible explanation for gaps in test scoring or arrest rates or presumably anything else are 1, racism, however subtle, and 2, genetic inferiority. As Kendi puts it on, I think, page 12 of How To, the 2 possibilities are some flaw, quote unquote, in systems. Again, however hard to define this may be, however subtle and imprecise, or alternatively, that there's something just wrong with some people. And so on. I mean, so the things that seem to be really verboten to say for a long period of time were oppression is fading. You break that down into policing, police violence, interracial crime, differences in criminality and conflict, IQ, anything along those lines, anything that sort of challenges the blank slate idea. And I think we're still pretty much seeing variations on that same pattern. But I do go on into a couple other things. I mentioned gender identity briefly. This, by that time, when I turned in the manuscript in maybe 2019, hadn't become sort of the fulcrum point that it is now. But I mention it in the flow of several of the chapters. Like Gad Sad, I ask the question, do some women really have 9-inch penises? And that would be a logical conclusion to draw from the trans argument. And if not, why is it almost forbidden to say so socially? Why not? Raise your hand if you believe that some women do have 9-inch penises. Okay. Fair enough. And thank you. Several people honestly expressed that opinion, and it is an opinion shared by about 35% of the US population. So thank you. This is a forum not for one side, but for unrestricted discourse. All right. I talk about immigration and even quote-unquote eugenics. It would be considered extraordinarily rude to say that we do not want large numbers of very stupid people moving to the United States, and I'm not sure why. But it is my contention that the first 5 core chapters break down the most core taboos, the non-existence of oppression in any real sense, historically comparative, race and policing, interracial crime, ethnicity and IQ, the existence of metrics like IQ themselves, single motherhood, and beyond that sort of family structure, gender roles, is there a human nature, so on. Now, the interesting thing about each and every one of these forbidden topics, and after a very brief note on this, I'm going to get to the case studies, then hopefully to a good number of questions from the audience. But the interesting thing about each and every one of these forbidden topics is that there's a very documentable, usually documented, not really disputed reality that's almost the opposite of what you're supposed to say. And as with yesterday's presentation about why even, dry throat. As with yesterday's presentation about why even knowledgeable people often don't tell the truth about gender bias in hiring, for example, I think this gets into some pretty deep points about what the actual purpose of censorship is. So when it comes to the presence or absence of oppression in policing, for example, we sometimes do find some biases, but we've known exactly how many unarmed black men are killed by police at some level, at least since the inimitable Heather McDonald's research in the mid-2010s. So when I looked for this book in 2015, I was surprised by the small number of police shootings, at least in the context of a country of 350 million people. That year, there were 1,000 total fatal police shootings, obviously each in its own way a tragedy, but not a massive number. 250 of them involved African Americans in any capacity, and 17 involved unarmed black males who were shot by white officers, 17. This is pretty much the same. We see the same trend every year. By this point, there's an official Washington Post database called The Counted, pretty politically neutral. Last year, there were 12 unarmed black people, this is men and women, shot by the police. You can argue that the black rate of police shooting is disproportionate, so it's about 24% of the pool of people that are victims, might be the word in these cases, as versus 13% of the United States population. But the black crime rate right now, according to the Bureau of Justice Statistics, is 2.3 times the white crime rate. If you simply adjust for that one variable, the gap vanishes. The same thing's true for interracial crime. We know what the actual rate is. So the real culprits behind American cross-racial attacks tend not to be upper middle class white women named Karen, who unprovokedly attack young black men and try to steal their bicycles. Looking at figures from 2022 from the same crime report, interracial crime was about, we'll get into this in a second. Interracial crime was about 85% black on white. So there were 543,000, this is probably the one thing I should have had a slide for. There were 543,000 black on white serious or index violent crimes, and there were 97,000 white on black index felonies. Now, to some extent, I will say this just makes sense. There are 5 times as many white people as there are black people in the United States. It's almost exactly 60 to 12, and the white people have more money, a thing a criminal might want. But it's certainly not the narrative of oppression that we hear all damned day. It's worth noting, by the way, in terms of the kind of contrasting narratives of victimization, that in the last year we kept track of this, 2018, there were 50,113 black on Asian crimes. So that's about 28% of the total number of crimes against Asians, as versus 563 Asian on black crimes. So that's a ratio of 89 to 1. In fact, lest anyone else feel superior, everyone, for some reason, picked on Asian Americans. So crime against Asians was 25% Caucasian, 28% black, 21% Hispanic and Native, and just 24% Asian. The year after this data was released, the federal government stopped keeping track of crime against Asians, by the way. So, moving on, without making any excuses, by the way, since my group is performing even more poorly than everyone else in this data, without making any excuses, it's worth noting that the total number of index violent crimes each year is 12 to 20 million. So even if you take 100,000 white serious felonies and 500,000 black serious felonies, those combined are about 3% of crime. So the narrative presented on, for example, X of constant interracial conflict, groups brawling in the street and so on is complete fantasy overall. The secondary point would simply be that the directionality of that is even more fantastic. When those crimes do occur, they occur about 85% of the time in the direction that we're not supposed to notice. But as I often note to civilian audiences, the person most likely to kill you is your wife. Or your husband. I mean, there's a whole joke that goes along with this, like it's your ex-wife, but your current husband, which perhaps gets into male-female personality differences, slightly higher IQ, capable of longer hate. I won't do the whole thing. But at any rate, we know the facts here. Like, we're aware of all of these things. We're aware of all of the things that you're not supposed to say. When I uncovered the Asians data, which might become a short paper, I was genuinely shocked by that. The whole Stop Asian Hate sort of thing that Trump supporters were traveling into cities and beating up Asian Americans or something. The attackers turned out to be almost entirely black guys and working class white guys who lived close to Asian Americans. So there's a huge amount of fiction that we're fed, and you, to some extent, have to wonder how many good tax-paying citizens believe it. It's a real problem. At any rate, same thing with when we get into the IQ data, we know what that is. That there are currently large group gaps in tested IQ. Emphasis on tested isn't really disputed. According to Charles Murray, who looked at pretty much every, whatever you might think of this book on either side of the aisle from the right or the left, he looked at pretty much every full-scale IQ test at every PISA administration over the past, I believe, 22 years, and came up with the average scores: 91 for African Americans, 93 for Hispanics, 102 for Caucasians, and 107 for Asian Americans. So again, we know what those are. If you just add up the last 17 tests, those are the averages that you get. Now, whatever the cause here might be, and I'm going to give my opinion on this, it's obviously not due to racism. The highest scoring groups are Asians, South Asians, and Jewish Americans, who incidentally outscore everybody. It looks like, per some adversarial work between Chanda Chesala and a guy named Forster, like Nigerians and other black immigrants score at least as well as whites do. So that would also be tough for the quote-unquote hereditarian perspective. Black people from Africa seem to be some of the higher performing people in the United States. As of right now, Cameroonians, Kenyans, Ghanaians, Nigerians, and South Africans, although I assume that latter group includes some whites, given the political dynamic in their country, all outperform the national average by a pretty good margin. So my own, as a college professor, my own fairly simple hypothesis would be that the more you study for tests, the better you probably do on them. And that, as Vivek Ramaswamy recently drew an apple-throwing mob for pointing out, white and black American students may not be the hardest book hitters in the world. Remains to be seen. The professors in the room may have an opinion. But anyway, examples of the kind of taboos that I'm talking about, I would describe these as sort of bipartite and directional, right? So there's a thing that is true, there's a thing that you're supposed to say, and to some extent, most intelligent citizens are aware of this difference. These aren't hard to find. So in the top-notch paper that makes up part of my hitter, Cory Clark, and I think something like 5 people that are in this room, Lee Jussum is here. Musa, is it Al-Garbi? Okay, Musa Al-Garbi is here. A number of other people that are currently present contributed to this. But Clark et al. Break out 10 of these. So the taboos that are tested in this paper include the following. Gender biases are not the primary reasons for the underrepresentation of women in current STEM. Race biases do not explain higher crime rates among US Black people. Evolution may have resulted in some noticeable differences between men and women. And it really goes on. I mean, biological sex is binary for the vast majority of people. Who knew? Transgender identity and similar youth social identities in the accompanying literatures can be the product of social influence. The social sciences in the United States, this may be my favorite one, may discriminate against conservatives in hiring grants and invitations to the very best symposia, with, of course, one clear exception. In each case, what the team, I'll presume on my 2-paragraph contribution and say we here, found was that very large chunks of people thought or knew that the thing was true, but at least substantial percentages of them were very reluctant to kind of utter it publicly. So overall, I think that the most stringent modern prohibitions kind of follow this pattern. So I guess this would be the breakdown of core taboos for me. They exist where something is either very plausible or just obviously true. Any person with a brain can see this, but a large block of people have a passionate, partisan, or religious objection to this being real. To reality being real would be a good way to put that. So taboos, to some extent, to a very large extent, are true things that you aren't supposed to mention. And this is fascinating because it's a reminder of what the actual historical role of the Catholic or the Hindu censor was, right? It wasn't knocking out dumb, bad ideas or something like that. It was preventing the spread of actual challenges to the throne and the altar and the laws of Manu. Like, the point was that if something was intelligent enough to topple the current system, it had to be eradicated. And a brace of case studies illustrate how this works in the modern world, how order is kept. So as the public reaction of research ones to actual data about policing in the absence of oppression, I would say the clearest case study is almost certainly Roland Fryer. So Fryer, who is the youngest African-American ever to get tenure at Harvard, I think the 5th youngest person, at least in the modern era, looked at police shootings by race back in 2017, and to quote him, he found 2 things. 1, he found what everyone else good did, and 2, he found out. So in the JPE, the Journal of Political Economy, Fryer noted first that there are very few police killings of any kind. And second, as this is by far his main point, that these don't seem to track with racial bias at all, at least per his very large city samples. So he found some potential discrimination in terms of things like officers going hands-on, struggling with suspects. Although, and I want to emphasize this, even that was statistically insignificant and was on the order of 16%. But as shooting and killing, he found no statistical discrimination at all. In fact, even that's not quite correct. Officers were 27.5% more likely to shoot white people and Caucasian Hispanics, whom a cynic might say tend not to draw marches. So when it came to the highest level of police violence, you were actually much more likely to be shot as a white guy. Although to be fair, I don't believe that reached 0.05 statistical significance either. And when this all dropped, my take would be that Harvard did everything but assassinate the good Dr. Fryer. He lost his lab and research team, allegedly for telling sexist jokes 2.3 years earlier. He was almost fired despite tenure. And the whole thing, without making fun of a sad story involving a good guy I know, reads like a medieval or Renaissance farce. The academic executive who targeted the brilliant Fryer was Claudine Gay, who was recently exposed by Chris Rufo for actual full-on plagiarism. Shortly after she explained to Congress that she didn't know whether the phrase, quote, "kill the Yahud" was hate speech. This is less known, but it's worth noting that two other excellent academic papers on policing, which found the same thing that Fryer did, were mobbed on social media following what looked a lot like organized kind of junior academic slacktivism within 12 to 18 months of this all happening with him. So one of them, from Michigan State researchers Cesario and Johnson, remains the best methodological paper, papers I've contributed to included, that I've seen on this topic. But the authors had to plead for, I think the quote is, a retraction to review our process, or some such, after weeks of screeching from Twitter clowns. It's impossible to imagine that this did not have a chilling effect. When Bob Moranto, who's in the audience and who is the first author here, wrote our own paper on Black Lives Matter a few years later, we looked at police shooting rates and at which big cities managed to keep them down while also preventing, murders. We found that we were basically the only quantitative paper on point on the movement since 2020, this is the year after this happened with Roland Fryer. Typical papers in this decade, which we're now 5 years into, dealt with things like the decision by the Ben & Jerry's ice cream chain, this is an actual paper you can look up, to name new flavors after specific young revolutionaries. So, and that probably was exactly, and I drew a couple of potential ideas in the speech of what these could be called, but I'm not going to go through them. But that probably was exactly what the censor wanted. That since the extreme controversy around the 3 serious papers, there was another paper, by the way, that found that, I don't even know if this got out of the working paper stage, but which found that cities which experienced BLM protest activity saw an increase of about 10% in murders. And that, again, that's not really challenged, but for obvious reasons, never made it into kind of the slipstream of general information in the way that the movement's claims themselves did. But I mean, so examples of this, examples of the censor effect abund. I mean, when we talk about some of these other topics, I mentioned Charles Murray earlier. I mean, they throw pies at him when he speaks on campus. But I think that Amy Wax is an even better example of someone who stepped too close to the testing and IQ scores taboo. Now, she's made some genuinely provocative and angry statements as the professional backlash against her intensified. But it's worth remembering what her initial comment was, which began the media controversy and still dominates a little more than 60% of on-the-record coverage of her. Wax simply said that she'd almost never seen an African-American student graduate in the top quarter of the UPenn Law School class, and that most finished in the bottom half. The problem is that that's obviously true, and it's the inevitable result of affirmative action policies, unfortunately. As those of you who have been in business or on the administrative side of academia know, the goal of affirmative action is group proportional representation regardless of performance, which is what equity in practice actually means. So the problem there is that if you take a typical quasi-board test like the SAT, I looked up some of the more recent scores this morning, actually, to add them to the speech. The mean score is 912 for Native Americans, 941 for Black Americans, 987 for Hispanics. It's almost always around 1100 for whites. It's 1118 right now. And then 1243 for Asian Americans. So the breakdowns by group, except that Asians do a bit worse, are pretty much identical on the LSAT. You're gonna see this on almost any test that you look at. So the point is that to get those groups represented on campus at the same rates that they are within the US population, you're going to have to accept gaps that are at least that size on campus. Probably a bit larger for obvious statistical reasons. Not everyone gets accepted. The distribution spreads out at the tails and so on down the line. But the 941 guy is rarely going to be your valedictorian. Again, that's a thing that almost everyone knows, but that it is very impolitic to say. And reactions like this, again, burn the witch, are a very effective enforcement mechanism. I assume they also were against traditional herbal medicine, which is what witchcraft is, because devils don't actually exist, and so you can't talk to them. So, actually, an interesting example of the power of mobbing, this, again, just off the head, but I went to a working class high school just outside Chicago, East Aurora Senior, and we were talking about the witch trials in American history. And the group, it turned very ugly because a group of people started asking, how do you know that those people weren't actually witches? And it was a mostly female group, kind of working class to upper middle. It was really interesting, the dynamic. And someone finally asked the question, like, why wouldn't the government punish them if they thought they were dangerous? And the teacher finally stood up and said, because there's no such thing as witches. And closed the book, and we went on to the next chapter, how we got freedom from Britain. But I mean, I think at some point, someone has to be the person that does that. But the witch hunting instinct is deeply ingrained in man. So, at any rate, reactions like this are a very effective enforcement mechanism. Now, I actually will say a final thing here before some questions. I actually think the risk for academia is something a bit different from what I've heard during the kind of like, can our critically important disciplines be reclaimed conversations so far. As someone who still has a foot in the business world, knows a few people in the Trump administration, tries to keep up on growing alternatives to the R1 model like the University of Austin, New College, the resurgent think tank sector, I actually think there's a real risk of marginalization or perceived absurdity outside of STEM. Within maybe 10 to 15 years, that would be the investment window I would look at. Looking at Harvard or indeed USC, that seems wildly implausible today, but I mean, that's also what people would have said looking at, say, the Maginot Line. Excuse the terrible French pronunciation there. But just as a casual investor, I mean, I noticed that very major companies like Walmart, Twitter, Meta, just cut their entire DEI divisions. This all happened within the past 6 months. Got rid of pretty much all their race and gender stuff. And over the past 4 weeks, seem to be firing pretty much everyone with a soft science degree as useless. Twitter actually very famously cut headcount by 80% and started functioning better. Insurance companies actually seem to be taking even our climate change predictions less seriously. I'm not sure whether the LA fires will affect that a bit. But there's a perception that everything is just partisan nonsense. And when you combine this stuff with the replication and p-hacking crises, you have to wonder what the future is for an expert class that denies that sex and IQ are real while writing about the feminist queerness of Hamas. To quote an actual paper that my fiance has on her desk right now. So you don't see a lot of wizards and alchemists around today because they were replaced by a better alternative. So I guess my closing line would be, in the AI era, let's avoid that for ourselves. I think it's a solid breakdown of what, between these two, the 8, 9 core taboos are in academia. Let's start breaking them. I'm available for questions, assuming anyone has any. Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you, Will. Let's do some questions. I saw your hand shoot up right away.
Sir.
Ben Slivka, retired monopolist. When I think about taboos historically, there was some underlying foundation, like not eating seafood because of the chances of getting ill. And so I wonder if you could contrast that traditional definition of taboo with your new definition.
Yeah, I think that a taboo is, you guys can still hear me, right? Okay, I think that a taboo is, at the simplest level, a taboo is simply a strongly socially forbidden thing. I'm using the definition here today of true thing you are not supposed to do. And I think that's what it means in modern up-middle class life. Your point, by the way, you described yourself as a retired monopolist?
I built Internet Explorer 1, 2, 3 at Microsoft, and we got sued for antitrust because our browser was too good.
Oh, good. I just like the description. I have an uncle that calls himself a flint-hearted encloser of the commons. So there's a whole thing there, actually. One of my relatives who's, and I'm going to answer your question in a second, but one of my relatives who's very hotep, very pro-black, looked up our family background and found out that one of my ancestors was apparently a black slave trader. It just absolutely devastated him. The history of West Africa is actually very interesting. So anyway, but I think that a taboo is just one of the two things that we've classified it as. I would agree that historically most taboos had causal reasons, but there's a book called Sick Societies that I'd recommend. I think that in anthropology, there's long been a tendency to look at anything that a group of primitive people do and describe it as adaptive for some reason. I would say that a lot of things like primitive medicine or dietary taboos tend to become frankly maladaptive after a generation or two and just stick around. If you actually have ever worked with anthropologists that work with native tribes, and I think Dr. Weiss talked about this on the first day of the conference, a lot of their rules, like women can't enter certain sites because, they sometimes menstruate, seem nonsensical to abusive to most modern people, but they have managed to endure over the years. I think that a lot of the taboos we have today probably have some logical foundation. For example, we're a very diverse society, and most people used to be well-trained with arms. So unless you were very polite to people of different ethnic groups, they might kill you. Now that we have a more established tradition of civil law, I think we can probably relax that a little bit. So I would say that our rules today probably have some logic to them. But I think that we need to assess that logic against other potential sources of benefit and cost. I think that would be the answer.
Yes, Gary Geipel, Missouri State University. I wish I had a better description of myself than that. But I'm curious in what you might share in terms of your experience, especially from teaching, in terms of how to overcome these things. And it seems like traditional persuasion, I mean, you've mustered a demolishing argument, obviously, in terms of the facts, but traditional persuasion seems inadequate to build on your, I think, essential observation that this is more like religion.
Yes.
So is there something on the order of cult deprogramming techniques, or what does one use to break through here in a way that is not in itself career harming and so forth?
Well, I think the last part might be the toughest part to deal with. I mean, how do you do this as an academic without some damage to reputation or career? And that's something you have to figure out at individual institutions. How do you do it? I do think that for a lot of people, simply presenting facts is very useful because they've never heard the facts. So, I mean, when I talk to classes at K-State, they're mostly going to be black and Appalachian men for whatever reason, and political science and business. A lot of them really believe that the American police force is corrupt to third world levels and that 10,000 unarmed men, they wouldn't necessarily just say African American, are shot every year by the police. So when you pull up the Washington Post, which they all recognize as a top paper on the left, I mean, the state college level students, and you show them the actual figures, 100 for all races, 12 for African Americans, I mean, that does change minds. It's also worth remembering that in a debate or in a classroom conversation, you're often talking to the 90% of people that are non-committed. So, I mean, I've had formal debates with people ranging from Jared Taylor, who's the founder of the alt-right, to Rod Graham, who's a far-left sociologist. And both those guys are very skilled debaters. They're not going to change their minds. The question is, what does the House, what does the audience think by the end of the conversations? And I think that the majority of people in a classroom, if someone says something like, hiring in medicine today is extremely discriminatory against minority women, I think the majority of people in the room are going to be pretty open to the idea that that's nonsense, honestly. So if you can demonstrate that, you're talking to the 85 to 90% of the room. And yeah, for the people that are devoted social justice warriors, yeah, it is almost a religious idea, because anything, the core claim is that all people are exactly equal. So all gaps between people must be caused by the external demonic force. So if you disprove the external demonic force at one level, it simply exists at the other level. So, I mean, when we talked about the pay gap issue, I mean, if you point out to someone who is genuinely radical about gender issues, in my experience, some of you may disagree from a feminist perspective, but if you say, well, look, the adjusted pay gap is 1 cent on the dollar, and we need to work on, real sexism in the C-suite, but that's not very large. I mean, between black and white men, the gap is 4 cents. Their response would be, well, sure, but you shouldn't be able to adjust because women choose different jobs from men because of sexism. And I actually once spent like 3 days looking at all the research on this and found out that that wasn't true. Like, most of that gap is caused by men picking very high danger jobs that pay pretty well when you have only a high school or junior college degree. But then, like, men are no more naturally aggressive than women. Men are taught to be aggressive by patriarchy because of sexism. So it's just a continual retreat back to the next position. And there, I mean, I think someone like Carrie Smith might actually be useful as recall to programming. Yeah.
Gentleman in the middle of the room with the pale hat. Yes.
The man in the pale hat.
Thanks. Joe Manson, UCLA. Thank you for that talk. Someone, and I can't remember who it was, analyzing Soviet propaganda, said its purpose was not to persuade, it was to humiliate. Everyone knew it was false, but the authorities, by inducing people to say things which they knew to be false, could cause people to feel morally contaminated, and this made it easier to order them around, to rule over them. So do you think anything like that accounts for what you've described?
Probably. I think it's kind of like the difference between the truth teller, the liar, and the bullshitter to some extent. In the famous book BS, like, the truth teller is just saying the thing that's true. The liar will bend ethics sometimes to say a false, convincing thing to gain something. The bullshitter is just saying the best sounding thing, whether it's true or false. I think that many propagandists do not really care. There's a famous study of propagandists. I think this is Siegel and Spaeth, the guys who wrote the attitudinal model. That could easily be wrong. But where they found that as long as people publicly adhere to doctrine, most propagandists don't care whether people actually believe it. Because if you say something enough publicly, you generally, one, you start believing it. And two, it doesn't matter because everyone thinks everyone else believes it. And I'll actually give an example of this. Now, I actually think that the propagandists are wrong about this, because they don't recognize what I'd call sort of the Romanian blue jeans effect. Like, when the Soviet Union, which you're referring to, allowed some free market reforms during the Glasnost and Perestroika era, and this isn't my field of expertise as a political scientist, but my impression is that they crumbled unbelievably quickly, and they crumbled at a pace that none of their economists, some of whom were quite good, predicted. And I think that the fact that no one actually believed the narrative contributed to that. No one wanted to be slightly less communist and buy Bulgarian blue jeans. If you were given the option of more freedom, people preferred the American model and the ruthless competition they had for 10 or 12 years over there, even, to the modified alternative. But one example, when I asked the question to the room, I mean, do you believe some women have penises? We don't need to go into the full thing. I actually once asked that on social media. And I was interested in how many people actually believe the narrative. And I do think this is meaningful. This is not a scientific poll. I have an audience on Twitter of about 140,000 people for whatever reason. And I would describe it as kind of a bro group. But it also, like, everybody's feminist girlfriend is in the crowd. Like, I assume, when I asked the question, I assumed that there'd be about 30% yes, some women have penises, and, 70% no. But in fact, it was 98-2 no. And people started sharing this, including many women, and thousands of people voted, maybe tens of thousands. And as the numbers started coming in, you realize nobody believes this. Like, this is an anonymous poll. We put up a link to SurveyMonkey. Like, none of these people, none of these feminists, none of these businesswomen believe this either. And none of the guys believe it. So you have a baseline of very low adherence to this idea. And I think that when people are given leeway to disagree with propaganda, the collapse of the propagandistic system is very rapid.
All right, we have like 2.5 minutes left for one question. Yeah.
Hi, thank you. Really interesting talk. I'm Mike Bernstein at Brown. I know this was sort of a side note, but you mentioned the perceived police shooting data, and that's something that in this kind of crowd gets referenced a lot. I always have a little bit of a hard time with that study because I worry that the response options might be anchoring participants to how they're, I think it's like, do you think it's 10, 100, 1,000, or 10,000? They do something sort of along those lines. And so I never quite know what to make of those results because to me, it seems a little bit unclear if that's really what people are perceiving or if that has to do with the way that the response options are listed. So just curious if you have any thoughts there.
No, I think that's a valid methodological point. But I mean, I would say as a methodologist that, you would expect the anchor point, if people were just picking something in the middle, to be maybe 100. I mean, the fact that most people on very liberal picked 10,000 or 15% of them did, I think that indicates there's definitely an underlying reality there. That would be my take. Also, Eric Kaufman had that same point, and in his paper, The Social Construction of Racism, he asked a very broad question, I think, specifically to handle that. I don't know if it was for this study, but just do people really know what they're talking about? And it was like, do you think more black men, and another question, young urban men, are killed by police shootings or car wrecks? And it was like half of males said police shootings. I'd have to recheck the paper. But I mean, obviously, like most people killed by car wrecks are young men or 40,000 car. I mean, so people really think some crazy things about that. But that's a good question.
Well, that does it for our panel. Thank you for the questions. Thank you, Professor Reilly. Coming right up, we have a panel, Censorship Around Gender Research in Medicine, chaired by Sally Satel, and featuring panelists Carole Hooven, Diana Blum, and Michael Bailey. So this is one to stick around for.
Hi, everyone. I'm Sally Satel. I'm a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute, and I'm also a lecturer at Yale University School of Medicine in the psychiatry department. So one of my special interests for the past 2 years is the erosion of medical excellence in the shadow of what we quaintly used to call political correctness. But after the George Floyd murder, that problem really became white hot. Thursday, I think, or Friday, Lawrence Krauss gave a little overview of some of the striking examples of that. But the one that really, he mentioned this one, and it perfectly captures the new ethos. And it was the one of the public health expert from Johns Hopkins who urged everyone in a Twitter missive to go out and protest against the murder of George Floyd. And because the public health gains of doing so would outstrip the harms of the virus. That's actually a very incoherent mandate if you want to parse it. But most troubling to me was actually not the hypocrisy of it, because she would never have applied the same risk-benefit ratio if people wanted to go out and protest, to a pro-life rally. So there was that, really striking hypocritical dimension to it. But what to me was more pernicious was actually her idea and the acceptance of her idea that the job of a public health expert went beyond telling people what the risks are to the best of their estimate, but which risks we should consider worth taking. That is a radical departure from the essence of that job. And maybe it will jog your memory during the COVID era, where the CDC Vaccine Advisory Committee actually would have given, they were overridden, but they would have given priority to COVID vaccine distribution to Black Americans. And also some ethicists had been arguing, this was in the time when we thought ventilators would be in high demand, that in the totally transparent spirit of reparations and equity, that Black patients with respiratory failure should be given priority for ventilators. This is all in just abject violation of well-established laws of clinical triage. These examples are few of many that represent a total abdication of professional duties, and we're seeing more and more of this in medicine. And at its core, it's really an effort to change the mission of my profession to one of social justice, and to change the identity of physicians to activists. You know, facts and hypothesis testing, just be damned. So nowhere have we seen these tainted values been more visible than in gender medicine practice and research. So my high-profile colleagues here have been on the front lines, really taking considerable hostile incoming, but luckily for everyone, have taken their devastating experiences from being attacked and just spun them into a passion to reinstate honesty in their fields and in their fields of study and practice. Personally, I'm very grateful to you for that. So we'll start with Professor Michael Bailey, a psychologist at Northwestern. These are criminally abbreviated introductions. He is, and everyone knows, of course, he's done pioneering work on the origins of sexual orientation and lately on gender dysphoria. Next, move on to Diana Blum, a practicing neurologist outside of San Francisco, who will tell you, as if you didn't know, that gender medicine in many of its manifestations are a violation of the Hippocratic ethic. And then finally, Carole Hooven, who, lucky for me, is now my colleague at AEI, and an evolutionary biologist at Harvard who was forced to resign there because she stated, shockingly, that a person's sex is biological and binary. So, thank you very much, and Michael?
Okay, sound good? Okay. It's been a pleasure to be amongst so many disagreeable people like myself. So transgender censorship is supposed to refer to censorship of transgender topics, often by transgender people, but not always. There have been two main controversies that are pretty much separate. On the left is Leah Thomas, who was a student at University of Pennsylvania, and during undergraduate began to identify as a woman, or at least a trans woman, was allowed to compete among women, went from being a mediocre male swimmer to being a nationally ranked female swimmer, also was allowed to dress in the women's locker room while still having a penis. This controversy has been called men and women's spaces, and also includes men being sent to women's prisons, among other things. This figure is the number of referrals for gender dysphoria at the United Kingdom National Clinic. And you can see that dramatic rise, very recent rise. This has been true everywhere in the Western world, including the United States. Just really quickly, how many of you know a family with a trans-identified adolescent or child? Okay, almost everybody here. So the previous controversy mainly was about males who are transgender. This is predominantly about females, natal females, especially adolescent females who are transgender. And the phenomenon, the theory offered to explain the phenomenon is rapid onset gender dysphoria by Lisa Lippman. This is the period of transgender medicalization. Over on the left, that person's name was Lily Elbe. Lily Elbe was a Danish man married to a woman who enjoyed pretending to be a woman. That enjoyment turned into obsession. In 1930, Elbe was castrated. Early transgender surgery the next year. Elbe she underwent surgery for a neovagina and a uterus transplant and died shortly thereafter of infection. Over on the right is a natal female, a biological female, named Chase Strangio, who is the new face of ACLU censorship, and recently argued in front of the Supreme Court that there is a constitutional right for minors to obtain biological gender transition. That's the first episode of Transgender Censorship, 2003. That's my book, The Man Who Would Be Queen. It underwent a very strong attack by mainly 3 transsexual trans women, natal males identifying as females, and don't have time to go into it now. You should read Alice Drager's excellent book, Galileo's Middle Finger. Though the main reason why it was attacked is because I wrote about the idea of autogynephilia, which is very important in understanding transgender. And although despite their best efforts, I wasn't fired, and the book remained in print, they successfully suppressed interest in studying and writing about autogynephilia, I would say, to the present date. The big epidemic of transgender censorship started in 2015. Each one of those vertical lines represents a separate episode. This was the first, the worst, and the most important. This is Ken Zucker, who was and is the world's leading scholar of gender dysphoria in children and adolescents. He had 2 ideas that transgender activists especially found offensive. One is that gender dysphoria in childhood usually resolves on its own. And the other is that it's better not to medically transition children if you can avoid it. So maybe try psychotherapy first. He was fired from his job at the important clinic and research center that he helped found. This is a color-coded list of the censorships that I depicted in the previous figure, and the nature of the controversy matches the name of the censored. I'll give you a few seconds to look. This is color-coded of who the censors were. Notice that Littman got all 3 colors. These are the outcomes, and I included as job loss both people like Zucker who were fired, but also people like Kathleen Stock and Carole Hooven who were not fired, but their jobs were made impossible in various ways. I assume Carole will talk about her own experience soon. Andrea James is a deranged trans woman who began to attack me in 2003 for my book, and everybody in here is in red because they are all named and worse on Andrea James' website. You can say, okay, well, big deal, named on a website. Well, that entails things like this. You get a flattering picture and a web page devoted to how evil you are. And the worst is that when possible, she will name your spouse and your children and include information about them. That upsets some people. There is no room for sissies in this domain. Censorship of worthy scholars is accompanied by promotion of the unworthy, who for ideological reasons want to medicalize gender dysphoric youth. These are some of the most prominent names. Please take a picture, spread it around, tell them I sent you. On the left is an article that I published in 2023, the second empirical article about rapid onset gender dysphoria. It was retracted from the journal Archives of Sexual Behavior, not by the journal editor, who is Ken Zucker, but by the publisher, Springer Nature, who also publishes Nature, Human Behavior, Nature, and so on, ostensibly for ethical reasons. I call bullshit. It was for ideological reasons. Subsequently, the journal Current Psychology did a special issue on retraction, asked me to write up my experience. I did. It was accepted. Guess who publishes Current Psychology? Springer Nature. Guess who rescinded my acceptance? The right-hand slide is from Retraction Watch, who did an article about this. I was meta-censored. And I narrowly avoided, it would have been an achievement, being meta-censored, because I did publish, finally, an article in Archives of Sexual Behavior about both of these things. Finally, these are not our sponsors. These are institutions that should be important for finding truth, who failed and participated in censorship. Thank you.
I am honored and grateful to speak here today. I first learned about the affirmative treatment model for gender dysphoria, commonly referred to as gender-affirming care, a few years ago as a mom raising 2 teenage girls in the heart of Silicon Valley. From that vantage point, I witnessed how the subversion of my beloved profession contributes to the suffering of children. In preparing this talk, I channeled a great mentor and good friend, Dr. Marilyn Singleton of blessed memory, who fearlessly defended Hippocratic Oath medicine, inspiring generations of physicians like me. So Marilyn, this one's for you. What is Hippocratic Oath medicine, and why should all patients care that it is being destroyed? This ethical code of conduct, dating back to 400 BC, is what newly minted physicians swear to uphold when they first accept the privilege of caring for another human life. The modern phrase, do no harm, represents the essence of our oath, given specific language has been modified to keep up with modernity. Though technological advances can make doctors feel powerful, even divine, the moral boundaries of this oath demand that doctors humbly center the individual patient's needs first. This is the foundational principle of Hippocratic oath medicine, and this is what is currently under attack. Clinical medicine is the calling we doctors pursue to help ease the suffering of our fellow humans. We cultivate trust so that we can help our patients live healthier, better lives. The art of medicine is perfected with each doctor-patient encounter. Academic medicine, on the other hand, focuses on advancements in science. It is where we pursue deeper explanations of pathology and explore cures for diseases. When I was in training, clinicians and academicians alike embraced the oath of Hippocrates. Our teachers taught us all the importance of taking a good social history, appreciating how one's specific circumstances can impact one's health. We treasured personal agency, and our goal was to empower patients to make informed decisions based on careful analysis of risks and benefits. Unfortunately, this is not how medical schools are currently instructing the next generation of doctors. Personal agency is being replaced by an abstract notion of social determinants, as the needs of the individual are set aside for restorative justice practices. As a patient, I now find myself avoiding care from doctors who trained in the last decade. I no longer trust that they put the human before the ideology. So when did my once honorable profession transform into a groupthink dystopia unburdened by scientific principles and medical ethics? A major shift began just over a decade ago as the corporatization of the practice of medicine ushered in a collectivist healthcare model. It was sugar-coated in pretty language like improving access to care. But really, it was the first major blow to the sacred doctor-patient relationship. Administrators now dictated how much time doctors can spend with their patients, and checking boxes for optimizing billing became paramount to the medical history itself. This marked the institutionalization of physician demoralization, a necessary first step in the subversion of Hippocratic oath medicine. Patients became consumers, and physicians referred to as providers. Interchangeable as long as you can sign a prescription pad. Our education and expertise, just like our autonomy to practice by the oath we took, became irrelevant. Efficiency was the new priority, and achieving equity the new goal. But it wasn't until the pandemic that I truly became horrified, watching how easily history repeats. Bearing witness as previously admired colleagues recklessly dehumanized respectfully dissenting voices, professing theoretical dogma as fact, I began losing trust in the esteemed institutions I once revered. What we used to call a hypothesis, in the spirit of genuine scientific inquiry, was now labeled conspiracy, so that only certain approved narratives were deemed acceptable if you wanted to belong. Questioning the validity of using retrospective, observational survey studies to change clinical guidelines in medical care was sadly too oppressive for those in charge. Hippocratic oath-abiding physicians, clinicians, have a front row seat to the complexities of the human condition. No matter what the politics of the day is, our duty is to honor the dignity of each individual being. Today, nobody questions the horrors of the Tuskegee experiments or eugenics, yet both were part of mainstream medicine, written about in peer-reviewed journals and sanctioned by our prestigious medical universities. I believe the current medical scandal involving pediatric sex trait modification will also go down in history as a crime against humanity. It is the latest example of how dangerous Machiavellian ideologues in medicine can be when inconvenient truths are dismissed and basic individual rights like informed consent sacrificed. Alas, ethical considerations regarding the manipulation of normal child development are taboo for too many of my academic medicine colleagues. They have capitulated to organized medicine. These are professional lobbying organizations like the AMA and AAP who have abandoned the Hippocratic Oath in lieu of critical social justice. Far removed from the exam room, these self-anointed experts are busy issuing language manipulation edicts, ignoring root causes of gender dysphoria, and gaslighting those raising concerns of inevitable harm. Sound familiar? It was not too long ago that the American Pain Society similarly pushed its pain is the fifth vital sign doctrine, claiming all clinicians must affirm a patient's subjective pain as if it were an objective vital sign, no different from a pulse, blood pressure, temperature, or respiratory rate. This fueled the inappropriate use of prescription narcotics as doctors began abandoning their own knowledge and experience simply to comply with new pain standards. So why is the American Academy of Pediatrics and the Endocrine Society continuing to dismiss data from the CAST report and the WPATH files when our European peers have already halted the medical interference of normal puberty based on these findings? It's hard to ignore the vested financial interests of the gender-affirming care industry behemoth, now worth billions in annual drugs and surgeries. It is this intersection of ideological capture of medicine and the perverse profits over patient care incentive structure of America's healthcare that makes stopping the spread of these medical atrocities so challenging. We have eroded the essence of Hippocratic Oath medicine with this one-size-fits-all, go-along to get along affirmation experiment. Now it's time to stop justifying the mutilation of healthy body parts in children and start holding accountable those who, again, have put a stain on medicine's history. Thank you.
Okay, good morning. First of all, I just want to thank the organizers for all of their work on this incredible conference, and I just also want to thank you for inviting me. And so I'm just going to get right into it. I'm just going to tell you basically what my experience was at Harvard. I lost a career I loved a couple of years ago, and I am still in recovery. And I'm going to use my experience about what happened at Harvard as a kind of case study about how intimidation at best and censorship at worst in the sciences can happen. And the bottom line, in case I run out of time, which I think I probably will, it wasn't about truth, science, or formal sanctions in my case. But everything to do with power dynamics, fear, and cowardice in a culture in which the values of veritas and academic freedom are, I'm probably going to cry at some point, like right now. The values of veritas and academic freedom are subjugated to those of DEI, where protecting ostensibly vulnerable parties reigns supreme. I'd like to try to tie together some of the themes that have come out during this conference to help us think about solutions, although at this point, I am not optimistic. I would like to leave here feeling more optimistic. What time did I start? Sorry, 10, okay, 10, I'll just say 10:03. Okay, and my apologies for those of you who have heard my story and are hearing it now for the umpteenth time. But for those of you who are not familiar, which maybe most of you with my case, a bit of background. I did a PhD in human evolutionary biology, which was biological anthropology at the time, at Harvard on testosterone and sex differences in spatial ability. Like I actually had people come into the lab and drool into test tubes. As a grad student, I loved teaching, but not publishing. So in '04, the ending of the Larry Summers era, most of you probably know what that is about. He was the president of Harvard. I became Dr. Hooven, and this was in my mid-30s, so this was a career change for me. And I stayed on as kind of a permanent lecturer in human evolutionary biology. So this part is key. This was a non-tenure track position, largely teaching and advising undergrads. Little to no research. I attended faculty meetings but couldn't vote. Essentially, I was in a service position, bottom of the faculty totem pole, and I felt incredibly lucky to be there and worked my ass off, I have to say. And as far as my reputation prior to the debacle, I'd won many teaching and advising awards, and if anything, was known for caring a little too much about my students. Okay, so the clicker. Great, okay. So what I'm showing you is a slide from my hormones and behavior lecture class, and this was a very popular course. It was almost always the largest course in the department. And I want to start with an email I received from a student in that course in 2017. I want to illustrate what it was like for me then and how it should be and was not in 2021. So this is a picture of an individual who has congenital adrenal hyperplasia. This is a female, and I use this to introduce the steroid production pathway, which otherwise is extremely dry and boring. But this is an incredible illustration of what happens when there's a mutation in a gene that codes for an enzyme that's necessary to produce the typical hormones in fetal development. If that gene isn't working, if that enzyme isn't working, you can get a very masculinized female. So it's essential that I use correct sex terms to describe the case. Here is the email, part of the email. Hi, Professor Hooven. Today in class, when teaching about congenital adrenal hyperplasia, you told us that this child feels like a guy. However, you spent the entire class time referring to this child as she, her, and specifically called this child a girl at least once. If this were to occur to a student, where am I? That would almost certainly fall under Harvard's policy against gender-based harassment. I do not understand why you would spend so much of the lecture intentionally misgendering a child whom you know to identify as a guy. I felt very nervous and worried at the end of the lecture. I had never received anything like this before. I was upset about it because I don't want to hurt any students, and I forwarded the email to my department chair and co-director of undergraduate studies, with whom I worked closely for many years. He's a well-known person in my department. He was also a friend, and he ended up playing a starring role in my downfall a few years later. Oi, sorry about this. Of all people, you are one of the most considerate on the planet regarding these kinds of issues. Happy to chat. Don't take this too personally. Great. I had the support of the most important person in my department. I had full support. I forwarded it to the Title IX coordinator and had a phone conversation with her, and that also went very well. Her response, thank you for speaking with me about this and for your very thoughtful approach to it all. Okay, great. I felt valued and supported and like I could do whatever I wanted as an instructor, and that felt incredible because other people were feeling nervous about what they were teaching, and I knew that. Jumping forward to 2021, after George Floyd, this is still up on our genetics lab, and you can just read that. DEI intensified. This is the first thing you see when you go to the lab website, particularly in the department, and at the same time, there was an internal task force established, as there was in many other departments at Harvard and in most universities. There's not only a central DEI administrative structure, but there are also internal DEI groups within departments that monitor what is going on in the department, and typically, as in our department, have buy-in from faculty and administrators. There's logistical and financial support to these groups, and they have a huge amount of influence in the department, and it seems like the tenured faculty kowtow a lot of the time to the complaints of the people who are on the DEI committees. I'm going to call Lisa, who happened to be a Black woman, which turned out to matter a lot. She was the graduate student director of that task force. So that summer, in the summer of 2021, my book called The Story of Testosterone, the Hormone That Divides Us, was published. It got rave reviews and was praised as talking about trans issues in particular, as being very sensitive and compassionate. The book was published. I appeared on Fox and Friends, and I'm not going to go into why, since I'm probably already running out of time. And I talked about, tell me when I have like 2 minutes, talked about the biology of sex, which is the hill that I did die on, or part of me died on. And here's what I said that got me into trouble. The facts are that there are two sexes. This was my first TV appearance, so it wasn't perfect. Okay. The facts are that there are two sexes. There are male and female, and those sexes are designated by the kinds of gametes we produce. The ideology seems to be that biology really isn't as important as somebody feels about themselves or feels their sex to be, but we can treat everybody with respect and respect their gender identities and use their preferred pronouns. So understanding the facts about biology doesn't prevent us from treating people with respect. This did not go over well with the director of our task force, who tweeted this as the director. So here, the key here is that she represented herself as speaking on behalf of the university and my department in some sort of official administrative position. And that is how it was perceived to the rest of the world. As the director of the Diversity Inclusion Task Force, blah, 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 I am appalled and frustrated by the transphobic and harmful remarks made by a member of my department in this interview with Fox and Friends. I was alerted to this, sorry, this is like still painful to talk about, because everything was fine up until this. I was alerted to this by a friend of mine, and I freaked out a little bit, and just had a couple thousand followers on Twitter at the time, but she did me a huge favor because my followers like really jacked up at that point. So I just want you to note the theme here, which is vague accusations of harm and character assassination. Nothing to do with veritas or truth or the facts, but I am causing harm. So it no longer becomes a debate or about truth or science. It becomes about the fact that somebody is being harmed, and very seriously, by me, the bad actor. Okay, so headlines, there was just more sort of description in her tweets about the harm that I was causing. And ultimately, sorry, I'm just gonna whiz through this. You can just look on Twitter, it's still up there. I just asked her nicely, can we have a conversation? And this is just an example of some of the backlash from James Lindsay that she received. People were all over her because what she did was, in fact, outrageous. However, there was a strong minority who felt that this was totally unfair to her, that I was punching down, and that she kept tweeting back like she's huddling in her apartment trying to keep herself safe from all this abuse that I caused by unleashing my transphobic mob on her. Okay, so this blew up. It was all over newspapers all over the world, Australia, New York, UK. It just got a huge amount of attention, and this was not good for me on campus. Great, maybe James Lindsay et al. Supported me on Twitter, but on campus, I was a horrible human being. I went to having a stellar reputation after 20 years of investment in Harvard University to literally walking with my head down. It was awful. How much more do I have? Like 1 minute. Oh, 6 minutes? No, that's great. Okay. Okay. So what happened then, so you have to understand this person, Lisa, had a huge amount of power in the department. People were afraid of her and what she would say on social media, and she seemed to have a large amount of influence over all of the grad students. She was, in fact, our only Black graduate student, and she was the director of the DEI task force. So then what happened is the Graduate Student Union published what was basically a petition against me in the Harvard Crimson and accusing me of bringing racist abuse. So not only was I transphobic, I was now bringing racist abuse, which is the worst thing possible, and death threats, apparently, which there was no evidence ever provided of that, upon Lisa. And they boycott. Okay, I don't have evidence that they actually boycotted, but I had this big lecture. I needed a bunch of TFs or few teaching fellow assistants to run my class. They refused to teach for me, and since I didn't have any status, I didn't have a lab, I didn't have like automatic grad students for my course, but I never had a problem getting teaching fellows for my course. Could not teach my class. Had to, my last class I taught was a seminar, and it was actually great. The undergrads were amazing. Another thing happened where I was gonna give a talk. I'm just gonna go through this really quickly. With Dan Gilbert, who's a social psychologist who was very, very helpful to me. He did host it, but a trans woman grad student in another biology department complained about me. She was on their DIB committee, and the department chair circulated her complaints with a forward. The department chair to hundreds of people on the listserv. This was after all this other stuff happened in my own department. I was already feeling distressed, depressed, freaked out, and then this second thing happened. Then I started demanding action from anyone at Harvard, Claudine Gay, Dean of Faculty at the time, the Dean of Science, my own chair, my co-director of undergraduate studies. I was told directly to put my head down, and I was getting very depressed at this point. Put my head down, grit my teeth, and be professional. No one said a word. No one wrote a letter like they wrote in 2017 about my right to teach as I see fit. Not even an email to me saying, we support you. They knew I was on the verge of leaving, and the chair of the department suggested I do so. He was that's a complicated situation. I think he was trying to be supportive somehow. That co-director of undergraduate studies, who I was a close friend, shunned me, stopped speaking to me. No one supported me who had any administrative power supported me publicly. And I knew I could not continue to work in that department. I was unable to teach, for one thing. Okay, great. So this, I don't know, I think it's still up. I'm not sure. Harvard changed some of its websites, but this was under its mission. Nothing to do with Veritas or Truth, all to do with protecting harmed parties. Veritas is etched in stone. That's where it is. What we get in the current, at least when I was still there, the environment was DEI, DEI, DEI. If anything looks weird, report it. If anyone offends you, report it. Go to the administration if you feel harmed, et cetera, et cetera. Those are messages that were in our face. There was never anything about academic freedom, truth-seeking, engagement across disagreement, et cetera. It was all seemed to be about harm. So what I just want to end with, so I should just say I ended up retiring. I literally am still recovering. I was just completely shocked. I lost trust in so many people. I lost friends. I'm so happy to be here. And disagreeable, awesome people, thank you. Yeah, I mean, Michael, disagreeableness is where it's at. Jerry, that's also for you. Okay, whatever. So I want to say that partly in response to my case, Harvard, Steve Pinker, Jeff Flyer, Ned Hall, some other people established Flynn Craddy, the Council on Academic Freedom at Harvard, which is amazing, and I'm an active member of it, and they've already had 2 big accomplishments. They don't get all of the credit, but I think they had a lot to do with it, and that is the adoption of institutional neutrality and the abolition of mandatory DEI statements. And I just want to get out really quickly, I think we should have a consortium of academic freedom councils and all be in communication with each other. We have a listserv among faculty that is one of the most interesting, intellectual experiences I have ever had, debating these issues as they come up in real time with some of the most brilliant minds who all care about academic freedom. I strongly suggest that anyone do that, try to get something like that off the ground in their university. You can check out our website and all the things that we've done. And they've been a huge support to me, and they're there to also to try to ensure that other cases like mine never happen again. All right.
Okay. Questions? I'll get to you in a sec. 1 second. Oh, this gentleman over here. Thank you.
I want to thank Wilfred Reilly, and I'm going to challenge this group about taboos. Yesterday, we had a hand survey on how many people in the room support gay marriage, and everybody, and it was announced we had 100%. If you look at all of these statistics, we look at LGBTQIA and the alphabet soup. Okay, is it not clear, obvious? Isn't it obvious that all of these things have exploded since the acceptance of gay marriage, particularly in I think it was 14, 15, there was a change in public opinion that went majority believed in gay marriage. I believe it wasn't until the mid-2000s, right? And this explosion in transgenderism exactly occurs at the same time that the Supreme Court approved gay marriage in the United States. So, I mean, it seems like that's I think this should be the 11th taboo in the book. I don't know what's right or wrong, but the connection is not being talked about at all. And it seems like we're all jumping on board with, hey, this was a good thing.
I'd like to say a couple things. I think you're wrong. And one piece of evidence is that the transgender controversy explosion happened when America went nuts in all kinds of ways, including things that had nothing to do with transgender, the race, gender, everything. Around 2010, we started to go nuts. And the other thing is, to the extent to which I think you have a point, although not in the way that you're thinking, and I'm not the first to remark on this, gay marriage liberated activists for gay marriage to do other things, which could have been to say, we won, let's find other jobs. They didn't. They wanted to stay activists, and transgender was the next place they went.
Just a comment. I looked at it this morning. Anyone can look up graphics on Google Images. It was increasing through the late 2000s when it flipped in terms of public opinion was 2005, 2006, and beginning in 2014, the Supreme Court decision was 2015. The explosion did not occur in 2010. You can look at many graphics on the YouTube. The explosion occurred in 2014, 15, when the Supreme Court made that decision. So I'm not an expert, but the graphics there's many graphics on the internet that will show that.
We'll argue later.
Yeah, good point. All right, let's just come down. And then
I'm going to ask the question I keep
and then
asking.
Erica can speak.
Being a very cynical person and seeing universities as kind of mafia families, have all of you have been canceled or attempted canceled, including Sally, who doesn't talk about her experience. Have any of the people who attacked you paid any price at all of any kind? And if they haven't, why shouldn't they keep doing it? The goodness of their hearts? No.
I can just say that the person who attacked me just got hired for a tenure track position. I think it's at UC. I don't want to say where. Sorry. Yeah, great job. Hired for an excellent tenure track job.
Okay, actually now this side. Anyone else on this side?
Okay, I think the major issue is always, I'm not going to talk about concrete issue, transgender, whatever. But the one issue I see for the conflict is between, again, scientific approach, as Carole mentioned, that to whatever academic issue, any issue we should study, and also so-called moral approach, the DEI, the social justice. And currently, of course, the moral approach seems to dominate the university, on the campus and also maybe in the Western society. Then what's the solution to this problem? How to, scientific, all the university had a mission to seek truth, but now the truth has been distorted, become moral issues.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, real quick, I'll be really quick. I meant to say this during my talk. Jay Bhattacharya, if you're watching, we need a panel on how to go forward on gender youth, and Ken Zucker should chair it. He's a U.S. citizen.
Good idea. Yeah. Carole, did anyone else want to add to that?
Sure, I can just say I've thought a lot about that question. It's really, really important. I think it's at the heart of this. If someone who's a member of what is perceived as a vulnerable or marginalized population is making claims to white male or white female or whatever, people who are in a dominant, unthreatened group, if they're making claims of harm, that whatever somebody is saying or writing or researching is bringing tangible harm or violence or threat to that person, human psychology did not evolve to, adhere to some abstract principle when your own reputation is being threatened because you are perceived by your social group as not caring about the harm to members of vulnerable members of your own group. And the more power people have within universities, the farther they have to fall. So I just don't see the solution here because who cares about debate when someone's life is threatened, someone's identity is threatened, and that is the claim. And the institution is so controlled by DEI, a massive infrastructure that's not just going to dissolve. I don't see, for now, what to do about it. We have human psychology, we have human reputation. If you lose your reputation over evolutionary history, you lose reproductive opportunities and potentially your life. So we're dealing with some very strong resistance to things like what happened to me and others. Some people commit suicide over this type of thing. It is incredibly damaging psychologically. So people exploit that and use it to gain power, and that's also part of human nature. So it shouldn't be a moral issue. It should be about the facts, and I don't know how we're going to get there or if we were ever there in the first place.
Erica, can you ask a really brief question, pointed question?
I just wanted to kind of comment that Dr. Blum pointed out the motivation behind some of this is financial for pushing transgenderism, but I would propose that there's also a good number of doctors who are motivated by maybe they're mediocre and they want to be life-saving heroes. And I believe that is a much greater and more attractive motivation than money.
Erica's a doctor as well. Anyone want to respond to that? Or okay, we'll move on. Musa, right there.
So in my experience, and also talking to people in my time with Heterodox Academy and so on, and listening to your story as well, Carole, and others like it, I think one of the hardest parts of stories like this is the sense of, is the phenomenon, it's called institutional betrayal, where institutions and colleagues who are supposed to have your back or support you, abandon you, and things like this. Could you talk a little bit more about the extent to which you think institutional betrayal is like maybe one of the worst elements of this, or like your experience with institutional betrayal, or how do you cope with that or deal with it?
Thank you. I'm so glad you brought that up, because when I felt so devastated, I was trying to understand exactly why and what it meant that I was so angry and hurt by Harvard. What is Harvard? It's an institution, right? I hadn't given any thought to what an institution is and what it means for me to have dedicated my life to that institution, and for them, I don't want to say the F word, to screw me over and so harshly. So there's the personal relationships, which are very painful, but you can kind of understand the weaknesses in the individuals. They are weak, they are cowards. And it is shameful, but they're trying to save their own ass. But what about powerful people who make up the institution? So I think that I had thought the institution was something like a set of values that we adhered to that were solid, that would be defended. I mean, that I hadn't thought explicitly about it, but that's how I carried on at that institution. That's what I took for granted. I loved that idea. And then that bubble was just burst. No, it's full of weak human beings who don't care as much about these values as they do about their own reputations. So that's something I still struggle with, and I'm very distrustful of institutions because they're made up of individuals who are advocating successfully for their own needs and their own desires and their own identities, and the principles are no longer dominating. So yeah, it's an interesting question. It was devastating from that institutional point of view, because who do I hold responsible exactly, and from just the kind of people letting me down point of view.
Okay, and next, Julie Mason, who's an expert in a pediatrician and an expert in this area.
Yeah, hi, I'm Julie Mason. I'm a pediatrician. I'm at the Society for Evidence-Based Gender Medicine. And my question is, what are we going to do about medicine? You know, like we can say, oh, Twitter fired 80% of their people and they had some bubbles and now it's going great. So, okay, but what do we, okay, we personally, us in the room, we can say, I'm not going to see a doctor under the age of 50, and that's possible. But what about our kids? It's just, is it going to be state schools versus Ivies? We're developing some CME, and Dr. Lee has gotten SEGM CME hosted by Washington State University, which is over in Sacramento, as opposed to University of Washington in the big city of Seattle. Spokane, sorry. Got the wrong state thing. Spokane, Washington. Anyway, are we all going to be seeking state school doctors?
Here's one suggestion. Sue the bastards. That's starting to happen. And that's what, I guess it kind of ended not well enough, but it ended the 1990s epidemic of recovered memories and multiple personality. And there are excellent legal teams out there, so find potential plaintiffs and get them to sue. And I am hireable as an expert witness.
What's really quite unnerving is, these state laws now that are taking place about treating. I mean, that is not, as a physician, you never want a legislator to tell you how to practice. You want it to devolve to the experts, but the experts can't be trusted. So it's, yes, very frustrating. And litigation really is probably one of the best paths. And then this gentleman here. Oh,
I was just going to say, there's the, so we're forming our own groups, right? There's the Open Therapy Institute, which is about actual providing the correct therapy. Some of these kids are autistic, some are going through major depression and anxiety. I mean, they have real pathology that needs to be treated and is completely being ignored. And so it took, 25 years for us to realize the opiate crisis was, go back in time, began with this pain is the fifth vital sign, took 25 years of harm and deaths before our government is finally starting to do something about it. So sadly, I do think it's going to be these lawsuits that are going to shed light on the actual harm that is happening, and it's sad that this is how we get meaningful change, but that's where we are. We need to inspire more moral courage. I don't know, that's really what it comes down to. People need to start really speaking up, but it's not happening because of, yeah.
John Landrum from Florida International University. I think you finally come to the question I was going to ask, and early in the conference we heard that there's an organization here that supports faculty who are in positions where they have been compromised and suits have gone forward, and a number of them have been won. And we all remember this case of this young man from a Catholic school who ended up suing the media for defamation for attending an event in Washington. So these lawsuits can go forward. Even Donald Trump can win some. So I'm wondering, none of you have spoken about your own personal experiences. Maybe you're not allowed to or in a position to. But I was wondering if you would address whether you are actively seeking retribution and compensation in some fashion.
I think that's logically about you.
I would like an apology from Harvard, but I have not gotten really. I have no legal case apparently. So, but if anyone can help me figure out how to do that.
There's a gentleman there, and so if your questions are quick, we can probably get to him, and then this lady in the green.
Very, very briefly, I know people who know people, including Jay Bhattacharya. It's very clear that there'll be major changes in the NIH, as in all government agencies. DEI infrastructure will be closed, and it's very likely that there'll be enormous. It's all due to me, thank you.
And there on an optimistic note, but we have someone
But the
else.
DI, I just wanted to, the
Oh, I'm
DI
so sorry.
infrastructure at the NIH will close down. There'll be pressures on on medical schools. And I'm afraid we had a discussion yesterday. This pressure must come from the outside. We're rotten to the core, at least so I believe.
Yeah, the green light.
Oh, I have a quick question. My question is, were you a member of your union at the time, the faculty union, and did you consider going to them if you were, and if not, why not? And last, would you consider a suit against them for not representing you if you were a union member?
I was not a union member. I didn't know anything about it. I don't know anything about it, probably because I wasn't a full faculty member, but thank you. Can we get that woman in the green right there raising her hand?
Thank you. Sorry. Okay, so I am with Our Duty. Our goal is to help parents with trans-identified kids find non-medical support, just therapeutic support. It's been very frustrating, but my question to you is, I just finished my program at the same program that you did to get your BA, Carole, which shall remain nameless. And in that process, I'm one of the older people in the class. Everybody under 30 bought into this. We didn't talk about any of the cast review, any of the controversies at all. And when I brought it up, I was sort of, I wrote an essay about it that I submitted to the journal. So if you guys are interested and they publish it, you can read it. But my question is, how do we reach the younger people? Because my experience has been, and my philosophy has been as one of the board members of Our Duty, is once you know, you can't unknow. Once I tell you this is happening, you can't say you didn't know. So we've met with Joanne Elson Kennedy, who's now being sued. We've met with John Strang, who somehow believes that this is a cure for autism. Like, there's all these sort of bizarre people out there who ignore the conversations we're trying to have. How do we reach the younger people? Because like Julia said, those are the people that we need to hand this off to.
I think we have to go to our schools. I mean, I didn't find out about this as a doctor. I found out about this because my kids literally brought it home from school. They were in middle school, and they are being indoctrinated in our K through 12 classroom as little as 5-year-olds, kindergarten. They are being, have you guys heard of the genderbread man? I mean, this is what my kids were bringing home. Like, what is this? So until we actually go, and if those who were fortunate enough to see the documentary yesterday, it kind of shows how COVID was just the beginning of literally fueling this indoctrination in the schools. This was, you know, when you listen to these teachers' unions, this is not, this is planned. I mean, I know it sounds like a conspiracy theory, but you can't unsee what you see, what is being taught. So how do you get the younger generation? You fix what they're learning in K through 12 education. It's, yeah. Sorry.
Right, thank you, everyone. Great questions, wonderful panel, great conference.
Great, so this is a panel on the harms of censorship, COVID examples. My name is Tom Chang. I am a professor of finance and business economics here at USC. the important part of that is, for those of you who don't know, I'm an economist, and that makes me sort of, let's call it the assholes of the academic world. Steve Levitt here, I think, says it much more eloquently than I did. He says, one of the easiest ways to differentiate an economist from almost anyone else in society is to test them with repugnant ideas. That instead of thinking about them, about whether something is right or wrong, they think about it in terms of whether it's efficient, whether it makes sense. So, you know, the lieutenant governor of Texas got into a bit of trouble when early on during the COVID pandemic, he said that old people should volunteer to die to save the economy. And so this pulled a sort of negative visceral reaction from people across the political spectrum, right? This was like one of these things that they said, this is bad. Like, we don't talk about lives this way. Whereas I and most of the economists I did sort of said, okay, well, actually, let's just do the math, right? Does the math work out? Should old people be willing to die for the sake of the economy? And this is, look, this is a well-established thing that economists do. We have a word for it. It's called the value of statistical life. There's this sense that economists study money. We don't care about money. Economists study scarcity and the efficient allocation of resources. And the reason we like to denominate everything in money is we need to do the trade-offs. We need to figure out what the relevant trade-offs are in something, and you just make everything in dollars so we can make those trade-offs in a smart way. So, you know, VSL, it was a very standard thing. This was back in March of 2020. Another economist and I actually wrote an op-ed about this, about the relative trade-offs of these, and we made a website where you could plug in either the projections that the different groups had, or you could put your own, play your own adventure thing where you could set the IFR, you could set the distribution of debts, you could set the cost, and you could see what the numbers were. And so, again, remember, this is March of 2020, early on. We knew very little, right? The best data we had given censorship by China was from a cruise boat that was stuck with the passengers there, right? It was kind of a scary time, but it was also a time of hope, a time where I thought that we would, you know, this is a tough thing. This was going to be hard, but we have the tools to do this right. We can think about what the relative trade-offs are and make, hopefully, good decisions for society as a whole. And so, you know, that's exactly what happened, right? No, we had a complete shit show. It was like a circus, right? A circus of just lots of people very sure about themselves, of misinformation, of, it's hard to imagine we could have done this worse. But I'm very happy to have our panelists here to talk a bit about their personal experiences during this time and what some of the, as their panel says, the harms of censorship during COVID. You know, I'm going to do a very abbreviated introduction of our panelists. Our first is Natalya. Those of you who were here last night, she's the documentary filmmaker who made the film that was screened. She's the co-founder of Restore Childhood, a national nonprofit founded to protect children from government overreach. In 2020, she helped organize Keep NYC Schools Open campaign and brought a lawsuit against New York City to reopen public schools. In 2021, she founded the Mask Like a Kid campaign to raise awareness to the prolonged restrictions placed on children in the name of safety. And in 2020, she helped launch the Urgency of Normal Toolkit to raise awareness to the effects of COVID mitigation on children. Our next panelist exemplifies, to quote from the musical Hamilton, "Immigrants, we get the job done." She was born in Iran and came to California as a young child. She receives a Regents Scholarship at that other school on the other side of LA, graduated Phi Beta Kappa with highest honors in molecular cell and developmental biology. Then she went on to earn a medical degree at UCSF while simultaneously earning 2 master's degrees from UC Berkeley in public health and medical sciences. Most recently, she sued Gavin Newsom and the Medical Board of California for the AB 2098 law, which censored doctors who spoke against consensus regarding COVID and won a preliminary injunction, and the law was repealed. She has testified before Congress on the federal government's role in physics and censorship, and is working on a documentary film regarding free speech in medicine, and has just started a new podcast, Within. And last but not least, our final panelist is a professor of medicine, a professor of epidemiology and population health, a professor of biomedical data sciences, and a professor of statistics, and the co-director of the Meta Research Innovation Center at Stanford. And he's worked in statistics, finance, economics, any sort of quantitative field. He is a man who needs no introduction. His work aims to improve research methods and to enhance approaches to integrating information and generating reliable evidence. Just listing the executive and editorial boards he's on and the honors he's received, far more time than we have for the full panel today. He's one of the world's most cited living scientists, and his article in PLOS Medicine titled "Why Most Published Research Findings Are False" is not only the most accessed article in the history of the Public Library of Science, it is one of the standards in all my syllabi for graduate PhD students in econometrics. Please help me welcome our panelists. So, who wants to go first?
Hi, thank you for being here today. And for those of you who were able to join us yesterday for our very, very rough, some people say 90% done, I'd say probably more like 65% done documentary that I've been working on for the last 3 years on COVID school closures. I think this is the perfect place to show it. I knew that the documentary wouldn't be quite done when we graciously accepted the invitation, but I thought it was really important to show it in a place that talks about censorship and free speech, because the reason the pandemic shutdowns for school were so harsh and so long was because of the stifling of free speech. I'm Natalya Murakhver. In March 2020, when schools closed due to COVID-19, we were told it would be just for 15 days. I knew better. I understood that reopening would take much, much longer. As an immigrant, Azadeh is from Iran. I was born in Odessa and came here in the late 70s as a 6-year-old. I had that fighting spirit and had the stories that my parents told me about totalitarianism. Initially I kind of dismissed it and felt like, well, those are just stories from the old country. They don't relate to me in any way. None of this could ever happen here. This is America. But when it came around, I think it was easier to detect if you had witnessed that oral history. Actually, my father just told me the other day that my parents are in their 80s, that he was placed in solitary confinement when he was a soldier in the Soviet army because he wasn't, I don't remember what he did. I didn't even know that. And I'm starting to think maybe it's time to document their stories too. So I may be showing up with a camera and a crew to their house. Anyway, back to COVID. Those 2 weeks, they stretched into forever, and my family lives in Manhattan on the Upper West Side. We have 900 square feet. I have 2 kids. The time I didn't have a dog, but now I do. I think a lot of us got dogs during COVID. We needed support animals. But I couldn't imagine how we would all, my husband, work from home. Me, with the girls, I have 0 patience for schoolwork, and I couldn't imagine making them go to school on Zoom. My younger daughter was 5 at the time. She's 10 now, so half her life has been spent in the COVID or post-COVID era. It's hard to believe that, and then my older daughter was 9 at the time. So it was just really daunting to think, how long is this going to stretch? Will they ever see their friends again? Will the playgrounds ever reopen? We didn't have any answers, but I did know that when we walked out of those schools in March 2020, we wouldn't be coming back for a very long time. It was interesting because, like I said in my documentary, I was walking back with a pamphlet of work for each of them from the school with another parent, and I was trying to keep my distance because you didn't want to be a bad person and violate that social distance, even outside. And I started crying, and she was just like, "Why are you crying? What's the big deal?" And I was like, "Because how are we going to reopen the schools again?" And she said, "Oh, it's just going to be 2 weeks." And I was, never. I knew it. Anyway, I'm not the only one, it turns out. I knew what the risks were to children at the time. I was reading articles from Asia. Even the reporting from China said that this was an age-stratified virus. Nobody really seemed to understand why children seemed to largely be unaffected, but they were, thankfully, and this was obviously not the Spanish flu. Even during the Spanish flu, the progressive cities like Monica Gandhi at UCSF, in our documentary yesterday, talks about the fact that even in progressive cities during the Spanish flu, they did not shut the schools down. They kept the schools open because they knew in cities like New York, where you have 1 million children and they rely on the infrastructure of school to feed them. Teachers are, mandated reporters for abuse. It's the only stability some children have. So by shutting that down, you're closing the doors to these children and maybe never see them again. Remote learning was a struggle for my daughters. I was concerned about the dangers of technology overuse for developing minds. I knew that danger far surpassed any COVID threat or any viral threat. I have an older stepson who I watched get addicted to video games at age 5, and I saw the narcotic effect. I also had read some of the articles that Dr. Nicholas Kardaras had written, and he's actually featured in our film as well, and he calls technology digital heroin for kids. So the idea of pushing these kids into remote learning, I didn't really even understand what that meant. It wasn't possible because you could not replicate it. The other point I'll make here is that I filed a lawsuit against New York City to reopen the schools in early 2021. And even back then, we had proof that none of this worked and it would harm kids. I interviewed Dr. Morgan Polikoff, who's an education researcher here at USC. He says that somebody saw him in the documentary yesterday and texted him, and he wished he could have been here. But he had told me about a research study that had been done, I think by Vladimir Kogan at Ohio University, about West Point cadets. And they did two cohorts, one where they put them exclusively online, and another one where they had all in-person learning, and these were the most elite cadets. And at the end, they tested them, and the ones who were doing remote scored several standard deviations lower than the ones that were in person. So this was known. Even the most elite, brilliant cadets could not handle it. So none of this was accidental. It would, every time I hear the expression, we did the best we could with the information we had, it's like, no, we had really good information. And if I don't have any credentials, I'm just a parent. Actually, I have a food studies degree, but if I knew this, then everyone should have known this. So, I watched my kids, they lost their spark. My 5-year-old was rolling on the floor, crying, saying, "Where are my friends?" How do you explain that to a 5-year-old? Look at a screen, here you go. We actually ended up leaving to Cape Cod because that was the only place we knew where we could actually have some freedom and outdoor time. And I was like, if they learn nothing and they just go to the beach every day and, touch the sand and pick up shells and read some books. We also watched a lot of Mo Willems. I'm really grateful to him, actually. Did any of you see what Mo Willems did during the pandemic, during the first days of the school closures? It's like, what are the books? The Pigeon Who Drove the Bus or something. He did this really great series, which very, very low tech with puppets and drawing, and he would talk to the kids. It was like Mr. Rogers style. And I have to say that was something that was really wonderful for my kids. It only lasted for a few weeks, but there was somebody who was speaking to them and who cared about them. At the end, he teaches them how to make some finger puppets and encourages them to play. It was the anti-online school thing, and I'm always going to be grateful to him for doing that. So, in November 2020, when we came back to New York, or September 2020, actually, I had hoped that schools would reopen. I had no idea what the unions were doing, that there was any politics behind this. I just thought, okay, well, now it's time, and now schools will reopen. And suddenly we started to see this great big fight between the parents and the mayor, the unions. We could tell that the Mayor de Blasio, is a terrible mayor, but he did seem to want to genuinely reopen schools, and he just couldn't do it because the unions kept pushing for lower thresholds, lower transmission thresholds. It didn't matter. They continued to perpetuate the narrative that teachers were going to die if they went back into buildings. And they also perpetuated the narrative that Black teachers and Black students were more vulnerable to the virus than other students, and that the environment in schools in lower income neighborhoods was more dangerous than that in higher income neighborhoods. But we all know that New York City funds public schools at the highest rate in the country, over $40,000 a year per student. Yes, some schools may be, less privileged than others, but then they have other, means. There was no real difference in school, from school to school, but they use that kind of narrative to justify calling us racists and white supremacists for trying to reopen schools. We would have rallies, they would show up, they would, hold up signs that would say "won't die" for the DOE. They called us racist, white supremacists, teacher killers. I'm a progressive, or formerly a progressive Democrat from the Upper West Side, so I was really stunned by these attacks. I think I have thicker skin than some of my other progressive friends, so I took a deep breath, remembered that I wasn't any of those things, and ultimately the kids were more important. Eventually, I got to know that scientists like Jay Bhattacharya and John Ioannidis here, Scott Atlas, had actually been speaking out the entire time. We didn't really see it on Facebook. When we tried to share any of this information, it was taken down. My friend Jonathan Zackerson started Reopen California Schools. He's based in Roseville. He's in our documentary as well. He had a group of 16,000 parents in that group, and that group got taken down. It never got put back up again. He's got one now, but I think the membership is far smaller. Even worse, scientists like Francis Collins and Anthony Fauci had the audacity to call you guys fringe epidemiologists. It's unconscionable. It's unbelievable that they did that. I actually, when we filmed with Jay, I made him a T-shirt that said fringe epidemiologist, because a friend of his sent him a card that said Jay Bhattacharya, fringe epidemiologist. I think at this point we have to be proud. This struggle was extremely traumatic, but it also fueled the need to develop this documentary called 15 Days, which was what we were originally promised. I'm also working on a book that will accompany the documentary, because it's impossible to tell the stories in an hour. And I guess the question now is, why talk about this now? It's over, right? Like, COVID's over. We should just move on. A lot of people say we should just move on, but there's not been any kind of reckoning or accountability. The teachers' unions have completely rewritten the story. When President Biden took office, he had promised to reopen schools within 100 days, and then his press secretary, Jen Psaki, said, oh, actually, we didn't mean all schools within 100 days. We meant most schools for 1 day a week within 100 days. That was their version. That one of the very first meetings they took when they entered the White House was with the heads of the teachers' unions, which are some of the largest donors to the Democratic Party. So I think it's important that we learn the lessons from this. We need a full accounting. I think there's great hope with Jay being nominated to lead the NIH, and hopefully he'll be confirmed. We now have an opportunity to have more transparency and accountability, and honor him for being relentless in this push. I mean, when I look at some of the footage from, the first, that signing of the Great Barrington Declaration in October 2020 to even a few years later when we interviewed him, you see the toll this has taken on the person. There were death threats against him. He couldn't, this was a campus he was on from the time he was an undergraduate student, and it was his, intellectual and spiritual home. And suddenly, this kind, honest, empathetic, and brave person was being persecuted for speaking the truth, just like Scott Atlas was, just like you were. I guess what I've learned from this experience is the importance of speaking up and speaking out early and not being afraid to do so. It's okay if I'm canceled. There's a great group of people here to hang out with, so I have new friends. Not to self-censor, to keep talking about things, to not be silenced, to not be afraid of being called names, and to never ever give up our civil liberties. I think we all have this power, and I think we all have to use it. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chang. I'm really excited to be on this panel. I want to just mention real quick that Tom Chang wrote, I think, one of my favorite, probably top three favorite science articles ever, which I cite in my family at least every 3 months, which is looking at cognitive ability of women and men based on temperature. And that's the excuse. I'm like, there's scientific data, sweetheart. We need to make the house warmer. And I don't want to wear a sweater. So I'm a physician. I have a molecular biology background. I have a public health degree, and that I think put me in a really good or unique perspective, I think, compared to other doctors and people to kind of start speaking out about what I saw were ill-advised, huge medical and ethical and social missteps by California and the federal government during COVID, and the censorship that I later found out was part of a censorship industrial complex that had been formed by fact checkers, misinformation and disinformation experts, promoted and paid for and pressured into action by media and academia and government, and it fed our already disequilibrated society. So I knew I had to speak out. And what I said when I was getting attacked by even other doctors online in the Facebook groups was I just declared out into the universe, I want to be able to be somebody who can get horrible comments thrown at me and it won't shock me. So that was something I worked on for several years, starting at the beginning of COVID. So I'm going to start with a personal story. In the past, I dealt with a very severe health issue, well known to medicine, that led me to getting medical opinions all over the country. And the opinions I got from various doctors varied incredibly. So I had one group of doctors saying, you have to do this. And then another group of doctors saying, you have to do the exact opposite, right? And they're looking at the same data. And then there was another group of doctors who gave me a more nuanced view, telling me the data, the downsides to each treatment, the study limitations, and the holes in the data. And I knew that there was no way that any of these doctors would know what was really correct for any given person, given their unique neurobiology, their genetics, their environmental inputs throughout their life, their current lifestyle, plus the unique characteristics of the disease manifesting in their body. It's impossible. So I came up with a plan that I felt was right, that it went against the consensus of the institution where I was getting most of my care. And several years later, my doctor tells me, I have so many of my patients die. Maybe I should try your protocol on them, right? So it's the same data, the same scientific data, the same patient, but I had gotten so many different opinions. So no one should be surprised. We should not be surprised that there could be vastly different opinions when scientists and doctors look at the same data. And I testified in front of Congress in 2023 before the Select Subcommittee on COVID that it's natural and normal for doctors to disagree on what's best for patients or groups of patients. It's natural and normal. And if you go to conferences, if you go to meetings, grand rounds, you should have hearty dissent, discussion, debate, back and forth, exchange of ideas, challenge. And that's what makes science, that's what makes medicine better. It enables you on the path to greater enlightenment and for new ideas to emerge and new ways of thinking to emerge. So now when I listen to some of the major medical and public health leaders of the time, like Francis Collins, say, oh, maybe we didn't communicate with the public well enough, or they thought, well, maybe just sticking to facts, I thought that would be enough. Or we didn't think on how our interventions would affect people in less populated places. they're still showing incredible immaturity because they're not acknowledging that they acted with hubris, lack of empathy. They didn't acknowledge their egoic reactivity and lack of centered wisdom. They twisted the truth and they promoted censorship and they outright lied in some cases. And they also didn't acknowledge that their interpretation was different from equally smart people who had just as much training as them and experience and knowledge and maybe even more so. And they weren't looking at all the facts and they didn't have all the knowledge to be making these decisions in a silo. And the downstream effects of that behavior was very, very dangerous, and we saw that in California. So in 2022, the democratically controlled California state legislature passed Bill AB 2098, and Governor Gavin Newsom signed it into law. The law stated that any doctor who engages in disinformation or misinformation is engaging in, quote, unprofessional conduct. But how did they define misinformation? They defined it as false information that is contradicted by contemporary scientific consensus contrary to the standard of care. Despite my protestations, despite meeting with my representatives, appealing with logic, the law passed. So, with the help of the New Civil Liberties Alliance, I and some other doctors sued Governor Gavin Newsom and the Medical Board of California. And before this, I had very little experience with the legal system. I was intimidated to sue. I was scared. But after getting quiet, calming my nervous system, meditating, tuning into what the Eastern philosophers call my dharma, my purpose, my calling, I decided I had to fight back. I had also consulted with Jay Bhattacharya, and I told you in the years leading up to this, when COVID had first happened, I decided to work on myself so that other people's negative comments wouldn't affect me as much or make me shake. And I talked to him, and when I was talking to him, should I sue, should I not sue? And he said, you know, Azadeh, I've only gotten death threats when I went on Fox News. So, you know, maybe steer clear of Fox News. And I was like, oh my God, Jay Bhattacharya got death threats? Can I handle death threats? I talked to my husband, he's like, oh, don't do this. Don't. And I thought deeply, and I said, I can handle death threats. I can deal with this. And when I sued in my declaration, I wrote that in my medical practice and in my medical life, in my private life, I've gone against formal and informal consensus opinion numerous times with success. So there was this narrative that all doctors must follow consensus. That doesn't make any sense. So I also, by the way, want to know, let you know that I fought the law as a patient as well. The First Amendment includes the right of the listener as well. It's not just the speaker. So if someone is impeding someone's First Amendment, they're also impeding the First Amendment right of the listeners to be listening to hearing the speech of that speaker. So we argued this violated the patient's First Amendment rights to hear the true speech of their doctor. And we were granted a preliminary injunction in January 2023, which meant that the government could not take negative action against us while the judge gave their final ruling. And we were so excited, so elated. And I think it's a testament to the power of putting pressure on our government and going through the legal steps when it oversteps on what it's allowed to do. So sometime later, before the final rulings came and some of the COVID crazy chaos had died down, the legislature quietly reappealed the law. And Gavin Newsom goes up to one of my friends and he tells him, hey man, that law should have never passed in the first place. It was my idea to reappeal it. You can't make this stuff up. I'm like, dude, why did you sign it in the first place? He didn't take responsibility for signing the law, by the way, and the author of the law, Evan Lowe, stated that we have laws on the books to protect patients. So to me, the level of hypocrisy and stupidity and irresponsibility is insane, and it's abusive. And I think we need to start using that word, abusive, when talking about these people, talking about these actions. And it's, I think, totally predictable when you look at the level of intelligence of people who tend to go into politics and tend to be attracted into political careers. I think the data shows, and this is of course a generalization, but they tend to be, lawmakers tend to just have above average intelligence. They tend not to be the smartest of the smart people. The sad footnote to this is, as I spoke up, I saw many of my doctor friends were playing small, chilling their speech, telling me the situation with doctors was crazy and upside down and dystopian. But at the same time, they were keeping their mouths shut. And they were telling other people, keep your mouth shut. Don't sign a vaccine exemption. And all the while, they were telling me, oh, it's so great. I really admire you that you're speaking up. But they don't understand that when you are following your true purpose, your true calling, and if you feel like you need to stand up and you're keeping yourself silent, you're keeping yourself from being truly free and feeling that freedom and then getting to your next level of maturity. And there's still ostracism happening on my physician Facebook groups. I got thrown out of one a few weeks ago for citing evidence-based things that people didn't want to hear. But so how do we fix this? I think that, we have to fight back, both by standing up as warriors and resisting. I think of that as being in my masculine. And also, as Bruce Lee said, being like water and bending and flowing at other times. And I think of that as being in my feminine and knowing when to, how to balance that based on the situation. So some suggestions and recommendations I have for addressing these things is just acknowledging that no matter how much we'd like people to just get along with facts, our society does not have the skills. So we have to encourage people and society and kind of within our power to encourage them to develop the skills, because it's not going to happen on its own, and there's destructive forces that are already very strong. So here are my recommendations to kind of try to turn this thing around. First of all, we have to get the country into physiological health. We're not in physiological health. And if we get into physiological health, we're going to have much more improved mood and functioning of people. So getting enough sleep, movement, exercise. Our sedentary lifestyle is causing disequilibrated people in society that will be reactive and can't handle stress and can't handle hearing things that are not helpful to them. Clean diets, nutrition profiles. 75% of people have low magnesium. Right? And magnesium is necessary for having stable mood and for hundreds of other processes in the body, especially regarding your nervous system. Our gut microbiome has been really, really messed up, and that affects your cognitive abilities. Living in tune with your hormonal cycle. Men have a hormonal cycle, women have a hormonal cycle. We're not living in tune with that, and that's going to cause disequilibration and reactivity and unclear thinking in society. Eliminating toxins, heavy metals, reducing stressors, mental overload, and being able to promote the parasympathetic nervous system instead of this amygdala being on all the time, and really researching and putting money into looking at pathways to promote efficient physiological functioning. Also, our society is unmoored without things to connect us. So spiritual work, or at least if you don't want to think of it as spiritual work, purposeful work done with joy and positivity needs to be cultivated. It's harder to be mean. It's harder. It's not impossible, but it's harder to be mean to a person in your organization who's well-loved and joyous and connected to action with love. Promote the idea that the age of experts telling your individual self what to do is over. We're in the age of tech, we're in the age of social media and information, and we're beginning our journey, I think, into the age of greater awareness and greater consciousness. And so experts need to just acknowledge their role as consultants. The next idea that I have is understanding the antidote to authoritarianism prevention is speaking up. You don't need a ton of followers. Aim for 10%. You have a certain percentage of people in your population, even if they're a minority, speaking up. It's going to prevent the craziness. Speak out for freedom. Speak out for free speech. It's going to embolden others. I found the work of Matthias Desmet really, really inspiring for me, especially when I stood up to Anthony Fauci at his congressional testimony and got thrown out. That's another story for another time. My recommendations for individual and organizational leadership, including in government, is to be guided by principles instead of rules, and use ethics documents to guide you in times of emergent or urgent situations like COVID. Also, no situation, no matter how emergent it seems, can't use some deep belly breathing and clear-headedness and staying in the presence that comes with it, and to promote that in our organizations, to promote mindfulness and parasympathetic nervous system in our organizations, because that's necessary for people to think clearly instead of lashing out at a coworker that they think is abridging their rights. Free speech plans we've talked about in this conference for organizations. I have, Trump put out a free speech plan that's a pretty good place to start for government and big tech. I did an analysis of that on my social media. You can check it out. I think Robert's Rules of Order needs to be replaced with Rules of Order and Connection based on deep listening and seeking to understand instead of always being understood as a general rule, especially in government. Another recommendation is that I think we need to start promoting in our workspaces people learning nonviolent communication skills and conflict resolution skills to be able to have challenging conversations, and also learn how to manage people and conversations to make them less challenging. In difficult situations, promote the idea of leaning in with emotional intelligence and intellectual curiosity instead of denouncing. Doesn't mean you have to agree with the person, doesn't mean you don't have to have clear boundaries, but just how to manage these conversations and challenging conversations needs to be integrated into our workplaces. And hiring for openness, humility, wise responsiveness, emotional intelligence, social emotional skills to promote clear-headedness in the organization, and recruiting conscientious, thoughtful, open people who understand group dynamics and take full responsibility for creating a better future and good organization. Another recommendation I have is somatic processing as a group. It promotes cohesion. How do we have cohesion? We're way too much in our heads in organizations and societies, like way too much in our heads. We don't know how to process tension in the body. Everybody's walking around tense. Not everybody, but so many. And so there's somatic practices that we can do individually and then as a group, right? Why do we have group lunches together, right? It promotes a sense of cohesion, and also our blood sugars are better so we can have better meetings. But marching together, singing together, mindful movement before a meeting, even working together to pour tea or set up lunch together, like farmers working in a field together, that communal somatic work is gonna create cohesion. I have some other thoughts on media and focus. We've lost focus as a society. This other recommendation I think is really important, our environment. We are really lacking beauty and nature to inspire and calm and center people so they can tune into their purpose and have less reactivity and sensory overwhelm. We're technologically overwhelmed and our sensory experiences are overwhelming. We are not healthy in terms of our nervous systems from the inputs that we're getting. If you ever want to go to Palos Verdes, which is where I used to live, and you look there, they have actual laws that prevent advertising, and you walk there and you're just so much more calm and relaxed. Or they're very specific advertising that are allowed. And just notice the sensory experience and how clear and calm your mind and nervous system are. I'm almost done. I'm gonna end with a poem by the Nobel Prize winning poet Rabindranath Tagore, who before his award was criticized by some for ignoring contemporary restrictions of accepted literary forms. His poem reads, "Where the mind is without fear and the head is held high, where knowledge is free, where the world has not been broken up into fragments by narrow domestic walls, where words come out from the depth of truth, where tireless striving stretches its arms toward perfection, where the clear stream of reason has not lost its way into the dreary desert sand of dead habit, where the mind is led forward by thee into ever-widening thought and action, into that heaven of freedom, my Father, let my country awake." Thank you.
You know, as Dr. Khatibi was talking about the factoid about politicians, you know, that they're not the smartest, they're just slightly above average. I felt good for a second not being a politician. And then I thought, well, maybe, why am I above that? Maybe I'm sort of the below average intelligence group. But our following speaker is clearly above the bar. John?
Hello, thank you for the very kind invitation. I have to say that for many, many years, way preceding the pandemic, I've always had in my website, my personal website that at Stanford now, that I know next to nothing. During the pandemic, I realized that I had no clue even what that meant, because the depth of my ignorance suddenly became so impossible to approach and so horrible that I just couldn't hide. After the pandemic, I think that I know even less. Well, I have to say that I did try to learn, and I think that we all tried to learn. We had and we have published this data, about 2 million scientists publishing on COVID-19 in the peer-reviewed literature. They published about 800,000 peer-reviewed papers. I have thrown 100 of my own roughly to that waste. You know, my own probably are the worst. We had lots of influencers. We had lots of social media players. I have no personal social media. We had lots of lawyers and litigators. I've not been involved in any litigation. We've had lots of politicians. We've had lots of big tech, big X, big whatever be involved. Sometimes it was the same people carrying different labels at different times. A label as an influencer, as a scientist, as an author, as a social media player, as involved as consultant or owner perhaps of some big tech company, being involved in government, in policy, in public health. It was a complete mess. I cannot find any other word. What did we learn? Well, I think that people will still disagree about what we learned, but probably school closures did not save lives. Probably business closures did not save lives. Probably beach closures did not save lives. Probably basketball closures did not save lives. Probably masks did not save lives. I apologize, I thought that they would. Probably massive testing did not save lives. I also apologize because I endorsed and supported, among the first, to suggest that we needed more testing. Probably hydroxychloroquine did not save lives. Probably warm medications, ivermectin, did not save lives. Probably remdesivir did not save lives. Probably convalescent plasma did not save lives. Probably interferon did not save lives. Probably lopinavir, ritonavir did not save lives. Probably vitamin D did not save lives. Probably, magnesium did not save lives. Probably deep thinking and mindfulness and gurus and whatever did not save lives. Probably herbal medicine did not save lives. Probably supplements did not save lives. Probably screaming did not save lives. Probably hating did not save lives. Probably smearing did not save lives. Probably journalism did not save lives. Probably politicians did not save lives. Probably I did not save lives. I'm very sorry for that, because we trained for the best. As physicians, as scientists, we try to do our best. We try to help other human beings. This is what we have promised. This is what we are given an oath. And I think that we failed. I think it's important to find ways to revisit what has happened with a calm mind and with full willingness to understand what went wrong, how it went wrong, and not with a plan of revenge or retaliation or taking back what was taken away from us. I consider it a miracle that I stand here today. The most likely scenario, based on my experience, would be that I would be dead. The most likely scenario would be that many of my family members would be dead. So instead of having a post-traumatic stress disorder from the attacks that I received, I have the joy that I'm alive and that I can talk, I can think, I can engage with others, I can still learn, I can still say that I was wrong. It's wonderful to be able to say that you're wrong in different aspects. Have we had things that worked? Yes, I think that we've had some success stories. We managed to mobilize our scientific workforce and come up with vaccines, both mRNA and of other types, that probably were effective. Not as effective as some people claim, who said that vaccines saved 20 million lives within a few months. Not as detrimental as other people say, who claim that vaccines killed 20 million people. My estimate, for example, in a preprint is that probably I'm estimating something like 2.5 million lives saved, about 20 to 50,000 people dying because of harms from vaccines. You need to look at the trade-off. You need to look at the risk-benefit in different age groups, in different settings, and try to make sense of that. We had adaptive randomized trials. People used to think that we cannot run randomized trials quickly. We could run randomized trials quickly, showing that many of the things that I mentioned, probably did not work, did not save lives, but things like dexamethasone did save lives. We had a few successes, and I think that this is very positive. So we have learned some positive messages in science. We have learned that we have a huge waste also in science. This is not new. I think the reproducibility of scientific research has been very low. The question is, can we make it better? Can we improve it, not in a way that we try to intimidate other scientists or other people, not in a way that we try to prove that we are correct and we're wise and we know more than others, but as a community effort, trying to improve our knowledge base, our evidence base, and the way that eventually we will help other human beings. So I have learned a lot from this conference, and I look forward to learning more as it evolves. I hear very often verbs like fight and speak up. I would prefer to add respect each other. And instead of speaking up, which of course we should all speak, listen. Can we listen? I really want to hope that there will be conferences that people from different perspectives, completely different perspectives, would be willing to be in the same audience, in the same panel, and debate with evidence. Now we have evidence on lots of things. We have less on others, in a very calm way, and in a way that at the end of the day, when someone is given an opportunity to speak, that person might say, I would like to give some of my time to my opponent to speak. Can we give more time to our opponents, intellectual or otherwise, for them to speak? If they're correct, they will be our major benefactors. We will learn from them. We will correct our mistakes. If they're wrong, there's no better way to just have them show how wrong they are. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all the panelists. Before I open up the questions, I'm going to ask questions of my own. So, I have them here somewhere. So I feel one of the lasting harms of censorship during COVID is an increased distrust in expertise. And as one of yesterday's speakers, Professor Fleischman, mentioned, censorship in publishing has led to things like you publish on your blog or, on non-peer-reviewed journals, and, you publish in social media. And as good research moves to social media, you know what else is on social media? Crazy things, right? Not only is good research now moving in social media, there's, the freaking nut bars who say the earth is flat, or that sunspots and 5G cause COVID, that vaccines cause autism, or that, you cure cancer through organic oncology, right? And given the nature of social media, it's really hard to have subtle, nuanced arguments, or you can't have this sort of humility about not being sure about things. It's about sound bites. And I like expertise. When I want to know something about data, I'm going to ask John. When I want to know something about chemistry, to the extent that you believe that expertise still has a role to play, like how do we earn back that trust? Is it that we have to now go and this is the new domain in which we need to somehow sort of win? Or is it that we can restore trust somehow in sort of these legacy institutions that were the traditional gatekeepers of consensus information on scientific fact? Anyone?
I'll say something. Maybe this is the death of expertise. Maybe this is the time when people need to reclaim their responsibility and their agency for being their own experts. We kept being told that we didn't know anything about raising our children or what was good for them to ignore. I remember when kids were being masked and parents just wouldn't advocate for them because they were hearing that masks were absolutely essential and they listened to experts. I I think it's time, I don't think it's experts' jobs to try to regain trust. I think they should be trustworthy. I think that's different. Because they don't need to be, no expert, I mean, you're so humble, right? I think the humility and the willingness to accept that there are a lot of things you don't know is inherently trustworthy. I would be more willing to listen to you. So I think that's really, that's the solution for me. Also, having these government agencies run by not political appointees, but real scientists who are truth seekers like Jay and Marty Mackey, I think that inherently, without trying, they will regain our trust.
I think that we need to recalibrate what is an expert and what is expected of an expert. Probably we have sold a paradigm where people are expecting that experts know all, that they can not be wrong, that they should be powerful in their thinking. There's very little tolerance for saying, I do not know. And media, policymakers, politicians, they do not want to hear, I do not know. They want to show that they're confident, that they're in control, that they move fast and break things. And unfortunately, they just break things eventually by doing this. So I think that if we recalibrate the expectation that experts should not be there to tell us what they know, but both what they know and what they do not know, and what is in the gray zone, and also show more tolerance to people who do not know, and try to approach and not chastise people who do not know. Especially in public health, it makes no sense to try to torture and to penalize people who disagree with you. They're the general population. If 50% or even 30% disagree with you, saying that they're idiots and they should just suffer because of their idiocy and I know everything, that's not going to help. Even if you're right, saving 50% of the population is not a good track record. If you're wrong, then you just devastate 100% of the population.
I'm just going to quickly add, I think that we need to acknowledge that government and academics and media and the science and scientists who are fed by funding, et cetera, it's all in an enmeshed system. It's a web. And so in order for there to be trust in the scientists, we need to understand that there needs to be healing and accountability done by the whole part, all the parts of the web. And that includes government, that includes aspects of media, as well as the scientists who would be humble. But I'm not seeing that accountability in government. And so hopefully with the new administration, there will be some more push for honesty and transparency and some healing and repair work. But I think that's necessary and needed.
So I have so many questions for you three, but just one last one. So, one of the truest signs of intelligence I've found is the ability to admit you're wrong. And sort of this lack of epistemic humility amongst people, I think, is a source of censorship, right? You are so confident you and you alone are right that you're willing to censor other people's ideas and, attack the messenger here. And, I think the way forward is to get people who disagree with each other into the same room so we can have conversations, but this seems to be harder and harder to do. I mean, at the risk of being called racist, sexist, and ageist, right? I'm going to state a fact, which is when I look out into the audience, I see a sea of mostly white people, men, and of a certain age, right? And given what happened in the first talk this morning, where people seem to know each other and that there seems to be consensus in not just, homogeny in physical characteristics, but homogeny in beliefs, I don't know. Yesterday morning, I was listening to the talks and I was nodding my head and going, yeah, that's right, that's right. And after a certain point, that bothered me because I felt is even a conference like this an exercise in preaching to the choir? And so, I asked the three of you, how do we get people in the room to have the kind of discussion that John talked about, where you are open to listening to other people, to other ideas, and to genuinely debate them, as opposed to creating a safe space for whoever, whatever group or opinions you happen to support. Ideas?
Well, personally, I think not self-censoring in every it doesn't, it's not, to me, it's not always about debate with a big D, but debate with a little d. That conversation happens everywhere. I think some of the most important conversations I had during school closures when they reopened part-time was at the playground with other parents. I saw a lot of parents self-censoring, afraid to say what they really thought, and I did that for a while. And then I thought, well, how are we going to get anywhere? I have to share what I know. And it was a little scary. But it turned out once you went first, it was less harder every time, and you ended up attracting more and more people to your circle. In New York, I had and still have, I'm fortunate to have a good friend of mine, Maud Marin, who was really just speaking out and calling it out as it came, and lots of death threats still coming. But just watching her take those risks and tell the truth inspired me to do that too. And I think you have to meet it where it is, the conversation.
I think there's very few opportunities to do that. There's probably some conferences or some initiatives that start with the intention to engage people from different perspectives, but very quickly, once it is realized that this is going to be a conference on this side or on that side, there's some gelling and self-organization that creeps in. So we just need to try and keep trying. And each opportunity where you have a really strong difference of opinion and strong arguments and strong opposing data, I think that's wonderful. So try, if you have the option to promote one more event or one more discussion with just people who think alike and one with people who don't think alike, always go for the one that you have people who hate you, disagree with you, are opponents, they want to destroy you, hopefully with just arguments, not in other ways.
I think it would be very helpful for leadership to set expectations for proper behavior, which means that not siloing yourself like we saw leadership do in some public health, leaderships do, but to actually, during the COVID pandemic, but to actually open yourself up. So like university leaders can, and as a consortium of university leaders could get together and say, it's an expectation that you are going to have interdisciplinary discussion, and we're going to have, if you want to use their words, free speech safe spaces where anybody can say anything without retaliation, and just set that tone and expectation for academia. And I think it's also important to, as I said before, hire with the understanding and expectation that we are going to engage in nonviolent communication or intentional dialogue techniques, where the person who might be coming into that place where they have a minority opinion will then feel like they are safe to say something without being attacked.
Can I add just one thing? I think it's important to model these things for our children. In Europe, I know historically families would sit around the dining table and, share, the news and history and poetry and all sorts of things. And a lot of that has really fallen away in this very disjointed modern lifestyle. I ended up talking to my kids about everything during COVID. And I think, some of it was hard, but I think what it developed was a kind of a confidence in their own voice and an ability to hear, different opinions. And I just think we need to start with the younger generations too.
Thank you. Before we break for lunch, I think we have time for a few questions. The gentleman there has his hand up for a while.
So I'm an old white male, and I'm not ashamed of it, number one. Number two, I've been around for a while, being old, and I was very disturbed by the words that I heard from the panel. It strikes me that you guys are trying social engineering, which isn't all that different from what we all complain about. And science has grown in the last century remarkably without anybody telling us how to behave. We get in rooms and we argue. If people have bad ideas, they eventually disappear. Some of the greatest scientists in the world in history have been loners. They didn't have to talk to other people. They didn't like talking to other people. And I'm very uncomfortable with the notion that we should be looking for people who like to communicate, who like to work in groups. Let the system grow organically. That we have a great scientific system. What's destroyed it, or what's destroying it, are young people. young people who have been, but it really starts with politics, with ideology. And if in cases like COVID or climate change, science has been corrupted by politics. And I certainly agree we need to get politics out of the system, but we need to recognize the great successes of science, whether it's mRNA vaccines, AIDS treatments. There are experts who know what they're doing, and there are experts who are humble. We don't need to be told to be humble. But when people like Fauci come and say things they don't really know for sure, they give the whole enterprise a bad reputation. I would like, as an old guy, to go back to old values of organic development of ideas. Let people interact the way they choose to interact. Don't tell them how to interact. And maybe we can keep progressing as we have in the past.
Very much in agreement. We need to get politics out of science. I think that this is a very damaging influence at the moment, and it's probably not going to stop just magically overnight. I think that, yes, science has a tradition, has a scientific method. I think we can defend that from outside influences. It's just that the outside influences have magnified in firepower. So for a single scientist to fight against all these entities is completely utopian at the moment. And scientists are smart people. They will very quickly realize the odds, and they will say, I will just self-censor if that's the case. I'm not going to fight a war that there's absolutely no chance to win with arguments and data and evidence. So we need to protect science and scientists from all of these major players that can very easily hijack science for their own needs.
I absolutely agree with you that we need to be able to, and my dream is to be able to say whatever I want, however I want it, in the way that I want it, the passion that I'm feeling at that moment. However, if I speak to people who want my demise at an institution in that way, it's almost guaranteed that I'm going to make that person an enemy. And when I'm in a minority and I'm trying to have to resolve conflict in a very disequilibrated society, how am I going to interact with that person that I really disagree with and I think might be very disequilibrated in a way that's going to address their childhood wounds and attachment issues so that I can at least survive in this situation and get something and actually get my needs met, and then create my utopia of being able to say things however I want to say them, exactly how I want to say them. But when we live in this crazy reactive society and people who are crazy and reactive have infiltrated academia, we need to have some other tools in our toolbox to be able to talk to them in a way that will keep them calm and be attuned to their needs so that I can get my needs met.
Two more
as well.
questions. The lady in the back and then the gentleman there. Last question.
Thanks so much, Holly Buck, SUNY Buffalo. Thanks for this panel. I'm wary of putting too much primacy on teachers' unions as a driver of school closures, simply because what we saw in other countries, like Uganda, where schools were closed for 2 years, they have different dynamics around unions or even cancellation or censorship. And I'm curious if any of you have heard a hypothesis of why this evaluation of the risk-benefit calculation was so similar in so many different countries. I know this may be a question out of your expertise, but people in my field, sociology, haven't been very curious about it. So I thought I'd just try asking. Thank you.
I see it mostly as a domino effect. Once you have a dominant narrative, it's very difficult for people not to endorse it, especially if they're not scientists themselves or if they have very strong biases. So decisions need to be made by policymakers and politicians, and with no evidence base or very little evidence base, they would grab at whatever would be the most defensive approach, which tended to be higher than actual estimates of risk or very kind of distorted estimates of risk gradient, in particular for children and young adults. So I think that once you have a politician make a bid, that I'm very sensitive and I make this choice because I'm thinking about my people and I want to save everyone, then everyone will have to follow suit. It will be very difficult to go against that gradient. And then you have so many other players who will jump on the same boat and just reinforce that in different ways. Many of them would be well-intentioned. It would be a pro-social contribution. They will think as if they're saving humanity and human lives against monsters who want to kill people. So again, blaming is not the way to go. Understanding is what is important.
And if I may add, the fact that Uganda's and other countries' schools stayed closed for 2 years and there was no active teachers union does not disprove the fact that the teachers unions kept schools closed in this country. I think we had plenty of evidence come up about their meddling in the CDC guidance. Randy Weingarten didn't deny it during the hearings. I was there. So I think there are many factors responsible, but that doesn't absolve what happened here.
Last question.
So several of you asked us to disagree with each other. So in that spirit, I want to push back on one of the points that was raised by one of the panelists about how we all need to be our own experts. I actually find that pretty dystopian. I'm also an economist like the moderator, and division of labor is one of the things that's been an engine of growth. So if I had to learn how to be my own plumber and my own doctor and my own dentist, God, I wouldn't get anything done. So I'm supportive of the idea that we need to, that experts need to be more humble. We need to think of experts like consultants. But I think the analogy I always come back to is a plumber. This past summer, a sprinkler system in my house is broken. A plumber came in. It was still spraying water all over my house. So I knew that the first plumber didn't do his job right. But I still called another plumber to fix it because knowing that it was broken didn't mean that I knew how to fix it. So I encourage us all to, even if we distrust experts who have earned it, and we've learned lots of examples of where they've earned it, I encourage us all to trust and respect expertise. Because if we can't trust our experts, it's harder, not easier, to gain expertise.
Let me add that what you say is exactly what evidence-based medicine has been founded on for many decades now. So shared decision-making. It's not that the patient or the person who's involved in making decisions is just making the decision on their own in vacuum and, as anarchy, autonomous agent. They listen to what the evidence is, so the expert can provide the evidence, answer questions about the evidence, and then they can decide. So if I want my home to flood with water, I could do that, isn't it? I mean, it's going to be not a very wise choice, of course, but I do have that option. And I think that we should tell people you have the option to decide. But if you don't do that, your house is going to flood very quickly.
I mean, shared decision-making means that you have to assume some responsibility for identifying the right experts or the right consultants, right? They're not all created equal. So I think that's what I was talking about. I mean, I think that we have, outsourced our kids to the government schools, outsourced our health to, big food or big pharma or whatever. And I think that there is shared responsibility, and I stand by that.
Thank you to the panelists.
So
While things are being set up, I want to read a list of our sponsors. Not all of them are presenting, only a few of them. So we are extremely grateful to USC Center for Economic and Social Research that was main host of this conference, and their support. Big sponsors, our major sponsors are American Academy of Sciences and Letters, Heterodox Academy, and Institute for Humane Studies. We are also incredibly grateful to, where is the first presenter? So, like, down the list, yeah. Howard, you are the first, why not here? I'm just talking to fill the gap while people are coming one after another. So, and I will read very briefly. So we have University of Austin in Texas, USC Center for Political Future, Institute for Humane Studies, Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression, Academic Freedom Alliance, and individual donors, Ben Slivka, Cornell Free Speech Alliance, MIT Free Speech Alliance, Jules Peterson, and Institute for Liberal Values. So we will have very short session, and can we have? No. No PowerPoint. Okay, Howard, you are the first from Academic Freedom Alliance.
Thank you. I really want to build on Anna's presentation yesterday, where she talked about the Academic Freedom Alliance. My name is Howard Muncy. I am the Director of Operations. It's very encouraging to have an auditorium full of people committed to academic freedom and the conversations that we've had. This has been a great series, and in each of these sessions have really hit at the heart of what I see every day coming through my inbox on requests for help, concerns, professors reaching out about things that have happened. And these sessions have really a broad swath of the things that are really front and center right now. We have many AFA members here. If you're an AFA member, will you please hold up your hand? I've tried to get around to most and to say hello. We're 900 strong now. We started out with 217 in March of 2021. We are everything from a community college adjunct, instructor, all the way through these chaired, endowed professors who have titles that will challenge character limits. So we are also in 46 of 50 states now where we have at least one AFA member. And the way that we work is we have an academic committee made up of 9 people who are really the decision-making and the voice of the organization. This includes Anna, who's here, as well as Abigail, who has been up here at different times throughout this conference, as well as academic freedom experts like Keith Whittington, Don Downs, David Ruban. And then we also have an advisory council of 14 attorneys that include a lot of free speech expertise, people like Floyd Abrams, Lisa Blatt, former Solicitor General Paul Clement. These are people with extensive Supreme Court experience, and they've seen free speech issues. And we also have a membership committee made up of 15 who vet and look. And if any of you all have a current position in the university and are interested in becoming a member, please reach out. It's a fairly painless process. I do most of the work of getting the application and all of that, and we're not that selective as long as people read and understand that they're supporting academic freedom. One thing I do want to brag about is we've only had 3 members drop. And that was something that we were really worried about in the beginning, that as we put statements and letters and positions out, that we'd have people throw up their hands, well, this is for me. But we have held together pretty well. 30 cases of financial support, as mentioned yesterday. We have a sword and shield strategy. The sword is to fund legal defense when it's necessary, to write scathing letters, name and shame type efforts. We have 20 victories that Anna mentioned yesterday. Some of these are confidential cases that were fairly quick. Some are more drawn out. One that I do want to mention, and I will wrap up here. It happened on this campus, John Strauss. I don't know if you followed that story or not. The AFA jumped in fairly quick. John reached out to me. I put all of the machinery in motion. We had a letter out and him paired with an attorney fairly quick. And that one went away. He was suspended from campus for a short period of time, got back to campus, and everyone was like, well, this is a win. He was under investigation. That was around Thanksgiving of 2023. He was under investigation all the way up until July of 2024 before he finally got that letter of exoneration. And we had an attorney there with him the whole way, sending letters. You're not going to punish this man. You're not going to punish this man. And you hate to think about what would happen if we didn't, because it seemed like they wanted to do something to appease some of the students who were saying, that he was wrong. The other one I would mention was Michael Joyner. That's sort of our high-profile case. He would have been a perfect guest in between these two sessions because he has made comments about transgender athletes, as well as COVID response that landed him in some trouble with Mayo. Basically, he was gag ordered, according to. But that is one that we have been involved with in a while, and as Anna mentioned, we should be learning going into the summer exactly what's going to happen there, but we have supported him throughout. Our web address is academicfreedom.org if you want to learn more about us, but now I'll turn it over to whoever's next.
Yeah, so I'm sort of a little bit of an academic. I've taught at Cornell in the graduate school a few times. I'm a bit of an academic. I've taught at Cornell Graduate School a few times, but mainly an alumni. I'm on the board of the Alumni Free Speech Alliance, which is a national free speech alliance that's trying to bring alumni into this fight. Cornell Free Speech Alliance, as well as the founder of the Harvard Alumni for Free Speech. I think the thing that's important to recognize, if you look at some basic demographics of a large research university, like many of us are from, alumni are about, in the case of Cornell, over 250,000 living alumni. There's about 25,000 people on campus, so it's 10 times as large. The time that alumni have had dedicated to the university, if you just do your basic demographics for the average alumni, it's about 30 years. For average person on campus, including staff, it's about 3.5 years. And as far as the financial investment that's made in the university, obviously most of staff are takers of financial resources from the university. Alumni are huge givers. So we have 10 times the number of people, we have 10 times the longevity of commitment to the university, and much more financial investment in the university, yet alumni are almost completely marginalized from how the university is run. And in my view, it's a bit like we have a beautiful ship in the case of Cornell and the other Ivies that have been built, many other fine universities, but we have sort of short-term pirates who have sort of come on to taking command of the ship. They don't have a long commitment. So I just want to say I know it's been very hard, but Cornell has been one of the more active ones. Here's a list of things that we've done. We've gotten big sustained press coverage for our efforts at Cornell. It's leaked over into some of the other elite schools. We have a mailing list of 250,000 plus alumni, which scares, that's the main thing. It's not what we say. That list of Cornell alumni scares the hell out of the administration. We've raised $350,000. We've contributed to the termination of the Cornell presidency. Martha Pollack, I think we're one of the primary causes of that, along with October 7th. The Cornell provost and successor president has pending termination, Michael Polyakov. I think we've been a big contributor to that. We've recruited a major donor following the Bill Ackman, Mark Rowan examples in Penn and Harvard to come out and speak vocally against what's been going on at the university, which has led to the item 4 and 5 above. We have published a Cornell policy reform recommendations, a formal document in terms of what the university should be doing to correct its course and its policies. As a response to this, there's been a Cornell Year of Free Speech that's been declared, I think, in large part because of our efforts. We have a whistleblower site where we have information coming to us in terms of what's going on at the university, some of these shameful things that are not being reported, and I think these things will correct themselves if there's just some focus and attention given to those things, and these things are brought to the light of day. So that's a key thing. As a result of some of those whistleblower and transparency things that we've worked on, Cornell faculty DEI statements have been terminated almost, happened in May of this year, and Cornell has now announced a political neutrality statement, which is brand new also this year. And then the last thing, we have 2 members of our are CFSA that are now on the trustee election ballot. One in particular, Cindy Crawford. Cindy, if you could just raise your hand. Cindy is wonderful. Yeah, she's running this year, and the reason we got on there is because it's very difficult. We had to petition to get her on because all of the people are chosen. So great things can be accomplished, and how do we do it? Basically, our mission is to investigate what's going on at the university, to spotlight it, to outreach to other alumni, as well as the press and faculty, educate all those people, organize ourselves, influence ourselves, petition, as we did, as for instance, to get Cindy on the ballot, and then we haven't done it yet, but then to litigate if necessary. And we have cases to litigate. In many cases, we're lacking plaintiffs. So those are what we're trying to do. This is a complex graphic, but after wailing away at this for 3.5 years, I think the key thing to realize is most of these universities, certainly the elite ones, certainly the Ivy Leagues, they're too far gone. I remember I jumped on John Wilson, I think his name was yesterday, suggesting that sort of we just leave the university alone and faculty will take care of this. The problem is they're just too far gone. And so the only way these universities are going to change is through external pressure. And we've seen over the last few years how it works. We have alumni and donors in the interest group. We have the courts. Now with the new presidency, we're going to have executive orders. We have Congress. We have the media. We have peer institutions. And all of these things are external forces to the university. In the case of Harvard or Cornell, they're external to the university. And in the middle, the catalyst that's needed, I think alumni can be a great part of the catalyst that's needed to mobilize these external forces and to bring pressure on the boards and the administration to make policy changes. But of course, the universities don't want any influence from the outside. That's the tradition of educational institutions. So the other thing, is John Tomasi still here? But I mean, this is why it's so important what Heterodox Academy is doing, and we've seen it at Cornell, we've seen it at Harvard. Once you put the external pressure on these administrations, they're loath to admit to their own faculty and students that they're being influenced, whether it be by donors or the media, or the courts, the press. They're loath to admit they've been influenced. So what we really need to do is the pressure that all these external forces are mobilized to bring on the universities. They have to look for minority groups inside the university. In the case of Harvard, the Steven Pinker group and the Harvard faculty group for free speech was formed. And then suddenly they have great power because, matter of fact, just before Claudine Gay was terminated on January 2nd of 2024, it's because they had suddenly all the board of Harvard, who doesn't even want to talk to these professors, are suddenly running to them for midnight sessions to get their advice on December 30th, December 31st, and Claudine Gay is gone on January 2nd. So you push this to the faculty that are on, even if it's a small faculty, the alumni can give great status and influence to that small group of faculty. So I encourage those faculty groups to form, however small they are, perhaps around Heterodox Academy. And we've seen all the green is things, all these things, you can look at these things, all these pieces worked. That was why Claudine Gay is no longer at Harvard. All these pieces came together to bring that external pressure. It was not internally generated to make a change there. The other thing I want to just bring is rethinking this idea of the sanctity of the academy and why faculty appeals for academic freedom no longer make sense. This was sort of Cornell in 1865. American society was plagued with monoculture, intellectual dogma, intolerance, thought bias, social strictures, and therefore the academy needed a defense wall around itself, right? Well, academic freedom. That's what academic freedom was built on. I'm no educational historian, but I understand academic freedom is largely a creation of the United States. So in our universities, it's much more prevalent here. And the problem is that back then it exported open inquiry, free expression, thought diversity. That was what the idea was, and that was the justification for academic freedom defense. The problem is now the larger society has the heterodoxy, the thought diversity, the free expression, the open inquiry, and all those other things, the bias, the monoculture, the social strictures, the intolerance, and the dogma, they are what exist at the university. And they now are exporting those things to the wider society. And this is why the academic freedom defense is not going to work. And it's going to have to be an external force, external pressures that help folks like you who are inside the university to make the changes that need to be made. Thanks.
So I'm Alex Arnold, Director of Research at Heterodox Academy. You've seen a lot of me lately. I apologize. No one wants my ugly mug. In any case, Heterodox Academy in a nutshell is an organization that in a principled way, advocates for and promotes and mobilizes faculty and people within the university to promote open inquiry, viewpoint diversity, and constructive disagreement at our higher institutions of research and education. On the advocacy side, I want to highlight something that we've been working on in concert with our friends at the AFA and FIRE, which is pushing and encouraging colleges and universities to adopt policies and practices of neutrality in issuing statements about social and political issues. So in the data that we've been tracking, at least 103 colleges and universities in North America have adopted statement neutrality or very similar policies. And a lot of this has been due to the work of our crack new policy team, consisting of Joe Cohn and Raheem Williams. Going forward this year, we're going to continue to advocate for not only statement neutrality, but for other important rights. So I will just register my disagreement with the previous speaker about the value of academic freedom. I think actually in times like this, you need to defend it even more. And our policy team and the rest of the team at HXA will continue to do that, working with federal and state legislatures to ensure that our universities are improved in various ways, including by preserving and extending academic freedom rights. In addition to our advocacy work, especially on the policy side, HXA has lots of other offerings to sort of stimulate the mind, to get people excited about the intellectual life, excited about the universities and colleges. And so I just want to highlight a couple things here. So in December of last year, we launched a new quarterly periodical called Inquisitive. All of the content in that periodical is available for free at inquisitivemag.org. But for those of you who are HXA members, if you are, raise your hand. There's a good number of us here. For the cost of about $10 a month, $120 a year, you can become a supporting member and get this beautifully designed print edition of Inquisitive with graphic layout and designed by a good friend of mine, Janelle Delia. The next issues will drop in March, June, and September. March is in production. June we are soliciting pitches for that, and we'll soon solicit pitches for article ideas in September. We also have a new Substack called Free the Inquiry, where HXA staff provide our perspectives and analysis on the issues of the day in higher education. I also want to highlight something that I help oversee, which is our Siegel Center for Academic Pluralism, which is a home for faculty and postdoctoral researchers who want to investigate the philosophy, the science, the law, the history of open inquiry in higher education. We are currently soliciting applications for 3 faculty research fellowships and 1 postdoctoral research fellowship to be in residence at our offices in the most New York place you can be in Times Square. Application window closes on January 31st. If you have questions, please talk to me. We would love to have as many people apply for these unique and interesting research opportunities. Lastly, let me say we have an annual conference, which will happen from June 23rd to 25th in Brooklyn, which is the second most New York place you can be in New York City. Registration opens on January 15th. The program has been set. If you guys loved Mike Weber's talk, he will be presenting at the conference. So come and see the Chris Farley of philosophy. Here's a timeline. I encourage you to subscribe to our weekly bulletin, join our Substack, and if you're not a member, shame on you, become one, despite what Mike Weber might say.
Hi, my name is Greg Forster. I'm the Executive Director of the American Academy of Sciences and Letters. Our board member, Barry Honig, shared with you yesterday, we exist to honor academic excellence. Scholars are selected for membership in the Academy based on their outstanding scholarly achievements. We elect members based on their achievements without regard to their beliefs, their politics, their ideology, their religion, whatever, and that's how we uphold traditional standards of academic rigor. We also have a special concern for supporting open inquiry and rewarding intellectual boldness. One of the things we've done is honor Sir Salman Rushdie and Jay Bhattacharya for their contributions to intellectual freedom. Barry was not kidding yesterday when he said that Sir Salman is a very funny man. when he came to our event to accept his award, he shared with us a story about a movie that was a fictional movie that was made about him in Pakistan. He was the villain of the movie, and there was a team of assassins working to murder him who were the heroes of the movie, but he was too clever for them. And he evaded them throughout the movie. And at the end of the movie, the skies open up and thunderbolts come down from the heavens to kill Salman Rushdie at the end of the movie. And Sir Salman said, they had to bring in God himself to kill me personally. Do you know, there's dignity in that. The reason he told us that story was he had to sign away his rights to sue for libel, because the libel laws in the UK are very different from here, in order to allow them to show this movie legally in the UK. And he said the reason he signed away his rights was because they put the movie out in the theaters, nobody went, it vanished, and very quickly everybody forgot that it ever existed. But he said if I had not allowed them to show the movie in theaters, it would have been passed around on video cassettes furtively, and people would watch it behind closed doors. And many, many more people would have seen it because, as he said, it would have taken on the glamour of the taboo. So his talk is incredibly inspirational. It's on our YouTube channel. It's linked from the awards page on our website. So I encourage you to go watch it. It's a fantastic experience. You cannot apply to become a member of the American Academy of Sciences and Letters. However, I will point out that existing members of the Academy can nominate other scholars to be considered for membership. And it just so happens that the organizers of this conference, Anna Krylov and Lee Jussim, are members of the American Academy of Sciences and Letters. So make sure you tell them what a fantastic job they did organizing this conference. It can't hurt your chances. Joking aside, though, there is one thing I want to ask you to consider, and this is the slide you might want to take a photograph of. We have been working for more than a year. We didn't just put this together in the last few months. We've been working for more than a year to assemble a team of experts with experience in accreditation, and we have helped to launch an independent organization, has its own board, it runs itself, called the National Association for Academic Excellence. It is an accrediting body that accredits colleges and universities with a focus on academic excellence and respect for open inquiry. Because the legacy accreditors are increasingly leveraging their gatekeeping role as control over accreditation to push priorities that are not academic excellence and open inquiry. So if you think that your school might be interested in an accreditor that respects institutional autonomy and that is also modernizing and streamlining the data collecting systems that are very outdated in most cases, and so that's where a lot of the unnecessary work associated with accreditation comes from. Or if you know somebody at another school and you think their school might be interested in an accreditor that prioritizes academic excellence and open inquiry, here's the contact information. Drop them a line. I know that they would love to hear from you. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Richmond. I am the co-founder and executive director of the Institute for Liberal Values. So I want to start the way Jonathan Rauch started and let you know a little bit about who am I. I started out my professional career as a China scholar and thought it'd be more fun to work in the intelligence space, and it was. That is until I got picked up for starting what I was accused of starting, the Jasmine Revolution. I didn't, but that was fun. I got picked up by the Ministry of State Security, who over a course of months and intense interrogations that the Chinese call taking you to tea, tried to flip me. So I know firsthand what authoritarianism looks like, and I've dedicated myself to the pursuit of liberalism. So that's me. Who are we? We are plurals. We are the misfits who refuse to be boxed in by labels. We run the gamut of the political, cultural, and religious spectrum. We are individuals. We are those who come together not in uniformity, but in unity to our commitment and dedication to realizing the liberal foundations in our foundational documents. We are dissidents. And this is where you can come in. This is why we're here, my fellow dissidents. We have monthly liberal values labs, liberalism in practice discussions. Many of you have been on these, including Lee Jessam. And we also have our Dissidents podcasts. So we'll be starting a new series with Jonathan Rauch's new upcoming book, which comes out February 4th, by the way, Cross Purposes. That starts next week. That culminates on February 5th with a live stream with Jonathan Rauch on his book. And so I'm here to invite you to share your expertise with us and join in the effort to normalize liberalism. And in this effort to normalize liberalism, we help define the Coalition for Empowered Education. And this is a multi-ethnic group that is opposing politicization in the classroom. And as a multi-ethnic group, and this is important, and Natalya mentioned this earlier, it's an ethnic group composed mainly of immigrants, not only, but of immigrants, including the Center for Free Cuba, including a lot of groups that are involved with the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation. My colleague Ken Pope from that organization is here. And the reason being is, as Natalya said, a lot of times these are the ones who come to the United States and they're the canary in the coal mine that point out the liberalism that we're seeing. I mostly agree with Elizabeth Weiss yesterday, who commented that the full onus of a liberalism cannot be laid at the feet of academics. The crux of the problem, and Diana mentioned this, are our ed schools that churn out activist teachers influencing our kids who become university students, who become professors, professionals, administrators, teachers, and government officials. And so we have worked together at the Institute for Liberal Values to create the Coalition for Empowered Education. And this is the group I mentioned that is the multi-ethnic group that includes not only ILV, but you've heard from Free Black Thought. They're part of our group, as well as VOC, and many more, including the Jewish Institute for Liberal Values. So the crux of the problem is their ed schools, as I said, and they are the ones where we have decided to put our focus with the coalition. We developed teacher training and professional development courses that address not only the problem, but reintroduce three things. Critical thinking. That's something that's missing, I think, both in the university, but also in the K through 12. And it starts in the K through 12 classroom. We do that by introducing viewpoint diversity and digital literacy. The second thing is a section on political ideology. I hear my things, and on civics. So I'll end by saying the civics that we teach is not the schoolhouse rock, how to bring a bill to become a law, but actually the core principles found in our Constitution. So in sum, we are working to build the Constitution of knowledge from the ground up and to address the crisis that Jonathan Rauch mentioned on day one. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Nate Honeycutt, FIRE. I know I am the person standing between you and lunch, so I will be extremely brief. I'm thankful that many of you are supporters of FIRE, aware of FIRE and the work that we do. I just want to highlight a couple resources that we have that are available to you all. In addition to helping scholars and everyday Americans who come under fire for their free speech rights, we actively recruit interns. We have a faculty legal defense fund for helping faculty that come under fire. And we have mountains and mountains of data, some of which I highlighted in my brief presentation the other day, but we run our annual student survey that this last year had over 55,000 students in the sample. All of this data we make freely available to any researcher who's interested in using it and analyzing it, talking about it, and using it in their publications. So I'm just going to jump to the end and say, if you're interested in the data, email us at thedata@thefire.org. We would love to share it with you. Otherwise, stand up, happy lunch, and we'll see you around.
Okay, let's get started. I am pleased to introduce Jesse Singal. My quick comments are based entirely on his RatWiki page and what I read about, what other people said about him on the internet. We all know he's a journalist and the co-host of Blocked and Reported, and that he is the second most famous transphobe after J.K. Rowling. What you might not know about him is that he is exclusively sexually attracted to middle-aged trans female horses. He only eats pizza. He only wears cargo shorts, and he stole those cargo shorts from Abercrombie and Fitch. His father is Hindu. He is Katie Herzog's wife, and he has a woman's voice because he is a woman. She is the man that Blue Sky loves to hate. Ladies and gentlemen, as assigned at birth, Jesse Singal.
Thank you, Cory, for that intro, which was as kind as it was accurate. Thank you guys for joining. Before I begin, I just wanted to thank the organizers of this conference. It's been a fascinating few days. Also thank USC for hosting. Special shout out to Anna Krylov for doing a lot of legwork here. Let's give her a quick hand. So I'm going to talk pretty fast. I'm going to try to keep this to closer to 20 minutes than 30 just because I want like a fair amount of time for discussion and questions. My talk is about journalism's failure to adequately and accurately cover the youth gender medicine controversy. I know it's rough, but I need to do a little bit of throat clearing first or I'm going to feel like a jerk. Journalism is in complete shambles right now. Early in the 21st century, our funding model collapsed and no one has figured out a way to actually pay for reporting, like for gathering stuff out in the world and reporting it back. A massive number of talented journalists have been laid off, and a small number of loudmouths, myself included, have found sanctuary on platforms like Substack, but Substack also can't really pay for real reporting because reporting is expensive. So all of which is to say that if this talk veers into slight whininess, I don't intend that. This is a genetic hazard for me as an Ashkenazi Jew. I was born that way. But I just want to be clear that like whatever inconveniences I've experienced as a result of choosing to cover this beat are peanuts compared to how lucky I am that I get to do this for a living. I really think I have a dream job, and I feel very grateful for that. So when I say youth gender medicine, you guys probably know what I mean, referring to puberty blockers, hormones, and surgery for minors with gender dysphoria. Surgery usually meaning double mastectomies. So-called bottom surgery is only rarely performed on minors. I think that is true. These treatments first arrived in the States around 2007, and since then the number of clinics and patients have exploded, and so has the controversy. Youth gender medicine is now banned or severely restricted in about half of American states, and in June the Supreme Court is widely expected to uphold Tennessee's law, which will be a major victory for skeptics of these treatments who favor a legal response. By the normal standards of scientific research or medical research, there is almost no evidence supporting the idea that the benefits of these treatments outweigh the risks and the unknowns. That phrase, no evidence, can be tricky and slippery and misleading. The psychiatrist Scott Alexander has a great essay on this I highly recommend. So I just want to be completely clear about what I'm saying. I'm not saying that we do have quality studies showing these treatments don't do anything or cause harm to patients. I'm saying the overall body of research is so methodologically floppy that we just don't know. We don't really know anything. And here you don't need to take the word of me, some random jerk from Substack. A bunch of European countries have looked into this. Sweden, Finland, Norway, and most recently England with the Cass Review have all done systematic reviews of the evidence. They've all come to the same conclusion, which is that there isn't much evidence. As a result, they've all enacted restrictions in access to youth gender medicine. The UK just announced that, or recently announced that puberty blockers are now banned outside of research settings for those under 18. You would think, given all of this controversy and uncertainty, that this story would be irresistible fodder for science journalists, but it hasn't been. Until fairly recently, the vast majority of mainstream outlets have acted almost indistinguishably from activist groups in terms of promoting these treatments enthusiastically. My favorite example is this sentence, quote, "Gender-affirming care is medically necessary, evidence-based care that uses a multidisciplinary approach to help a person transition from their assigned gender, the one they were assigned at birth, to their affirmed gender, the gender by which one wants to be known. That sentence has been copied and pasted, usually verbatim, into dozens of CNN.com articles, often by different authors, which means at like a higher up editorial level, someone just decided we're going to describe this as evidence-based and medically necessary, both of which are, at this point, totally up for debate. You can find the same approach everywhere. New York Times, Washington Post, NPR, Slate, definitely Vox. Scientific American has been a particularly embarrassing disaster on this, but they've had issues more generally in recent years that will hopefully turn around. So there have been some exceptions to this style of journalism that I will get to, but for many years, the norm among mainstream journalists and outlets has been to treat this as a complete controversy and to paint skeptics as right-wingers or as credulous dupes who have fallen for right-wing talking points. These claims have been repeated so frequently and with such moral force that they've become an established truth in many liberal circles. You're just not supposed to ask skeptical questions about youth gender medicine in much the same way you're not supposed to ask about the link between vaccines and autism or whether or not anthropogenic climate change exists. It's capital P proven. We know these treatments work. So why is this the case and why does it matter? I'm going to throw out a few different ideas here that will hopefully be useful to you guys and will hopefully spark some discussion. So one problem, and this is maybe the most obvious one, is simply that when social justice questions get entangled with scientific questions, it tends to affect people's ability to think things through clearly. Kids, read your Steven Pinker, read your Alice Drager. This is something we've seen a lot before. Two examples I want to quickly run down where journalism struggled as a result are the recovered memory mania and the debate over a cancer treatment called high-dose chemotherapy and autologous bone marrow transplants. The sex abuse panic, I bet a lot of you are familiar with. A lot of troubled people were convinced via something called recovered memory therapy that they had been sexually abused in the past. The median case was a woman who was told she was sexually abused by her father. We now know that this therapy is not only scientifically unfounded, but likely dangerous because of the possibility that it will implant false memories or impressions. Even at the time, Elizabeth Loftus, most famously a psychologist, and other critics pointed out how flimsy these ideas were, just because they run counter to so much we know about how memories are formed, stored, and recalled. But it didn't matter. It didn't matter how scientifically flimsy the ideas were. Families were destroyed, innocent people were arrested, and some of them spent time in prison. One of the things that dragged this panic on and on was the fact that a fundamentally scientific dispute had become politicized. Many of the recovered memory experts and practitioners were also on an activist mission. They believed there was an epidemic of incest in the United States, and that for all too long our male-dominated society had not taken child sexual abuse or rape seriously. So what unfolded was what we might call a failure to decouple. There's two different questions here. One is, has society shown sufficient empathy toward victims of sexual abuse? That is a separate question from, does recovered memory therapy deliver accurate and reliable results? The problem here and in other similar controversies is the two questions become conflated. So Elizabeth Loftus didn't get death threats because of her stance on some obscure scientific controversy. She got death threats because she was seen as holding a position that was tantamount to betraying victims of child sexual abuse. Journalists attempting to cover this controversy face the same toxic landscape and often responded the way you would expect them to. A similar but perhaps less well-known case involves a controversy over high-dose chemotherapy and autologous bone marrow transplantation, or HDC-ABMT. I'll try to be brief here. The short version is that in the 1980s, oncologists developed a way to deliver higher doses of chemotherapy than they could in the past because too much chemotherapy will kill the patient. They extracted bone marrow from a patient, subjected them to doses of chemotherapy that would otherwise likely be lethal and destroy their bone marrow, and then re-injected their own bone marrow back into them. After some promising seeming data were published from rather low-quality studies, this treatment exploded in popularity. It was targeted at women with stage 4 breast cancer, and these were heartbreaking stories of women in their 30s and 40s, often with kids and families, who were facing death sentences. This treatment was exceptionally expensive, especially at first, and it killed about 10% of the patients who underwent it. A fight soon broke out between the treatment's creators and proponents on the one hand, which included some extremely well-credentialed oncologists, and insurance companies and skeptical researchers on the other hand. The former argued that this was the best treatment available for otherwise hopeless cases of stage 4 breast cancer, while the latter pointed out that, in fact, the evidence for this risky, expensive, physically brutal treatment was very weak, And they also argued that no one would know for sure how this treatment stacked up to the alternatives until randomized controlled trials were conducted and published. This fight got very politicized. It was seen as one battle in a broader war to get the male-dominated field of medicine to take quote-unquote women's diseases seriously. So some of these poor cancer patients testified before Congress begging for the treatment to be covered, and some blue states actually passed laws mandating its coverage. So the RCTs were conducted at a number of different sites, and their results were published in 1999. As it turned out, the skeptics were correct. HGC ABMT did not outperform the other options. The one exception was an RCT out of South Africa, which did show the treatment worked. Unfortunately, it suffered from a subtle but important flaw, which was that all the data turned out to be totally made up. Other than that, it was a very high-quality study. So the end result of all this was that a large number of women who, like, we should be clear, these were women mostly facing death sentences anyway, but they were subjected to a treatment that likely killed them quicker and in a more painful manner than their cancer would have. Journalists did not acquit themselves well here because it was hard to be seen as quote-unquote against innocent women dying of cancer or quote-unquote for insurance companies. So the best account of this controversy I'm aware of is a book titled False Hope, Bone Marrow Transplantation for Breast Cancer. As the authors explain, quote, the villain in the story, of course, was not only breast cancer itself, but also frequently the insurance companies that refused to pay for the procedure. This was the view of many doctors treating breast cancer, and many reporters simply followed their lead, letting the doctors set the tone for the story rather than giving the insurance industry equal footing. So again, we see that same failure to decouple. The question, has the medical establishment treated women well in the past, is a separate question from, does this treatment work well enough that insurers should cover it? You conflate those two questions, you're going to get very bad outcomes. Okay, that was a little bit of a detour. But from a journalistic perspective, you have the same basic structure of the story here. You have a vulnerable group, trans and gender nonconforming kids who have not been treated well historically. In the worst cases, they've been subjected to generally abusive conversion therapy treatments. But the question, should we treat these kids with dignity and respect and kindness rather than be abusive toward them, is different from the question of does youth gender medicine work? The accurate answer to the second question at the moment is we don't know, but that position is seen as an attack on the personhood of the youth themselves. I already mentioned journalism's collapse, and I think one of the root causes of many of its recent failures, including this one, is that those who are entering the field these days are significantly more privileged, socioeconomically and educationally speaking, than their forebears. So there's some good exploration of this and data, both in Bad News by Batya Ungar Sargon and We Were Never Woke by Musa Argarbi, who is here. I just garbled your name, I'm sorry. But long story short, journalism is increasingly becoming a rich kid's field. As the industry has contracted, making it harder and harder to make a living, new entrants have skewed wealthier and more highly educated. And in terms of kids working at mainstream outlets, they overwhelmingly come from like top tier colleges. So journalism these days, as a result, is about as ideologically lopsided as an anthropology or a psychology department. And this is obviously going to affect coverage of controversial social justice stories and affect how individual journalists respond to social and professional incentives. Now, as a journalist, people do get mad at you. If no one ever gets mad at you, you're probably not doing a very good job. At one point long ago, I had Breitbart, a far-right website, very mad at me. It was unpleasant, but it didn't really matter because I just, by dint of my tribes, I don't hang out with people who read Breitbart or work for Breitbart. It's those people over there being mad at you. And psychologically, and in terms of what incentives you're going to respond to, having your group mad at you and your group sort of responding negatively to your work is just much more potent. I think that's human nature. So activist groups always try to apply pressure on journalists. That's normal. That's the nature of things. But the campaigns surrounding youth gender medicine have been particularly intense. And these groups have adopted what I view as a bit of a take no prisoners approach that doesn't brook any compromise. It's less, do you want to get on the phone with us, talk to us, can we send you our presentation? And it's more, we'll destroy your reputation if you don't write about this in the correct way. And I'm biased here, but I will say one of the worst offenders is GLAAD. I think there's no activist organization that has fought harder to stifle fair journalism on youth gender medicine. I am listed as a member of GLAAD's Accountability Project, which is sort of this online enemies list that is a rogues gallery of alleged bigots and wrong thinkers. I'm also on the Andrea James list Mike Bailey mentioned earlier, which is extremely creepy, just the amount of detail she has put about our family members. So GLAAD would later park a truck outside the New York Times building to protest the newspaper's coverage of trans issues. It had a little billboard on it that said the science is settled, which no. They also coordinated 2 open letters calling out several journalists by name, among them Katie J.M. Baker, Emily Bazelon, and Azine Qureshi. One of these letters was signed by a bunch of activist groups and journalists and celebrities. The other was signed by New York Times contributors. Both letters were bullshit. They just contained complete misrepresentations of what these journalists had actually written. Baker, Bazelon, and Qureshi are all very talented, and they did an excellent job covering an almost unimaginably toxic subject, and they were punished for it in a very visible, high-profile way, with people they know signing letters denouncing them. Those 3 reflect a small group of journalists who have been willing to buck the pressure to toe the line on this issue. There's also an investigative team at Reuters. There's also some of my fellow Substackers like Lisa Sellen-Davis and Ben Ryan. Thankfully, the size of this group has grown in recent years, and some outlets like the Boston Globe springs to mind have started to produce better coverage. But I do just want to linger for a second on that question of sort of peer pressure, basically. Yesterday, Cory mentioned that it's simply too unpleasant for her to go to social psychology conferences anymore. And look, this isn't like doing field work or journalism in a dangerous part of Syria during the civil war. It's not physical danger, but we can all acknowledge it's really unpleasant. Like, one of the benefits of being in one career for a long time and advancing through it is you develop a social network through it. It becomes sort of embedded in your day-to-day life. So when someone broadcasts that you're no longer welcome and you have to start being like, should I go to that party? Should I go to that conference? It's like on the one hand, it's like middle schoolers saying you can't sit at their table. It's dumb and immature and petty, but it's also very potent in some sort of deep evolutionary sense. And the whole point of these shaming campaigns is to make an example of the victim. If you're a young journalist and you see Azine Qureshi, who's a little more experienced than you, wade into this issue and subsequently get called fascist online and have her name run through the mud, why would you possibly follow in her footsteps? The calculus here is obvious. You should run far away from this issue. I think that's especially true these days. A circa 2025 journalist is much more likely than in the past to live in New York or DC, to be pretty far to the left, and to have close personal or professional associations with these activist groups. There's not enough distance there. Writing about this subject is also just plain annoying. So journalists, like everyone else, are a little bit lazy. We will often take the path of least resistance. More than once during the conference, speakers have talked about how encountering unusual processes when they try to write peer-reviewed journals about controversial subjects. Like, suddenly these new editors will pop up and be like, oh, I have thoughts too. Or someone mentioned having to do an independent statistical review, which, like, maybe they should do that for all the bad papers on youth gender medicine they're publishing. That'd be nice. Scott Alexander calls this isolated demands for rigor, and I think this is a pretty big problem. And in journalism, it's just a huge pain in the ass, because if you spend a lot of time developing a pitch, you get the first draft in, 4 drafts later, there's way more questions, and then the piece gets canned. You don't know for sure that's because of the subject matter, but I think if you write about this subject, that is more likely to happen. Suddenly, editors you will have never heard of, or maybe even an affinity group within that organization, will have a lot of editorial input, and it's just not worth it, basically. Why not just write a story about how Donald Trump is bad? Nobody's going to pop up and demand extra editing on that. I don't want to totally impugn the motives of the journalists who have done a poor job on the subject. I think a lot of them just defer to activists and don't know how to read research papers closely. And because peer review is so profoundly, completely broken, which is a point I can't emphasize enough, there's a constant stream of sludge being produced on this subject and on so many others. And some journalists have just gotten a little bit drunk on this sludge, and they've convinced themselves that only a bigot would question the evidence for youth gender medicine. As a result, there's been an overwhelming slant to the coverage, and the actual controversy here has mostly gone addressed, even as liberal medical types in Europe have realized what's going on. And I've talked to a lot of families in my reporting who are just so frustrated by the difficulty of just getting good, honest answers, they will go to the local gender clinic, sometimes a major gender clinic at a hospital you guys have heard of, and basically be handed activist propaganda. They have a lot, Julia Mason's in the front row here, she knows this. It's hard to find good information. So journalism, I think, has really caused or contributed to a problem there. It also doesn't help that so many professional organizations have put out confusing or inaccurate policy statements or guidelines on this issue. You'll often see journalists say, well, every major medical organization supports X or Y or Z, or language to that effect. to me, this just circles back to the same problem of the dedicated, dogged reporters of the past. I mean, I don't want to idealize it. There've always been shitty reporters, but there were dedicated, dogged ones, and they've been laid off and replaced by younger, more political and deferential reporters. If you're a journalist, you should not automatically take what a professional society says at face value. They often have checkered histories and agendas of their own, and that's absolutely true here. I mean, anyone unfamiliar with it, look up the Jason Rafferty statement put out by the American Academy of Pediatrics. 10% of you are chuckling, 90% of you have no idea what the hell I'm talking about. There was an interesting debate here a couple days ago about whether academics tend to be conformist, people-pleasing types or iconoclasts. And I sort of understand both sides of that argument in different ways. As far as journalism is concerned, I do think that a baseline level of skepticism toward everyone is a prerequisite to being decent at this job. And a lot of younger journalists these days only apply that skepticism in a very selective manner. They're perfectly happy to pick through conservative claims or conservative coded claims with a fine-tooth comb in search of anything that could possibly be wrong. But on the other hand, they're wildly deferential to the point of unprofessionalism when it comes to anything that an activist or a doctor toting a left-coded story has to say, particularly if that activist or doctor comes from a prestigious institution. And I just think that's the opposite of what journalism is supposed to be about. Okay, I was successful in talking quickly. I think we have about 10 minutes for questions. Thank you guys for listening.
Thanks, Jesse, for your talk. Towards the, at one point of your talk, you were sort of alluding to this pipeline problem, like how, only wealthy, only people with a certain ideological predilection get into journalism. I think there's some similar feelings that's analogous. There's an analogous situation when it comes to academia. I mean, how do you think journalism as an institution could solve that pipeline problem?
It can't, but it could improve things a little bit by. I want to be careful here because like newsrooms really were much too white until recently. Like there was a genuine diversity problem. I'm not skeptical of that, but there's been way too much of an emphasis on like, oh, let's have a rainbow coalition of different young reporters who all went to Oberlin and Harvard, which is that's not real diversity. So like I am the last guy you should ask about how to improve the pipeline for genuinely working class communities of all colors, but that would make a massive difference. So the New Republic, which these days vacillates between doing good and horrible work, they just announced a position to cover inequality in America, to cover like economic insecurity, and it's a staff job that pays $125,000. And I think for a job like that, they will actually recruit from working class folks. So that's like the kind of thing that can help, but that's like a piecemeal thing. And overall, the financial issues are so messed up. There's not a solution, I don't think. That was a downer, sorry.
Is this on? Yeah. I know you and Katie have talked about this on the podcast, but maybe people here haven't listened to all the episodes I have. Can you talk a little bit about how academics could possibly influence this piece of the puzzle that I think is very important in this problem, which is press releases put out by academic departments that completely overstate or misstate the results and then are fed to media? And I think it's hugely problematic.
Yeah, up at Washington University, there's like a notorious in my circle study put out by a woman named Diana Tordoff and her team. And the UW communications office just put out a press release basically lying about what was in the study. And they actually corrected it when I pointed out some of the problems. They partially corrected it. It's still not good. This has been a problem forever. I had a book in 2021 called The Quick Fix, which was not about trans stuff, just about sort of social psychology's problems in general. I think they're like, I don't mean name and shame people, like try to get people fired, but there have been past attempts to track this problem of press releases that don't line up with the actual study. And I don't think there's been that much progress made there. And I think all you can do is like try to make a stink about it when it occurs, because it discredits institutions.
Yep.
Hi there, Melissa Cohen, freelance turf. You may be from, I don't know, I've been following you for a long time, but I have two questions. One is about the journalistic ethics of referring to a man as she and not really knowing whether your audience knows that it's clearly a man, like you just referred to Andrea James, who's a man, and he's not a she. So I don't think that's ethical, but I want your take on it. And the other question is referring to, like just saying in passing trans kids. Like, that's kind of, to me, reifying that some kids really are trans. Like, rather, wait, let me just finish, 2 seconds. And so how is that ethical? To create a category and keep reifying it when there is no proven category?
I mean, I think I just disagree about like uses of language here. So when I call Andrea James she, like it's basically an etiquette decision, and I found it's just worth following the etiquette on that. There's very little to be gained in not following that etiquette. Now, I can imagine exceptions to it. I mean, there was a case in California involving like a prison rapist. I wouldn't have it in me to call someone like that she, but it's just a decision I've made about language. And I think the way pronouns are sort of tricky linguistically, and I don't think like when I call someone she, I don't feel like I'm saying they are biologically female. I think it's a little bit more of a social agreement than that. As for trans kids, I think there's situations where it's better to use a phrase like gender questioning kids or gender dysphoric kids, but there is a group of kids who identify as trans. I don't think describing how someone describes or using the term they use means you're endorsing it any more than, I don't know, I can think of a lot of other examples where I don't think it means you're endorsing their interpretation. I suspect they do.
All right, let's.
I mean, Andrew James is a trans activist. Sorry, Mike Bailey mentioned it earlier.
Other questions? Yeah.
There's Mike Bailey.
Well, the previous questioner kind of preempted my question, which was, have you confronted ideological intolerance from the other side yet?
Yeah. No, I mean, there's a subset of listeners who are mad about the decisions we've made about pronouns and who, I think I'm just like pretty moderate on this stuff. I think most of the people involved in all of this are not evil. I think human institutions create weird outcomes, and the medical establishment often creates less than ideal outcomes. So I think I think people would be surprised how many emails I get from the other side, as it were. But it's not like a sides thing, but yeah.
Hey, Jesse, that was really interesting. One thing that I learned a few years ago was how you need essentially no data to allow surgeries to happen. And this is just surgeries in general. So do you think there's an interaction here where some of what we're seeing just has to do with the fact that there's like very little oversight over surgeries at large?
Yeah, I mean, I'm far from an expert in that area. I just think the main difference here is you're talking about minors, and a different set of rules should apply. There seems to be a consensus now that for adults, something like informed consent should reign, where like if someone has the risks and benefits explained to them, they should be able to do whatever they want. I think that gets sort of tricky, especially how weak the evidence is. But yeah, I think there's a general problem of over-medicalization and consumer-driven medicine that is interacting with this.
All right, this will probably be our last one.
So you were talking initially about surgeries and decisions to implement certain types of treatments, and I think about journalists reporting on these subjects, and if there are papers in the literature, they're typically supported with what we would call statistics. And there are lies, and then there are damn lies, and then there are statistics, and we all know this, that statistics are correlations, not causes. And I wonder in the journalistic field, how many journalists reporting in these areas have any inkling of what statistics are about?
Yeah, this is a huge problem. I've said this a few times. I just said to someone the other day, I got a master's in public policy where I learned just basic stats. And, if someone 1 to 10 scale, 10 is a quant PhD, 1 is no math background, I'm like maybe a 3. That puts me so far ahead of other journalists. And just like a basic framework for understanding how bad statistical claims are made goes a long way.
Great, thanks very much.
Thank you, guys.
Hello, everyone. My name is Paul Schmidt. I'm an associate professor of chemistry at Hillsdale College. Interestingly, formerly of Wabash College in Indiana. an all-male school, and happens to be Andrea James' alma mater, so make of that what you will. Never thought that would come up, but the more you know. It's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Matt Burgess. Matt is interested in anything that's interesting. You can read on his website. He received his PhD from the University of Minnesota, spent some time near my hometown at CU Boulder, but is currently at the University of Wyoming, where he has a wide range of research interests, publishing papers on everything from economic growth futures and climate change, reducing the political polarization of environmental issues, conservation, and the mathematical modeling of human environment systems. He contributes regularly to podcasts and recently launched his own Grounded Not Divided. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Burgess.
Thank you all for having me, especially Anna for organizing this conference. When I was deciding what to talk about, I kept thinking, I'm going to be in a room full of my favorite contrarians, some of my intellectual heroes. What can I say that will challenge even them? And what I came up with is this: your speech is freer than you think. Now, contrarians being contrarians, they also did me the privilege and posed the challenge to me of having to speak in a day after basically the people who've gotten the most death threats in the conference. So thank you for that also. But I really think that for most of us, our speech is freer than we think. As bad as censorship is in academia, self-censorship is worse, as Musa talked a little bit about the other day. And I think it does more damage. Academics self-censor because we are risk-averse. But I'm here to tell you that the rewards to not speaking up are bigger than we think. The rewards to speaking up are bigger than we think. I'm off to a bad start here. And the risks to not speaking up and to maintain the status quo are also bigger than we think. But before I do that, I do want to acknowledge, yes, academia really does have a censorship problem. We've been hearing about it for 3 days. There's a big hard left censorship problem that mostly comes from on campus, and there's a smaller but growing hard right censorship problem that mostly comes from off campus. Greg Lukianoff, who's speaking later, Ricky Schlott, Fire, and others have shown that the past decade in academia has been much worse than McCarthyism by the numbers. This is a comparison based on the Fire data in terms of firings and the fraction of scholars self-censoring the written work. If you want to just get a general feel for how messed up academia has been over the past 10 years, I encourage you to entertain the following thought exercise. Consider these two ideas. One of these ideas is supported by majorities of every racial group. One of these ideas is opposed by majorities of every racial group. One of these ideas is a mandate of federal civil rights law. One of these ideas and others like it and related to it got thousands of people killed since the summer of 2020 who were disproportionately poor and black. One of these ideas was unsayable in large swaths of academia for years. For example, getting geoscientist Dorian Abbott uninvited from a prestigious lecture at MIT. Which do you think is which? And what does that say about us? Of course, I could have picked on many other bad ideas that have come from woke academia and been mainstreamed over the past decade. Ideas that have, ironically, harmed the most disadvantaged communities in America's blue cities the most. At the same time, we were also, ironically, telling people that impact matters more than intent. Backlash against these ideas and their harms helped Trump get elected and gave him a big mandate to reform higher education, whether we like that or not. But you know what? If you're not a Trump supporter, I say Trump is the least of our worries because we're losing the public. As you can see from the graph on the left, academia's so-called Great Awakening, measured here by the prevalence of DEI and NSF grants and attempted cancellations from the left, though there are many other measures that have the same pattern, coincide with declines in public trust and enrollment. Now, the black line in enrollment doesn't look that impressive, but think about, a 5 to 10% change in enrollment is actually a really big deal if you're trying to run a university financially. And the enrollment is dramatically declined in the humanities, which is the epicenter of woke ideology. The graph on the right shows that this isn't a coincidence, for those of you who say correlation isn't causation, which is true. Political agendas have now become the #1 reason Americans don't trust universities, passing costs recently. And political agendas in this Gallup survey that this is based on means one of, quote, indoctrination, brainwashing, propaganda, too liberal political, not allowing students to think for themselves, pushing their own agenda, too much concentration on diversity, equity, inclusion, or too socialist. So our house is on fire, and FIRE, the organization, estimated in 2022 that almost 60% of academics were self-censoring in their scholarly publications, and almost 80% were self-censoring in their public writing, talks, or interviews. Our jobs as academics, our fiduciary duty, as Jonathan Haidt would say, is to discover and publicly tell the truth, and most of us are too afraid to do it, although I was pleased to see Nate Honeycutt show that it's gone down a little bit in the last couple of years. But it's still too high. And many of us who are not afraid seem to want to double down on the status quo. So, to my fellow academics, and I have to admit I'm mostly talking to the people who are going to watch this later and not to the people in this room who are self-selected for their bravery, but my fellow academics, if you don't see the major existential risks in continuing to self-silence and continuing to allow higher ed to alienate the public and their elected representatives, then I say you don't have a big enough imagination. So continuing to self-silence carries much bigger risks than we realize. But there's good news. For most of us, I'm going to argue that speaking up carries much smaller risks and much bigger rewards than we realize. When I was in grad school, my PhD advisor, who a week or two ago won the National Medal of Science, used to say, if you're lucky, you'll be known for one great idea by the end of your career. Of course, he's known for like 10 great ideas, but that's why we can't all win the National Medal of Science. His point was that the progress and the rewards of science are in many ways driven by a small number of the very best ideas, and if you're lucky, you'll have one of them. Statistically speaking, the impact and rewards of academic research have a heavily right-skewed distribution. And that means upside risks are larger than downside risks, and that means that risk-taking is rewarded on average. To give a specific example, the distribution of citations in most fields is log normal, as the graph on the left shows. So if you were given a choice between a paper guaranteed to have the 50th percentile in citations or an equal chance of the 25th and 75th, statistically, you should take the risky option. That would be the best bet on average. Okay, that's all well and good, but where do you find these great ideas or these calculated risks, these questions that my PhD advisor promised would define your careers? Another great scientist, Nobel laureate Steven Weinberg, said in a famous commencement address at McGill University, go for the messes. That's where the action is. In other words, look for the questions that aren't just important, but are also understudied. But that raises the question, if a question is important, why wouldn't people be studying it? There are many possible reasons that I won't bore you with, but one common reason is that people are afraid. Today, scholars are afraid of woke cancel mobs or increasingly censorious backlash against wokeness from conservative governments and donors. But I'm here to tell you that the path to academic greatness has always run through pissing off powerful people. What I like to say to my graduate students is, if you want to do paradigm-shifting research, you're going to need the courage to break somebody's paradigm. Probably that person's going to be powerful and upset. So it's not just academics who wade into controversial social and political issues who benefit from developing thick skin. So what I say to all the scholars out there who are wondering whether to pursue an important but risky idea of research, and who realize that a lot of people are afraid to pursue these important questions, what I say to you is, what a tremendous opportunity. I'm an economist, and Econ 101 tells us that if supply of something is low and demand is high, then society will pay a high price for it. And by the way, to all the academics that are pushing the unpopular far left ideology, the same is also true that if demand is high and, if demand is low and supply is high, the society is not going to pay a high price for it. But back to the risky stuff, if you want real world examples of this, think of Jordan Peterson, who was just a normal psych professor when I was an undergraduate at University of Toronto. And now he sells out basketball stadiums that NBA teams play in, even though he's persona non grata in academia. Love him or hate him, I would say he won. In fact, he himself jokes that he, quote, figured out how to monetize social justice warriors. Or think of Bari Weiss, who was pushed out of the New York Times for her fairly moderate and popular political views, and who now runs a news startup, The Free Press, with over 1 million subscribers. And that's higher than the vast majority of print news outlets in the United States. I think there's only about a handful that have that many. There are countless other examples of people who I would argue have taken their courage and common sense to the bank, including several people in this room. Okay, here are a bunch of much more boring examples from my own career, and haven't sold out any basketball stadiums yet. Starting in early 2020, my friends and collaborators, Roger Pielke Jr. and Justin Ritchie, and a few others, pointed out that an extremely unrealistic emission scenario was by far the most widely used in climate change research and was often being called business as usual. The graph on the left shows how much higher this emissions scenario's carbon dioxide projections are in red compared to more realistic business as usual scenarios in purple. It's a big difference. The graph on the right shows that this unrealistically hot scenario was by far the most mentioned scenario in the last 2 IPCC climate change impacts reports, the so-called Working Group 2. Why does this scenario have such high emissions? Well, it does because it assumes that the world in 2100 is going to be an ultra-rich and equal economic utopia, despite being unlivably hot in the tropics because of all the climate change, and yet the world is going to be so unconcerned about climate change the whole century that in 2100 there'll be fewer climate policies and worse economics for renewables than we have today. I call bullshit. The scenario forecasts 2 to 3 degrees Celsius more warming by 2100 than more plausible scenarios do. And so the large number of studies that are using this scenario to forecast climate change impacts are probably exaggerating the impacts. Needless to say, this claim we were making was very embarrassing for climate science. Before our first paper on this came out, I remember some of my graduate students asking me in a group meeting, won't this give ammunition to people trying to dismiss climate science? Won't this invite blowback from the climate community, especially against me, someone who at that point hadn't worked much on climate change? I started my career working on endangered species. And in a way, my students were right to be worried about these things. For example, our work was cited by the controversial climate change flyers that were released at the end of the first Trump administration. And it was also cited by the famous climate contrarian group, the Heartland Institute, and others like it, which sometimes, I would argue, do spread misinformation about climate change. And I also personally got some blowback. So for example, I was occasionally called names online like fossil fool. Twitter was still woke back then. And I don't have the screenshots because the people moved to Blue Sky, which Jesse Singal tells me is a safe space. Graduate students from other research groups in my department said I was spreading misinformation and trashed me behind my back to my own graduate students. And my collaborator, Roger Pielke Jr., who admittedly has a longer list of thought crimes and pushed our view a little bit more pugnaciously online than I did, got even harsher blowback, and you can read about it on his blog. But the upside was much greater than the downside for me. I would argue for Roger, though he can speak for himself, and certainly for others who made similar points. Our work on this was cited by the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, several pieces of congressional testimony in the World Bank, to name a few. It seems to be influencing the plans for the scenarios in the next or 7th IPCC report. And by the way, that shows that climate science is pivoting in response to the evidence we presented, I would say to its great credit. My papers on this are some of the most cited in my career. And when I go up for tenure, I have no doubt that this work will count positively, not negatively, towards my case. And I think that would have been true even if I was still in environmental studies in Boulder and not in business in Wyoming. Don't worry, my research has also pissed off the right sometimes. For example, last January, I published evidence that climate change is costing Republicans votes, and it probably cost Trump enough votes, all else equal in 2020, to tip that election against him. The same Heartland Institute blogger who previously praised me as a brave truth teller for my work on scenarios now said I was a Democratic Party shill. And I had a lot of fun comparing the two articles on Twitter with her. Here are some of my other hot takes. I have research showing that what you would call woke social justice posturing is probably costing the climate change movement public and legislative support. Major economic forecasts are probably too optimistic on growth and inequality. An alumnus sent me an email saying that I was a socialist and wishing me a Merry Christmas when that came out. Elon Musk's polarizing online presence, we thought that it might be improving the willingness to buy Teslas among conservatives. We found that it didn't, and it actually just turned liberals against Teslas. But nonetheless, I've argued that he should win the Nobel Peace Prize for his work on advancing clean technologies, whereas other people have won the Nobel Peace Prize just for raising awareness about the issue of climate change. I found that being an equal opportunity offender protects you in a weird way. Not only have I not been canceled yet, the past couple of years have been some of the best of my career for press coverage, citations, speaking invitations from groups all across the political spectrum, and the like. When you show that you're not on a team, that you care about the truth more than you care about politics, and that you're open to changing your mind, my experience so far has been that people begrudgingly trust and respect you, even if they don't like you or agree with what you're saying. I've also found that you can have important conversations with audiences that you might not have reached otherwise. For example, last fall I gave a talk to a conservative business group in Western Colorado, and in the talk I mentioned our scenarios research. In the Q&A, someone told me that he didn't think human-caused climate change was real. And I was able to tell him, look, I told you that we got the scenarios wrong. If we were wrong about climate change, I would have told you. But we're not, and here's why. And I don't think I would have had the opportunity to have that conversation had I not had an entrance of credibility with that audience. And I've had similar experience talking to left-wing groups about how to talk to Republicans about climate change. Okay, if all this climate change stuff is too tame for this audience, I can't compete with a death threats crowd, but you know, you're all special in a good way. I should be clear. I also mentioned that I tried my hand at whistleblowing recently. In June, I wrote a piece in the Chronicle of Higher Education about an illegal race and gender-based faculty hiring program at my previous university, CU Boulder, which I still was at the time, which I suspect was the main way faculty were hired for 2 years. And I suspect there's going to be some journal reporting coming out by somebody else that confirms that soon. A handful of people criticized me for this on social media, but I got many more emails and social media posts filled with praise and thanks from all over the country. And no one retaliated against me at CU. I had extensive documentation. I had previously reported some of my concerns through proper and internal channels. I gave CU's head of issues management a heads up about the piece beforehand and got her to confirm some key details on the record. And most importantly, federal law and 3/4 of the American public agree with me that race and gender-based hiring is wrong. So if there had been a fight, it would have been an easy fight for me to win, either in the court of public opinion or in an actual court. And I was also leaving, but I don't think they would have retaliated against me anyway. Turns out other people have sued them for different things, and it's usually fine. The point is, my experience so far at least has been that wading into an area of research or thought that has clear importance and or mainstream appeal, but is being self-censored in hyper-progressive academia, comes with large upsides and risks that I would characterize as annoying, sometimes very annoying, but not existential. And I think this is especially true now in 2025, as opposed to, say, in 2020. Now, I recognize that many people have had worse experiences than mine, including several people in this room. Some people do get canceled. But looking closely at recent cases in the FIRE database, I think reveals what some of the important career risk comorbidities are, which may rationalize people using more caution than I've used. 1, being employed at a private school that explicitly restricts speech, like a religious school. 2, being an adjunct or an at-will faculty member on a short-term contract who can be dismissed without explanation. 3, being on the job market or between jobs. It's a lot easier to not hire somebody for a dubious reason than it is to fire somebody for a dubious reason where usually you have to write it down. Having a marginal tenure or promotion case. Again, if you have a marginal tenure or promotion case, it's easy for somebody to vote against you for a dubious reason and get away with it. Having actually violated a major policy in addition to the speech offense. So for example, if you are selectively prosecuted for sleeping with undergrads because they don't like your speech, that doesn't work if you don't sleep with undergrads. Just a thought. Being in a university or department at risk of closure or major funding cuts, where a bunch of people's careers might be weighed against yours. And lastly, having a take that is extremely unpopular or taboo in society, not just in hyper-progressive academia. So for example, someone canceled for questioning affirmative action is going to have a much easier time finding a large audience outside of academia and making their institution look silly for firing them than someone canceled for sympathizing with Hamas, calling Jews roaches, or attending the Charlottesville Unite the Right rally, to name 3 real examples from 2024 that resulted in firing. People with these career risk comorbidities are, of course, entitled to freedom of speech and academic freedom, even if I don't like their speech or their sexual proclivities with their students. And academia needs to be a safe place for boundary pushers. That's the main reason tenure exists. But I admit that people with these comorbidities may be self-censoring rationally. And so I'm not necessarily trying to change your calculation, except maybe about the undergrads. I also understand why some people are afraid to get into the public arena so visibly that they have to worry about physical threats, doxing, and the like. Again, there are people in this room with harrowing stories of this nature who all spoke before me. But I would argue that is not most people. It's certainly not the professor wondering whether it's okay to speak up in a faculty meeting about DEI statements or protected class discrimination. A former colleague recently told me about a tenured professor who created an anonymous email address to tepidly raise such concerns with a search chair. I'm sorry, but that's pathetic. And if that's the standard our senior faculty continue to set, we're in big trouble. Being an administrator is, of course, another comorbidity. One thing that I like to ask people is, name me an administrator who's famous for doing something good. And he's like 2 examples. And then I say, name me an example of an administrator who's famous for screwing up. And it's like, so the left tail is maybe the dominant risk there. And most administrations are at will and have fewer free speech protections, so that's a career risk comorbidity. But you don't have my sympathy if you're an administrator. If you don't have the courage to lead, don't sign up for leadership positions. Among rank and file tenured and tenure-track faculty, though, the vast, vast majority of us have none of these comorbidities. And so we have much more freedom and much more incentive, I would argue, to speak up than we realize. So why then are we so afraid? According to FIRE's survey, we're most afraid of damaging our reputations when we self-censor. And I imagine that includes things like being criticized online or in the media, losing friends or collaborators, not getting invited to in-crowd parties or workshops. I've always been a homebody anyway, so, I don't care. Or being frozen out by sympathetic but cowardly friends. And you know what? I called these things annoying a minute ago, and I get it. They are really annoying, and I've experienced most of them myself. But I encourage my colleagues to remember the even larger benefits of speaking up on the other side of the coin, both for your career and for your integrity. Our integrity is our most precious asset. If we relinquish our integrity to ideology or fear, then we do not deserve the public's trust, their respect, or their money. And institutions need to do better too. Academic institutions need to incentivize and transparently reward courage more, because ever the self-interested, upwardly mobile conformist, where's Musa, we're going to respond to incentives. Because academia may reward risk-taking, as I showed in the long term, but it currently attracts risk avoiders. So there's studies that have found that professions that have low pay variance, less performance pay, and professions where you're teaching attract risk avoiders on average. Musa emphasized the conformism. I suspect neuroticism is also an aspect, although I couldn't actually find data on the distribution of neuroticism among faculty versus the public. But neuroticism has been associated with risk avoidance. And an interesting thing about neuroticism is that in some cases, high-functioning forms of it are positively associated with college performance, undergrad performance. If you're more worried about failing, you're going to study harder, you're going to do better. But studies have found that it's negatively associated with research performance, and I suspect this has something to do with risk. There are lots of good reasons humans evolved to avoid risk. We were prey for most of our species' history, as Kurt Gray recently observed in the New York Times. But this instinct is maladaptive in contexts like research, where upside risks dominate. And by the way, I have nothing against people who are high in neuroticism. I am one of you. So we should hire, promote, and reward academics who demonstrate courage. We should think about this when we hire grad students. We should think about this when we hire faculty. And we should definitely think about this when we hire deans and other administrators. And we should not focus nearly as much on hiring people who are people pleasers or people that we want to have a beer with. In closing, I'm energized by this gathering addressing the problem of censorship in science. I hope this week has inspired more people to join the fight for free speech and for academic freedom. And in the year of our Lord 2025, I'm cautiously optimistic that we will win. But I want everybody to remember, freedom of speech accomplishes nothing if we don't have the courage to use it. Thank you.
Okay, I think we have just about 2 minutes for questions here. Let's see, let's go right over here first. I can just bring my mic. And then down here right afterward.
I admire your optimism. I admire your courage in saying so. I agree with nearly everything that you said. But Roger Pielke, I've had him as a guest on my webinar a couple of times. And what has struck me about his career is that for a long time, he spoke exactly as you do. You know, you say, I don't mind making these controversial statements. It's fine. I have tenure. It was uncomfortable.
I don't have tenure.
Well, okay, I hope that you get it soon. But you know, his position was, he was in a position to have the same kind of optimism as you do, and he's left academia, and he's written quite publicly about it. What concerned me about the evidence that you presented, I was looking at the list of comorbidities that you're talking about, and nearly in every case, those comorbidities are getting worse. And I wonder if you could comment on that.
Well, I think fewer people are sleeping with their undergrads, so that one's getting better. But yeah, I grant that several others are getting worse. Look, Roger's a good friend of mine. I don't particularly want to discuss his case for him. He should do that for himself. Your point about the there's more adjuncts, there's more at-will employees, that's all well taken. I think the Overton window for debating some of the issues that have gotten some of the people in this room in trouble is opening, so that I think is also getting better. But look, it's these things are not independent, right? The more people speak up, the less risky it is to speak up. Now also, that the more people speak up, the more the supply curve shifts, and so the fewer Jordan Petersons are going to be. So get on it now. So yeah, I guess the glass is half empty, and definitionally, it's also half full.
Yes, please.
Okay, so I'm Dean Musavi. I'm one of those people who was canceled, who was in the contingent faculty realm. And we need to remember, that is the vast majority of people in academia. So if comorbidities make it so that you can't speak, most people in academia do not have the ability to speak. So that's an observation. Second is the question. Studies have shown that despite all of our talk, whistleblowers themselves do not prosper. They may do good for society, but they pay a personal price. So long as that is true, how is academia going to dig itself out of this hole?
Good question. So on your first point about adjuncts and at will, you're absolutely right that that's a large fraction of faculty. And my point about comorbidities was not a normative one, right? It's just an observation that such folks, as it sounds like you've experienced, I'm sorry to hear, have less freedom. Now, it's worth remembering that academia is the exception. You know, tenured and tenure-track faculty are the exception for freedom, not the norm, right? So my brother, who's a president of a company, he can be fired for any reason, right? You know, he may be more secure in other ways than an adjunct, but not in terms of his speech. So yes, I am extremely supportive of any initiatives or efforts or policies that increase and improve the academic freedom for adjuncts and punish those who would violate it. But you're right that it's a problem. Remind me what your second.
The big question is, so long as whistleblowers have their lives.
Oh, yeah.
How is this problem ever going to?
So I think in the context that we're talking about pursuing important but controversial lines of research, it doesn't exactly perfectly map onto whistleblowing always, right? And you know, if I go back to my Econ 101 curve, I would say, you know, you need. What I'm assuming about the demand curve and the supply curve has to be true, right? So if you are saying something that nobody wants to hear, even outside of academia, then econ can't help you, right? And again, that's a positive statement, not a normative one. There's lots of people who say such things that should, and most of them have every right to. But I think when you're talking about areas of research like the climate change scenario stuff that are, I mean, honestly, there's no good reason why I should have been anywhere close to being first on that or second, you know, depending on how you measure. Right? Because what the heck did I know? So I think that there are really opportunities in areas where there's high demand that people aren't realizing, and pushing through the annoyance is sort of why the supply curve is low, and there's no way around that. But I don't think it's true that whistleblowers, in the sense of research, are always punished.
Okay, for the sake of time, we should go ahead and wrap it up there, but please thank me again, or please join me in thanking Professor Burgess.
All right, welcome back. So great to be here, and thank you to the organizers for the invitation. My name is Julia Shaletsky. I'm an adjunct professor at the University of California, Berkeley in molecular therapeutics. I run the Molecular Therapeutics Initiative. I'm a biochemist by training, originally from Germany. And I'm really excited to be here. I'm also the co-chair of Heterodox Academy chapter in Berkeley, and have co-authored a paper with Anna and Jay and some other people on analyzing funding streams and intrusion of DEI into taxpayer-funded science funding. And I have an active research project in this area at the moment, and been in this field for a little bit. And it's my great pleasure to introduce Jerry Coyne and Luana Maroja to you as well. They're both professors. Luana is an evolutionary biologist and professor at Williams College, got her undergrad and master's degree from the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, and a PhD from Cornell University. She's interested in population ecology, phylogeny, speciation, population genetics, phylogeography, and has done extensive fieldwork in Brazil, Panama, and in the US. She works on a variety of organisms, including small mammals, crickets, butterflies, loves animals, as I can tell, you know, and has published more than 35 scientific papers. And then Jerry doesn't need an introduction, but I'll give you one. Jerry Coyne is Professor Emeritus in the Department of Ecology and Evolution at the University of Chicago, where he worked on the genetics of species formation, specializing in fruit flies. He graduated from the College of William and Mary and got his PhD at Harvard University. Besides 125 scientific papers, Jerry co-wrote a scholarly book about his research area of speciation and 2 trade books, Why Evolution is True and Faith versus Fact, Why Science and Religion Are Incompatible. He is the recipient of a Guggenheim Award and the Richard Dawkins Award, was president of the Society for the Study of Evolution, and is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences. So welcome, both of you. And today our panel is about censorship and pseudoscience in the life sciences, and I would even say more broadly about integrity of science. This is something many scientists take for granted because we all grew up with integrity of science and, you know, general enlightenment values and liberties that we all take for granted because we can't really remember a time when they weren't there. But things are slowly eroding, and I think it's very important that we nip in the bud the denial of reality that is penetrating several fields and has been penetrating several fields, including ours, of natural science. And as natural scientists, we're uniquely rooted in observing things as they are and testing and experimenting with these systems, and has become difficult in some areas due to ideological and politicization of science that has been taking place. I just want to take a minute to think about why this is important, because sometimes I talk to my colleagues and they don't really see why it's important to fight for this and to nip this in the bud. And it's really the negative effects that are there both for scientists and for society at large. I mean, on societal levels, if we do science that is compelled or guided into politically desirable directions or censored, we don't produce the data that's needed to make good decisions. We use tax money to generate projects that keep people busy but don't generate data that is reliable for politicians to make best decisions based on. And so in the end, we have outcomes that cause morbidity, mortality, and also economic loss. And it's directly related to the fact that we can't answer the question according to the best science, but we have to, certain questions can't be asked. And then there's also negative effect on scientists themselves. We can't pursue truth if science is compromised that way. And also the next generation coming after us is increasingly brainwashed, which has been an issue, and it really puts into question the long-term viability of this scientific endeavor, which is not something that naturally arises over time in all societies. It's really a product of the Enlightenment, and something we should be proud of. Science is hard to do. You can't really trust yourself. You have to constantly question yourself. You have to accept others' input as being maybe better, maybe you're wrong about something. These are all things that don't come natural to human beings, and we had to fight for those, and also for the ability to do science without influence of religion or very powerful people in the past. And so that's how I want to frame this. This is why it's important to fight for this. And I would like to start by asking both of you how you got into this field. Like, what was your moment when you said you had to take action? Yeah.
Okay. I got involved in this, I think it was 2018, due to events that I started noticing right after the first election of Trump. So it started in the classroom. So I teach at a liberal arts school. And in the classroom one day, I taught genetics for years before that. And I teach a part on heritability, where I also discuss IQ and the influence of genes and the environment and all that. And in that day, a student stood up in the audience, and first she said that IQ is not real and you can't measure it. And then that heritability was also a problem. And finally, the next semester, I got a huge letter pushing back on kin selection, which is just the idea that relatives help each other, and the example was bees and queens and stuff like that. And I got like a 3-page email saying that basically I was endorsing Trump hiring Ivanka. I should have done like Carole Hooven and sent that to my chair, and so I did, and I just responded to the email saying, no, this is not the case, like we what happens naturally does not mean that we should emulate or imitate and so on. Then it was just the next semester when we had these invitations for various speakers, controversial speakers. Derbyshire was one, and we tried to pass the Chicago Statement after these invited speakers got so much publicity due to their disinvitations that I thought, why are we doing that? Why are we getting them more famous? The students broke into one of the faculty meetings discussing the Chicago Statement, telling all white professors to sit down and confess to their privilege, and they were carrying free speech harms signs. And in the end, as I was not a white male professor, I didn't have to sit down. In the end, I was the only one discussing back with them and saying, you really want to... The craziness continued, right? And it's almost never ending. Then the case of Abigail Thompson, that she mentions a person who got an award this week. This person is in my college, and I saw when he started the cancellation campaign against her, and we took action to various colleagues in the college took action to fight that. And this person continued to get like more and more prestige inside the college, talking to alums, talking to, and until very recently, this person was very high up in contact with the administration and so on. Then more craziness continued, it never ends. Every week there is a new one. So we start to get pushback against teaching the sex binary in biology. My colleague said that they're not going to touch that with a 10-foot pole. They're not going to teach that. And I started teaching. I use clickers so the students can vote anonymously. And I started asking, like, oh, how many sexes are there? And I would give options from 2 to infinite, it's a continuum. And there's more people voting on the infinite, it's a continuum than any other category. And only 5% of the students were voting on 2. So these are beginning, by the way, not no majors. This is majors. This is biologists. They don't know that there are 2 kinds of gametes, that sex is defined by gametes. And instead they think it's defined by hairiness. That was my next slide, was like, how is it defined? And hairiness was a top one. It was like, how do you define hairiness in sea urchins or plants? Never mind. So then we had a bunch of surprises. So climate scientists claiming that climate change is an invention of white colonialists to justify the colonization of Africa. This is a professor at environmental studies. There was then, like just 2 weeks ago, we had a gender study, Africana study, and DEI invited speaker to talk about fat studies and how fatness is actually quite healthy and there is no excessive mortality, except that doctors are fat phobic and refuse to treat fat patients. So that was why I went to that talk, and the person wrote like the problems of acceptance of fatness, and listed all the isms: racism, sexism, transphobia, all the list. I actually have a funny picture with that Blackboard presentation, and then she wrote science on top. And the amazing thing for me is that in the past we always had, anti-science people always existed for us. It was like creationism, right? Creationism has always existed. But the college was always opposed to that. They were not being invited by the administration to give talks. They were fringe. They were outside of the academic realm, and we start to see these areas and this resistance to science being endorsed by the university, by the administrators. So this is something that is quite new.
Thank you.
Yes. Oh, okay. Being hard to determine, a second answer to the question of how I got into this in 3 words, which is laws of physics. It's determined from the Big Bang, more or less. But I'll try to confect the story, because our lives are all chaotic, and post facto, we always make up a story that makes sense. So I'll be brief. If, as an evolutionary biologist, one is always assailed by creationists, and I was from the very first day that I taught at the University of Maryland, when in the plaza below my classroom, a preacher was waving his Bible and saying that evolution was a tool of Satan. And that was when I started realizing, well, yeah, there's all these people out there that are believing these lies, the big lies, and as a scientist, of course, you are sworn to fight against things that you know palpably untrue. So I spent the first part of my career fighting creationism as well as teaching. And then I guess I have a naturally authoritarian and aggressive personality. That led to a popular book on evolution, why evolution is true. And then I wondered, well, if evolution is true, why didn't my book convince all of Americans to accept evolution? Because only 30% of them, actually 22% of them do. The rest think that God had a hand in it. And then when I investigated, well, why is that true? Then I realized that's religion. So then you get into another realm of big lies that people have to believe. And then that led to another book, which is Faith versus Fact, why evolution and science are incompatible. And as soon as that died down, then all this woke nonsense started, and a lot of it, which we'll talk about today, is anti-biological. The one that riled me the most, which I'm still fighting against this very minute, is the assertion that there is a spectrum of sexes in the human species. Not 2, but maybe 1 million of them. And so wherever you go, it seems there's another battle to fight, and we're fighting battles around biology.
Why don't you tell us a bit about the Freedom from Religion Association, which just was recently a cancellation?
Yeah, I'll try to be brief about this because we have a lot to cover. The Freedom from Religion Foundation is probably America's most premier organization enforcing the separation of church and state. And I was a huge supporter of that because I'm a free speaker and I'm also an atheist. And I worked with them, and I was proud to get their Emperor Has No Clothes Award made by the Oscar people, which is a picture of a naked emperor for free speaking about religion. And then they put me on their honorary board of directors. And then they published an essay which really hit me on the solar plexus that by one of their interns, that sex is not binary, that there is an infinite number of sexes, and moreover, they cannot be defined biologically. That if you try to define sex by biology, you get into the weeds. You try to use vaginas or penises or hairiness or chromosomes, you don't get a resolution. And that's true, you don't. You do if you get gametes, as Lorna said, but you don't get gametes. Anyway, this essay appeared on my favorite organization's website, and I was on their honorary board. And I said, well, I have to do more than just be on this board. I have to do something. So I said, well, I'm going to write a response to that and say, yes, there are only 2 sexes, and that the person's definition of a woman, which is a woman is whoever thinks she's a woman, which is not only tautological but nonsensical, because you still leaves you with the question of what is a woman. Anyway, I wrote a response to that, and after some back and forth, they put that on their website, the FFRF. Within a day, it was gone. They had taken it down because they considered it a mistake to publish these kinds of views. How dare I say that there are only 2 sexes? You know, how dare I say that somebody cannot define themselves as a woman? Well, ask any anorexic who thinks that they're fat. Are they really fat? No. They self-define as fat, but that doesn't mean that they're fat. And so humans are prey to all kinds of delusions. Anyway, I was canceled. They took my essay down, I fought back, and they kicked me off the honorary board, or actually they told me that I should resign, and then Richard Dawkins and Steve Pinker, 2 big fish, went out the door. So I'm still involved in this battle. It's not over yet. I guess they just picked on the wrong person, but I will fight. The hill I will die on is that humans are and all animals and all plants, except for a few algae and fungi, if you consider them plants, have 2 sexes and 2 sexes only. Okay. Now, if you want to contest that, we can go outside afterwards.
Yeah. And I recommend the essay. It's really good. It's on Jerry's blog, Why Evolution is True. So if you haven't heard of it, check it out. But yeah, let's dig into this one a bit because it's in a way the craziest and also the strongest push we've seen is to not teach the reality of biological sex, even in microorganisms that reproduce sexually. So the first time I heard about this at my university is that it was difficult in a class talking about yeast biology, which are eukaryotes that reproduce sexually, with a system called A and alpha factors. It's nothing like humans. But the professor who taught that got pushback from students because it enforces the sex binary. So yeast, that was, and at that time everyone was just like, what? You almost couldn't believe it. But it continued over time, and it's definitely a hot button issue. So people are very careful about how to teach it, if to teach it, maybe glance over it. All kinds of things that are related to genetic differences, I would say, between men and women. I mean, maybe you can speak a bit to that, are really difficult to touch, right?
Yeah, so it's I think that the main problem of not teaching that in biology is that the whole sexual selection field depends on the sex binary. So if we are to explain why females behave in a different way than males, it all hinges on investing more in offspring than males, and therefore being the rare sex, the valuable sex, the sex that is choosy. Why are females choosy, males are less choosy, and so on. So it leaves an enormous gap in the education of students, and they come from high school without knowing clearly, given my surveys in the classroom. So that's a shocking thing, and it goes beyond that. I have colleagues that got pushback from teaching about sexual conflict, which is the idea that, and this is all, by the way, not using human examples. We are using animal examples, but sexual conflict like, forced copulations, infanticide, and all kinds of things where males are trying to maximize their own reproductive success at the cost, let's say, to the offspring of the lioness or whatnot. And my colleague, one of my colleagues was accused of what was the accusation? Was like basically endorsing sexual harassment.
By studying animals,
yeah.
Right? We have to make that clear.
These people don't even know that humans are animals.
Yeah.
So.
Well, we had a good case also biology of frogs, where one of my colleagues was talking about frog biology, and he goes blah blah the female frog, and then a student lifted his arm and said, "You can't really say the female frog. You have to say the frog with a uterus." Yep, and that's a real case. It's not, and it's the
not
same.
to mention frogs don't have uteruses.
Exactly. So biophysicist. Was first, I said, what did you say? And he goes, well, honestly, I first had to look up if a frog has a uterus. But it also showcases, I think when I look into how my colleagues deal with this, most of them haven't thought very hard about the philosophy of science, also all these concepts that come from a different ideology into the natural sciences and how to push back against that, because they all realize this is wrong and totally disturbing, but what do I say to the student? Because now we have to also be careful in how we phrase that, right? And so in the end, often nothing is said. I've spoken to, higher administrators about this, also about facts like the Berkeley News and its official capacity publishing that sex is on a spectrum. And I said, the biology department has to stand up and rebut that. And I was told that, it's just tell me, listen, this is bullshit. Everyone knows this is bullshit. We don't need to do anything. So this is the reaction. I think largely people think this is so out there that every sane person needs to understand that this is just BS. But in the end, they still get to kind of influence reality, and other people, the alumni who read these newsletters and things like that, assume with the good name of the institution, giving credence to this idea that sex is a spectrum. And it's pretty interesting that biologists in general feel these are just a couple of crazy people. We don't have to engage with that. It's almost dangerous to engage because you take it seriously if you engage with it, you know, and it's so out there that I've also heard that argument. But ultimately, we have to push back harder. And I was just reminded today, listening to Carole's great talk, also, you know, in a way, I wish the biology community would have risen up and just said, you know, this is not possible that one of us gets canceled because of teaching the sex binary. I mean, this affects us all, right? And this affects what we can teach. And if we just stand by and let that happen, ultimately they will come for everyone, right?
Yeah, this bears on something a gentleman asked yesterday, I believe. He said, why are we worried about stuff like how many sexes there are and all these trivial questions when the Chinese have hypersonic planes and the oceans are full of plastic and stuff? But in fact, the assertion of bald lies, like there are an infinite number of spectrum, or that a biological woman can be a man just by thinking about it, the public knows that's not true. And what the result of this is that the respect, and we've learned this in the last few days, the respect for not only science itself and for scientists, but for universities in the last 10 years has plummeted. And that is a great harm to society. I mean, without our universities, we lose the ability to generate truth. Without our respect for sciences, it's the same thing happens. So it's not a trivial issue. I mean, yeah, the Chinese may have hypersonic planes, but we have the whole future of education in our hands to do something about it.
I think the other concern is that if we are chasing imaginary things, we can never find solutions, right? So if you have, for example, differences between male and female, it's all imposed. And if we give more cars to girls, they're going to become more engineers and more physics. I don't know. And if that is not true, then we are investing an immense amount of money and energy and even policies in a silly pursuit. Or, for example, I think another thing is trying to understand, if you look at the number of females in academia, it's over the roof now, you know, so the problem of access and is largely solved. But if you look at the extremes, like who's getting the Nobel Prizes, that's still a huge controversy because more males get the Nobel Prize. But one thing that cannot be said, and I think it was Larry Sumner's that suggested that, is that if you have a higher standard deviation in males than in females, then we would potentially expect things like that. But this is taboo even to investigate, you know, and I'm not even saying it's true or not, but it cannot be investigated because somehow this is taboo. So we're left with explanations. The only acceptable explanations for that is going to be that we're sexist and only males are nominated, or that females are not allowed to continue into higher science ends or something like that, yes. Which is maybe we're chasing ghosts, right?
Yes, absolutely, a misuse of funds, and that has been commonplace in the social sciences for a long time. And I have friends, for example, working on poverty and welfare, who say clearly if you work on poverty and welfare and your research project focuses on individual agency, you will never get funded. So the only way to get it funded is if you focus on outside forces as the key force, making you poor, keeping you where you are. That's clearly not the full truth and reality, but we're just blocking these paths. For us in STEM and the natural sciences, this kind of government influence is honestly a bit new, I think, to us. We're more familiar with industry influence. That has a long history, battles about does salt cause hypertension. You know, food industry is super interested in making sure that that never sees the light of day. That's still going on, although it's clear salt causes hypertension. And, you know, around pesticides, cancer risk and Roundup, you know, things like that. So we kind of used to that influence through lobby organizations and ultimately the government. But now what's new is direct government influence for social engineering that I haven't seen that before. So we all kind of struggling to figure out how to deal with that. But the harms question is very interesting here too, because what you just mentioned, let's just dig into it, maybe with things closer to biology, is like the fat question, you know. I mean, we think harm is done by telling people that they're obese and it's stigmatizing, right, as I understand, or something like that. But then at the same time, the data is really solid on the physiological risks of obesity, right? And somehow I think that's to me is like it's difficult to understand how all these people talking about ethics think this is ethically a good idea to tell people fatness is good. It's part of your identity, right? To a certain extent. And, yeah.
No, the speaker for that fat talk, she started, my name is such and such, and I identify as fat.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean she was fat. She just identified as fat. So. Yeah. All this is an example of what I call the reverse naturalistic fallacy. The naturalistic fallacy everybody knows, I think. What is natural is good. What is natural is ethical. It's been used, for example, in studies of gays. So you can find many books from 20 years ago that recount all the examples of same-sex attraction in the animal kingdom, and these are used to buttress the fact that human homosexuality is good or natural because it's found in the natural world. Well, that's, of course, fallacious because if it wasn't found in the natural world, that doesn't mean that homosexuality is wrong. Or if you find that you made a mistake in observing nature, for example, female bonobos do not, in fact, rub their genitals together, then all of a sudden your morality about humans has to change because it's a condition of nature. The reverse naturalistic fallacy, which I thought I invented, but somebody told me it had been in the parlance before, is the reverse view. It's what is good in humans has to be seen in nature. So if it's good in humans, if you see a lot of humans that identify as not being males or females, then we have to automatically say, well, that in nature there's a whole spectrum of sex. Or
the clownfish.
Sorry?
The clownfish.
Yeah, a clownfish, or that's another example. So, or, I mean, there's any number of, I think the whole problem of the ideology of, the incursion of ideology into biology can be explained by the fact that people need to see in nature what they feel is morally good themselves. And that's the distortion of truth that bothers me.
Yes, and in addition also that there's a long history of politicians and governments instrumentalizing science to produce data that supports what they want to do anyway, right? And so it used to be done more by picking and choosing the studies, which is an approach many people have tried. But now, increasingly in the last couple of years, I've seen requests for proposals by our government agencies that were directly aimed at supporting social policies by the administration. And they don't even, the way the language is written, it's not even particularly hidden. I mean, it's not, and that's why, we also want to talk a little bit about pseudoscience, because if you already ask a scientist to do a study to support a certain point, that's no longer science, right? Because we have to ask the question and be open to any result. We could, for example, do a study, try to understand which factor influences educational attainment or so on. But now the questions are phrased more along the lines of demonstrate that structural factors or structural racism is to blame for these differences in attainment. And that, to me, this is not science, and this is how I got into this, is by just reading a lot of requests for proposals, and it really snuck into there in the most shocking way. And proposals that make zero sense. I mean, one proposal had a request for studying microbiological communities to understand how exclusion of groups can lead to othering and belonging, and what we can learn for humans from one singular cell organisms doing this.
Well, that reminds me of every year I go to my conferences, and the kinds of talks that I have been seeing, like recently. Last year, there was one on, and this is in the College Fix. You can find all the description and the videos there if you don't believe me. But last year there was one on how racism, and in particular redlining, impacts sugar ants and another poster on how ableism acts on crickets. You know, it's like, you can't be serious, like, you know.
But the truth is, stuff like that, I think, also goes through for publication very easily, right? I think maybe that's why they write it like that.
These
right?
are big universities too. Cornell
Yeah.
was one of the implied
Yeah.
universities, right?
Boom, published. No questions from the editor for this kind of stuff. Well. So what role do you think politically correct language played in all of this? Because I felt this is how the censorship first got active, is around mandating terms, mandating language.
Well, we had a good example the other day. I can't remember the name of the person that talked about it. It's the changing of biological names.
Yeah.
Every animal and plant has both a Latin binomial, which is untouchable, because that's the way we actually identify things in the literature. I mean, for example, I worked on Drosophila melanogaster. It's called the fruit fly. That's the common name, but Drosophila melanogaster is the way we identify it. But now, the botanists are trying, the zoologists won't have this, thank goodness, but the botanists are now looking, I call them the peck sniffs, because they're going through the whole group of Latin names and changing this genus or the species if they're considered to be offensive. In animals, there's that beetle called something Hitleri, and that's very offensive, but it cannot be changed because the Zoological Nomenclature Committee won't let it. But any plant that has Cafferi in it, in the species name, is going to be deep sixed. And what that's going to do is completely confuse the botanical literature from the very beginning, because a plant, beginning with Linnaeus in the 17th century, has had the same Latin name forever and ever and ever. If you change that, what are you going to do? Go back through the literature and say, oh, you just can't do it. So just even the basic practice of biology and how you identify things is going to be harmed this way.
Yeah.
But there's a lot more stuff that maybe Luana or somebody else can talk about.
Yeah, also on the other side, language used to prop up things that don't really deserve these terms. For example, I saw a lot of requests for proposal for so-called gender measurement. And I thought, whoa, gender, how do they actually measure that? Do we need to spend money to figure out how females and males differ biologically? Is that not established? So I started looking into it, and of course it refers to gender identity, and participated in a couple of webinars and calls, and I was really surprised to see that we're spending, about $30–40 million on developing surveys for self-reporting of gender. And this is what goes through as measurement of gender. So for me as an experimentalist, this is not really measurements in the traditional sense. And even using the term measurements, it kind of gives you the sense that this is something that's real, is that real that you can actually measure it objectively, if it's just not true. So I think this is a bit of a misnomer, but they use these terms to make it sound like you can, take a ruler and weigh and measure gender expression. And in fact, all you do is have people fill out a survey. And this costs a lot of money for the taxpayer to develop these surveys, apparently.
Yeah, this self-identification, which is rife now,
Yeah.
falls into the group of the things that we need to avoid as scientists,
Right.
which is confirmation bias.
Exactly.
You're not necessarily what you say you are. So,
Right.
I mean, the psychology has proven that over and over again. So,
The other thing that has been quite surprising to me, in my conferences, this has been several years in a row, like the presidential addresses that opened the conferences in the biology conferences, they used to be like really motivational, like fun talks to watch and motivational talks. And nowadays, they're all about how horrible the society is, how racist, how eugenicist, how terrible we are, how exploitative of the third world and the helpers and all that. And last talk was literally like how eugenicists are still among us. And the examples given were like people looking into population genetics of humans and the potential accumulation of detrimental mutations because of medicine, like just theoretical, that's considered eugenics. The author never suggested any eugenic action to be taken to address that, just calculating changes, and this is how motivational things are.
Demoralizing introduction. Yeah, the other thing I want to draw some attention to is also we have more and more, I would say, fairly trivial projects in finding. I see that not only in biological science, I see that everywhere. Things that everyone with 2 eyes can figure out by themselves now are research studies. And I think it has to do with the fact that things have become politically so contentious that the safe choice is to work on something, and that will also get funded. It's kind of obvious. So I see studies all the time like inflation hits low-income people the most. Like, do we really have to study this? I mean, it's obvious. Huh? Yeah. So we're looking for things like that. I see this in biology too. There is sometimes, I mean, where you just go, this is nothing really exciting anymore. And I have friends in the social sciences who are very concerned about this, particularly how it changed in the last 2 decades. 20 years ago, students would go out after graduating and pick literally on purpose the most controversial topics they can work on, like international sex trafficking, corruption. They wanted to understand all these things. They were interested in that. And now it's not possible anymore. They all pick really safe projects that are so irrelevant. You're like wondering why it should get funded. And it's just to not rub anyone the wrong way. So I think this is a real problem for American science and ultimately for progress in this country. Yeah. And maybe we can go in a little bit in another big issue, which is education before university. So K through 12, we haven't talked about that very much at the conference, but it's a big issue for us when undergrads already come with this idea that sex is on a spectrum, kind of in formative years. It's hard to kind of get that out of their heads, right? Yeah. So can you talk a little bit about education and what has happened in K through 12?
Well, I have no kids, so it would be you or Luana would have to talk about that.
So obviously one thing that already people have already talked about is like the sex ed has become corrupted, right? So they are now showing videos about how you can change your gender. In my local school, I mean, I had to push back on that, how you can change your gender. I mean, this is now, teaching about sex education, showing that you can change your sex. I mean, that's confusing to say the least. No wonder they got to college not knowing there are 2 sexes anymore.
Right. No, absolutely. I think that's criminal. But it's crazy for us because we rely also on kids getting interested in science in middle school at the latest. I mean, at some point, everyone is interested in what's happening around them, and this is how we recruit. This is how kids understand they might want to go to college and study natural sciences. And it's painful to watch and to see how little influence we also have about what's taught there. I think, honestly, scientists have to organize much more around that. Sex ed has been really corrupted, but also standard biology, textbooks. So you pointed me to a resource where they list all the textbooks that have replaced, insinuating, sometimes kind of subtly through the language, or clearly stating that sex is a spectrum, right, and can change and all these things. Yeah?
Or that in humans where sex determination happens through chromosomes, right. That chromosomes have no real relationship to sex, so they're changing the language in big biology books to like remove language that suggests that it is a determinant. So that, sometimes people with Y chromosomes can be women. That's
And this is super complicated because it's state by state, but in California, where I live, we do not have a state curriculum, and we also do not have a law that says that the curriculum needs to be evidence-based or true that the schools use. So basically, every school district can pick their own curriculum, and if you have a particularly woke administrator, which is likely in San Francisco Bay Area, they quickly will pick something that sounds good, and then that will be implemented without any expert review if what's in there is actually accurate. And I think that is really deeply problematic on many levels, not only in biology, also for other hot-button topics that are being taught, including critical race theory, our history as a country, the founding of the United States. All these things are touched by that. But In biology, it's particularly interesting because it comes in through biology textbooks, through the science pathway, but also through sex education, which is now completely different from what it was. And parents are really shocked to see what's being taught and have had only limited success pushing back. You know, I mean, I pushed back against some of the things that were taught for my kids, but that was a private school initially. I succeeded with that, but in public school, I hear there's absolutely no chance to push back against non-scientific, quasi-religious beliefs being taught now in our schools using taxpayer money.
Yeah, lest this devolve into a kvetching session, I'd like to ask my fellow panelists, Julia, you just said that pushing back is of minimal usefulness. Other people have said that fighting against the government is minimal usefulness. I remember the other day when they asked 3 people, what did you do in light of this wokeness? And 2 guys said, well, I retired, and another one said, I quit. So I mean, I would like to ask you, if you could change one thing to improve the ideological quality or the lack of ideology in science, what would you do? What's the most important thing to do?
I would work on education in K through 12, and I would try to maybe pass a law that the curriculum has to be accurate. Huh? True, yeah. And then, and maybe work on a model curriculum. Luana shared with me actually sex ed curriculum of your kid, right? And I looked into it, and it was really interesting because it wasn't actually generated by any biologists or specialists, but by LGBTQ activists. And they call it the National Standards for Sex Education. And it sounds awesome. If you're just a regular parent, you just look at this, you're like, great. And they say, we are evidence-based, we are this and that. It's all a lie. I looked into it, and this, no, not evidence-based. And it's also not real, and they just pushing ideology. I looked at all the standards. I think maybe we should write a paper on it or make a proposal because it's so nuts what's in there. I mean, from grade 1, they are taught that surrogacy is a normal and equivalent way of having children and unnatural pregnancy and things like that. So it's all ideological from the get-go. It has nothing to do with actually preparing. And again, my point about harms, I just want to point this out on sex ed. We have now a huge decline in condom use in high schoolers. It has been documented, a huge explosion of STDs. And I'm sure it has to do with the fact that we don't teach them about that anymore. So high school, at Berkeley High, sex education is 5 days. And I have a colleague whose son went through it, and she told me what they talk about, and it's exclusively gender. So they don't even talk. She asked him, like, do you know how babies are made? And he was like laughing, and he said, I already knew, but they didn't teach us that in school. So given that the point of sex ed is really prevention of STDs and teenage pregnancies and nothing else, right, it's kind of criminal that they would teach this and not teach, protection and other things.
I think that another thing, which is not directly related to, it's part of wokeness. So one thing that has happened in my college is a very, very steep grade inflation that is beyond control, combined with the erosion of the honor code. And the reasons for that being that social justice warriors think that law-abiding is whiteness. They literally tell you that they are serving in the honor code to prevent punishment for people that were just not clear about what constituted cheating in the particular situation, and they're there to minimize the consequences. And the grade inflation, largely initiated by several professors who claim self-grading is the best way to go because only the student can know how much they learned. So in the end of the course, the student submit a grade. And all of that dilutes expectations and harms the students that come without a culture of studying the most. So I have been writing to the local student newspaper explaining that this actually doesn't help anyone. It harms the weakest of the students because they will just cruise and knowing that they will self-assign an A at the end of the course and not learn anything. It harms the strongest students as well because now everybody has an A and their A is not valued anything. So these, sometimes I have seen a few colleagues that were adamant for this method, like, step back a little bit, and sometimes at the thought that this may be a harmful strategy to the very one you're trying to defend and help, sometimes that can have a small effect.
But you're suggesting that we deflate grades, which is impossible, right? So,
I'm suggesting that we implement rigor so that it pushes people to studying, right?
You really think that's possible?
That we return rigor? Yeah. I think if the administration wanted, that would be very easy, very accomplished,
so we
very
have to
easy.
change the administration.
That's the big problem. Is like, are we rotten to the core or not?
Or we can just reintroduce SAT,
Reintroducing SAT would
Simple.
be a first step.
And then, the ones who study will do well on the SAT. Yeah. But it is a problem, I think, for the US, also for, all the way up to national security, that we now teach children in school to believe in superstition, quasi-religion. At the same time, we don't push them to work hard. And then we send them to university and think we can all magically fix this in 1 or 2 years. It's definitely not happening. And if you look at the National Science Foundation, the report that they give out on the status of science in the United States, the last 3 years were the first time in American history that China has overtaken us in the publication of high quality papers. So both quality and quantity of papers for the first time, 3 years in a row. And I think it's not a coincidence. I mean, we really have to watch it and push back much harder than we have been in order to get back to where we were, a leadership position in science and innovation worldwide.
Well, do we really need that? I mean, my view has always been, I don't care what country in the world is the best in science, as long as we're doing our best. If China does better, are we going to need to keep up with them or not? I mean, what's important is science in general, not necessarily the U.S. is best. But anyway, should we take questions?
Yes, let's do questions. Did you want to say one thing you wanted to change? I thought too many. No, good.
She wants to deflate grades.
We didn't talk about our paper. We have a paper together that goes over various topics. So that's just a pitch for the paper. It's free. It's on Skeptical Inquirer.
The ideological subversion of science.
Yes.
Right. Okay, good.
Erosion
Question.
of biology.
Biology. Okay, sorry. Yeah. All right. Questions, please. Where are our mic runners? Please, middle.
They're probably out of microphones. So.
Maybe we have one here.
Oh,
coming down. We have about 10 minutes. Yeah.
My question is, there's been an ongoing debate over the last couple of years whether or not our institutions that are the gatekeepers of education and knowledge can be reformed, or if they should be burned down and built back up on the ground. Given the current statement that we're now in, and it's been several years since that conversation has taken place, I wanted to ask the people here, is the solution geared more towards reformation or reconstruction?
I think you can totally reform them. It's just a couple people, majority is just sitting there silent and kind of shocked at what's happening. But I think if you make some changes swiftly, maybe some people have to go, but I think standards, accountability, and I think can totally be turned around. It's not that bad yet, but if we wait 10 more years, maybe then.
Yeah, with external pressure. I think the free speech alliances are very good to put external pressure. And shame them for these acts, right? For the anti-science acts, for all these things. Maybe there is hope, but
I mean, I just want to say there's still a ton of really, really good science going on. It's just everyone goes to fields where there's no social justice component, or it's not contentious.
It's also good to remember that there has been in the Biden administration several laws dictating DEI initiatives to NSF and NIH, so on. There has been blocking of certain data sets that cannot be studied because of controversial potential to controversies and so on before the studies are even done and so on.
So let that sink in, by the way, like scientists cannot have access to data sets from the United States because maybe what we learn from there is going to be unflattering for some. Right?
And we paid for that data.
Yeah, exactly. Dean, please, over here.
So, Dean Musavi, I do a lot of work in science education, and some things just for common knowledge where everyone here can be very effective is Committees revise science education standards in your state about every 10 years. They're not on the same cycle. Quality scientific input on how those standards are written is vital. You can be the person who challenges a woke interpretation of the data if you are there when the standards are being written. And it's an uphill battle because a lot of the woke people are embedded in the system. But they're, if you don't show up, they win. Keep in mind also that in the university, when you're teaching your general education biology classes and chemistry classes, this is where future teachers learn their biology. From what I saw here, if you're a future biology teacher in this class, the lesson you took away from that question about gender is, this is a topic I will not cover in the classroom because I don't want to get fired. The data already shows the reason most faculty don't touch evolution or touch it minimally is because of fear of controversy. So if the university faculty don't fight these battles at that level, the K-12 schools are done because that's where the teachers come from.
Mention that Texas at one point, which is a huge textbook market, was considering diluting its textbooks with creationism in the evolution, or at least getting rid of evolution. And that would affect what was taught throughout the United States because the textbook makers don't want to have a different edition for each state. And it was my friends in Texas who were at the University of Texas that went and testified at the adoption and got this idiocy thrown out. So.
It's Texas and Florida that play that role. So Ron DeSantis's influence is going to be overly large.
Okay, in the back.
Hi, Georgia with Art Duty. I just wanted to mention that there is a curriculum that was developed by a group called Gender Health Query. It was endorsed by us and LGB Alliance and several other organizations for California curriculums. You can find it on their Gender Health Query website. But she did a sort of outline that you could take and use as a template or use as is and give it to the school board when the time is up.
All right, thank you. Other questions here in the middle?
This is James Lee from the University of Minnesota. About 4 years ago, I was a reviewer for a prestigious journal. For a paper, the topic was sexual selection in humans. So I was one of 4 reviewers. We all gave favorable reviews. The editor rejected the paper. But the authors stuck to it. They appealed. And so the editor said, okay, all right, we'll go through more reviews. But then they brought in more reviewers. And then they couldn't find any reviewers who would give a thumbs down. But they found some reviewers who did language policing, like, you can't say this, you can't say that, and you got to do more contextualization. And so the paper finally came out, and it was forced to be accompanied with all these commentaries by an anthropologist who knew nothing, and then by a geneticist who humiliatingly was forced to say, Darwin's theory of sexual selection, which still is in some doubt, blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, this was a frustrating process. I didn't understand at the time why exactly does this topic make people uncomfortable. And I was talking about it with one of the speakers the other day, William Costello, and we agreed plausibly that, well, people are uncomfortable because they see it as enforcing the incel narrative. And correctly or not, incels are right-coded, and so. But now I'm not so sure. I mean, thinking about it more, does the editor of Nature know what incels are? I'm not really sure.
Was it accepted in the end?
It was in the end accepted, yes. You can look it up, the Nature. You can look up the hundreds of pages of reviews that are posted alongside it. And then I started to pay attention to the field of sexual selection, and I see this discomfort everywhere. Like, there was a big review of sexual selection that came out in Nature that was just like larded with all this wokeness. And I'm just wondering from this panel if you have any insights or understanding of why this particular subfield is kind of wandering off to the side like this.
Well, it's human exceptionalism, is my view. I mean, we're not supposed to be subject to the same forces in our minds as other animals are in their bodies. And so sexual selection, as the one I said, is a function of a gamete size difference between males and females. But if we admit that, then we have to admit that our minds are molded by evolution not just our bodies. And if we admit that, then the whole door swings open about differences between groups, between individuals, between males and females, and then we just become another animal. We're not special. So.
Yeah. And it's ultimately the blank slateism. So if you admit that there are ultimately differences between males and females, and therefore sexual selection in a certain direction, you are admitting that individuals are different and so on, and it breaks the exceptionalism. Yeah.
Other questions? Yes. Over here. Next are you.
So I have to challenge Jerry. So it's interesting. You say that I have a science background. I also happen to follow religion or a certain religion, but you say that religion and science are incompatible, which I agree with. But so is oil and water. They're both essential to I think to humankind and human flourishing. So I think I'm going to challenge you with: are you reaping what you've sown? The good thing about traditional religion is there was an absolute truth. You would argue some of it was false, but there was a drive toward absolute truth and an exterior being that defined that truth. You had problems with that in biology. But by eliminating that religion, you have a new religion. So what we're seeing is the characteristic.
Sorry, what's the new religion?
The new religion is, well, the rise and triumph of the modern self. In other words, each individual has their own truth, and then the world has to conform to their personal truth. Identity politics, all this things happening in sex. So what's happening in young people is there's a new religion. They believe this meta-narrative that your scientific facts, they don't want to hear scientific facts. They have a new meta-narrative that they believe without facts. It's no longer traditional religion, it's the new religion. It's the religion of self. So by eliminating traditional religion, I think you perhaps have helped create this new religion, and now you're fighting it because the traditional religions at least had absolute truth. The new religions have no truth, and now you're dealing with that.
Well, yeah, I mean, the argument you're making was addressed by Richard Dawkins in The Spectator last week. It's the God-shaped hole argument, that each of us have a need for some kind of superstitious or numinous or some kind of belief that gives us meaning in our lives. If we don't have traditional religion, we fill that hole with something like crystals or Scientology. Well, that's a
Gender
religion.
spectrum. No.
And I don't believe that for several reasons. First of all, personally, I don't have a God-shaped hole. I don't need any of that stuff, nor do many. I mean, Northern Europe is basically all atheistic. If you go to Iceland, 0% of the people under 25 years old believe in God. Now, you think, well, if you went to Iceland, it's going to be full of people that believe in fairies and elves and stuff like that. But that's not true. I don't believe, I mean, sorry?
Humankind has a God-shaped hole, whether you do or not.
Well, I don't believe that because it's, wait a minute, let me answer. If humankind has a God-shaped hole, then the decline of religion, at least in the West over the past 200 years, from a point where everybody believed in God, to a point now where in the United States, 25% of people don't adhere to any religion at all. Well, the God-shaped hole is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And as Steve Pinker says, he thinks that eventually it's going to go away because of things like science and rationality.
I don't think it's gotten smaller. It's been filled by a new religion. And that discussion
Okay.
Well, if you define science as a religion, yes, I'm deeply religious, okay?
Yeah.
That's filling my God.
This is let's continue that conversation. I want to get one more question before the break, or before Greg's keynote, actually. Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
I see absolutely no problem being an atheist and deriving objective moral values, and standing up against wokeness. My question was, first I was going to jokingly, facetiously say, what is China's DEI policy? Maybe we should copy that. But seriously, I'm wondering which fields, if any, have been least captured by this diversity stuff, because people used to joke about airplane pilots and brain surgeons. Oh, I only want the most qualified person via meritocracy to fly my plane or perform brain surgery. But in recent years, it's literally has been infected. So my question is, what, if any, are the least infected, and how can we copy that, if so? And with this recent fire thing, I'm worried, and I'm not making any claims, but I'm just worried that the LAFD has also been captured, and that is deeply, deeply consequential. And we shouldn't have to wait for lawsuits like what might happen with the trans stuff.
So for just really briefly, because we have to go on, but we wrote a paper on this for all the academic funding agencies, and they all captured, and it's because it was an executive order. So they all have to comply. So this is a Biden administration did this really early in the administration. They put out an executive order saying all agencies are hereby directed to comply and develop plans how these elements, DEI and other things, are incorporated on all levels of the agency. And this is notwithstanding the fact that some agencies like NASA cannot be directed by the president, because American people in their wisdom have understood that the president shouldn't really interfere and meddle with what NASA does directly, but they can do it through the budget. And this is what they've done. So instead of saying, we direct you to do this, they said, we direct you to develop a plan. And if you don't have a plan that we like, you won't get the funding for next year. And this is through the Office of Management and Budget, they push that through. So that can also be reverted. But this is why we saw this everywhere and so total. And in between, probably some agencies have pushed back more than others. NASA has redefined equity to be equal opportunity, which was kind of a creative solution. But depends, I don't think anyone is completely untouched. Yeah. All right, with that, thank you all for your questions. Thank you, Luana and Jerry.
Okay, this is the last session. It's a good one. I'm delighted to be able to introduce Greg here. I'm John Matsusaka. I'm a professor here at USC in the Marshall School of Business and the Gould School of Law. I have seen all different sides of the university as a faculty member. I'm also an elected member for some time to the university's academic senate, but I've also spent a lot of time as a university administrator as well. I was vice provost for a while. I was a vice dean for a long time as well. So I've seen a lot of different sides of this issue, of all these issues that are coming up here, which is one of the reasons I became very interested in them. So we don't really need, it's one of those things. We don't really need much of an intro for Greg here, I guess, but I'm commissioned to do that. But as you all know, I think he is the president and CEO of FIRE, which I think has a name. Let's see, the name changed at one point, Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression, as I think you all know. He was a JD by training, but I think he's essentially a First Amendment lawyer. I think he spent his entire career working on these sort of issues. Written several books, been involved in some documentaries, really just a public voice on speech issues for a long time now, one of the really important people who've been working on these sort of things. How are we doing? We still finding it? Okay, so that's good. Anna asked me to say a little bit about USC, because that's where we're here actually on the USC campus. And so I thought, okay, well, what would be a good way to do it? So I looked at, since it's Greg's session, I said, well, let's look at FIRE. Let's look at the FIRE ratings of USC. So you know what FIRE is. They give you like these color coding things, and they give you rankings and stuff. So I was looking at how USC, so speech code, well, that was red. That was red. Green is good. Red is down there. There were various other categories that are rated. We got sort of B's and D's. So then there's overall speech climate. USC was number 245 out of 251. Okay. So that's not a good thing. Now, those of you who are in universities know that we get rated on things all the time. We know that we don't take them too seriously, but at the same time, we don't ignore them either. There's something going on there. So I think that USC has been in the news a fair amount about various things in the last few years, and so that's maybe that's not a good thing for USC. But I want to point out, because I think it's important, that there's many good things as well, and I think this conference is one example of that. There are a lot of faculty, students, and administrators at USC that are concerned that we need to chart a better path forward, not just for USC, but for higher education in general. And so this conference is one example of this. Our Heterodox chapter, I think, is a good start on this as well. We are also launching a joint provost Senate task force over the next year. It's a faculty task force to actually look at how does USC and how does higher education deal with these sort of issues. And Anna's going to be a member. It's a very good task force. One of the things which I think has come up in this, but I think it's worth reminding those of you who are in universities about why we care about a lot of these issues is that there's a micro level, well, not micro level, there's a macro level issues of how science gets done and so forth. But there's another thing which is just for people who care about universities is that we're having an erosion of confidence in us across American society. And I think those of us who are in universities, have been in them their whole life like me, have to recognize that it's merited to some extent. We haven't earned the trust that we wish we had, and so we have to put it's on us to figure out how we can rebuild the trust that has been eroded. So we're hoping that this task force will do some thinking about this. Obviously, there's going to have to be thinking across the world about how to actually do this, how to rebuild confidence in universities. But we're hoping that'll be part of it. And there's what I'm very encouraged by. There's very good, strong support by the administration and by the faculty to make something happen here. But the one kind of thing that's just emerged as we're sort of getting, I'm co-chairing this task force, so I'm very passionate about it. But one thing that's emerged as we think about it. Is that figuring out how to fix the problem is actually pretty hard. It's very easy to identify instances of outrage, and we can go to events and we can hear this thing went wrong and this thing went wrong and this thing went wrong. But to figure out exactly why those things went wrong in some general sense is very difficult. So if I go to FIRE's website, they list a bunch of things about USC, and they might look at a document, a student handbook or something, or they might look at a statement by an administrator or a decision by an administrator. But they're all somewhat distributed and idiosyncratic. And so that creates a puzzle because our natural instinct, I think, is oh, why don't we pass a law? Or why don't we just change our documents and then the problem will be solved? Or why don't we just change the president and the problems will all be solved? And I think as we look around more broadly at what's happening is that what's happening, the attacks on speech are distributed and are coming up from multiple points across society. So the solution is not going to be a one-point solution. And this transitions into what I think Greg is going to talk about because he uses the very appropriate word. We talk about cancel culture. Okay, we don't talk about cancel document or cancel administrator. We talk about cancel culture, and what I take that to mean is that there's something systemic, there's something broader going on across a bunch of multiple phases. And as we think about trying to understand the phenomenon that we're facing here, we're going to have to understand it as a cultural phenomenon to some extent, because the solutions are going to actually emerge in a cultural way as well. So I'm just throwing that out there, and hopefully that's not too much off point, because I think it is a segue into what Greg is going to be talking about. So I'll let you take over from there. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I am the final speaker for the conference. I am standing between you and your final happy hour of the weekend. So I apologize for that, and I will try to go quickly. But I got excited about a couple of things that I heard over the past couple of days. One of them that I wanted to address, it was a question for FIRE Senior Fellow Jacob Mishingama about why we think freedom of speech is under threat and what factors lead to freedom of speech being under threat. My Substack is called The Eternally Radical Idea because freedom of speech is a radical idea in every generation. Because I always point out, and people think I'm going to say, in every generation people stand up to support freedom of speech. No, they don't. The one predictable thing is in every generation people stand up to oppose freedom of speech. And they're generally on the winning side. So in every generation, freedom of speech is a radical idea. And we were incredibly lucky to grow up at a time in which free speech law and free speech culture were on the ascendance. So in some cases, we're sort of reverting to the mean. But I wrote a short book, a tiny, tiny, wee little book, but Richard Dawkins liked it, called Freedom from Speech in 2014, where I talked about this idea of, because I wanted to kind of square the circle between my friend Steven Pinker, who's on our advisory council, that I do actually believe, all things being equal, most things in life are actually getting better. But that there's a category of things that get worse precisely because everything's getting better. Not despite the fact everything is getting better, but because everything else is getting better. And I called them problems of comfort in freedom from speech in 2014, And me and Haidt called it Problems of Progress in Coddling the American Mind, which came out in 2018. And that basically is the idea that freedom of speech, inquiry, scientific method, all of these things, they're difficult and they're painful. And progress is largely about being able to escape pain, to be able to, there's this idea of the post-material society that Ronald Engelhardt talked about, where essentially the beautiful future we're looking for is everybody gets to live in communities that better reflect their values. Well, we now live in communities where people are surrounded pretty strictly by people who respect their values, and it has a lot of downsides, and very predictable ones. So here's my point, what I'm trying to get at freedom of speech. I think the threats to freedom of speech are the predictable results of other things getting better. So you better hope in a lot of ways the threats to freedom of speech, get worse, or at least the pressure against it gets worse, because that would mean that we'd had some kind of disaster or something like that. But we have to be ready for this, because a lot of times people talk cyclically, as if, well, last time we went crazy in the first great age of political correctness, 1985 to 1995, oh, we all got better. We all fixed it. I'm here to tell you, no, we didn't. I started my career in 2001 and was screaming to high heaven trying to explain to people, no, all that stuff that you remember from the 80s and 90s that you thought went away, it's being kept alive and it's being advanced and they're coming up with new horrible ideas among the administrators. And it came back with a vengeance so that everyone could see around 2014. So this fight is not going to be over, and it might actually get worse. And I think it's really important for people to understand it. The other factor is institutional decay. Institutional decay is normal, particularly institutions like academia that aren't like businesses. They just die and recreate themselves over and over again. Institutions that live on forever, that basically become immortal, get all sorts of problems that develop with them. And we are currently facing a very serious problem of institutional decay, where something has turned into something that looks a lot more like a racket. Before I get to the new data, so one thing that was cool that we were able to do right before I got here was Comey German, Comey Frey, sorry, that's she doesn't like to be called that anymore. Sean Stevens, Nate Honeycutt. We all put together the data, the latest data on cancel culture, on professor cancellation. So I'm going to be introducing some new data tonight. But one of the reasons why I'm considering doing a symposium on knowledge creation is just the idea that we're at an especially desperate period where I'm terrified that the same people who messed up the process of knowledge creation in academia and in journalism are going to be the ones deciding what knowledge is for the operating system of the species, also known as AI. That's terrifying. Think about every dumb idea you heard in academia actually being treated forevermore as if it's objective truth. That's why it is a crucial, crucial moment right now. So I'm going to get to my, oh yeah. So I always like to, one of the reasons why we really have to take this seriously, one of the things I'm really trying to burn in people's heads, because people say lately I just sound so pessimistic. And I'm not trying to sound pessimistic. I'm by temperament an optimist. I'm just trying to get people concerned about how serious the problem is. When we did a massive survey of faculty, 1 in 6 professors, 1 in 6, said they'd either been threatened with punishment or actually punished for their research, pedagogy, or speech. There is no historical comparison to that, none. One of the things I did that actually didn't end up making it into Canceling of the American Mind, because I'm a masochist, was I did a massive study of different historical moments in the history of censorship. And so like, for example, does anybody have a guess that at the time of McCarthyism, the biggest study that was conducted during McCarthyism, right at the end of McCarthyism, how many communist professors lost their jobs? 100 is normally the estimate, and that's the one that they came up with for professors overall. When it came to communist professors, it was about 62. That's bad. That's a bad number. The argument was that they were too doctrinaire to be allowed to teach kids, and that essentially they would try to indoctrinate them. They actually made the argument that these professors were a threat to academic freedom, but it's nonetheless scandalous that these professors lost their jobs. How many professors do you think lost their job in the wake of 9/11 and through the Iraq War? 207. 3. And all 3 of them, because the thing about McCarthyism, it's important to understand, is that's before the law applied. So in some ways, we're comparing this to McCarthyism doesn't make any sense, because it wasn't until 1957 that you actually start having law that says you can't fire professors for their political beliefs. That's a case called Sweezy v. New Hampshire. So really, the best comparison is post-1957, and the biggest explosion of professors getting fired not during wartime was right after 9/11 and going into the Iraq War. And it was 3, and all 3 of them, by the way, actually did things that you could fire someone for. So it was Ward Churchill, who he was fired actually for massive academic dishonesty and plagiarism. There was another professor, Elizabeth Ito, who was fired for taking 10 minutes out of her 15-minute technical writing class to talk about the Iraq War, even though she was doing a technical writing class, and they can actually fire you for that. That's not doing your job. And then the last one was Sami Al-Arian, someone we defended at Fire, and rightfully, because they were trying to fire him for his speech. What it actually turned out, what they wanted to fire him for was his connections with actual Islamic terrorism groups. So he was arrested eventually, he was put in prison, he was sent back to hang out with the Muslim Brotherhood, and that's all real. So basically 0 for pure speech. 1 in 6 is extrapolated nationally about 100,000 to 150,000 professors. And these are the ones that we don't know about. This is kind of like the world of the unknown. The ones we've actually documented, well, this is our Scholars Under Fire database, and we just updated the data. And you can see just how much worse it's gotten. And we noticed something really dramatic starting to happen around 2014. Everything I've written about has 2014. But you'll notice they didn't start going after the professors yet. And that was something that took a certain amount of chutzpah, because in 2017, suddenly, and students think this is normal, and I get really agitated when they think this is normal. It is not historically normal for students to sign petitions to get their professors fired for their academic findings or speech. It's bizarre, it's shameful, it's messed up. It's not something that generally happened prior to really recently. And it was 2017 where they finally got up the nerve to not start not just canceling their classmates, but to start really going after professors in large numbers. And it really accelerated. 2020, that barely conveys how bad it was. So this is our total scholar database. So the first spike was after 2016, really 2017, and the second spike was really post-George Floyd. So this is what I call cancel culture. My definition of cancel culture is the uptick of campaigns to get people fired, deplatformed, or otherwise punished for speech that would be protected under the First Amendment. And I mean that as an analog to the First Amendment, and really more of an analog to public employee law. Because in many cases you're talking about places where the First Amendment doesn't apply, but First Amendment standards make a great deal of sense, and they really help you sort of understand this, and the culture of fear that resulted from it. So this is the big escalation of cancellation attempts against professors, which was unlike anything I'd seen in my career, because I thought it was pretty bad prior to 2013. I had no idea what I was in for. So this is some of the breakdown. So the final data is about 1,200 cancellation attempps against professors. So once again, McCarthyism was about 11 years. It was 1947 to 1957. We finally got to the 11 years of cancel culture. And the number of, like I said, it was about 62 communist professors fired, about 100 professors overall. We're well over twice that in terms of professors fired that we know of. According to that 1 in 6 data, we know it's way, way worse than that. So again, when people try to play this down, it's like this is insane. You can't find a comparison to this. So one of the reasons why I was originally planning to write a follow-up to Coddling the American Mind with my awesome young co-author, Ricky Schlott. I wanted to have something from the point of view of a Gen Z young woman about the threats to mental health coming off campus. But then I had to listen to like Michael Hobbs, still saying cancel culture is like a myth. And I'm like, this is insane. And it should be something people are deeply ashamed to say, because they're saying they don't give a damn about these fired professors. They don't give a damn about professors. And the funny thing is, I'm like, listen, if you just want to care about professors on the left, I've got news for you. Plenty of professors on the left actually got canceled. Just care about that. Sure, be unprincipled, but still care about it. Don't pretend none of this ever happened, because that's why nobody actually trusts you anymore. So meanwhile, things started to improve slightly for professor cancellations in 2022, 2023. And right at the same time, deplatformings went through the roof. Deplatformings are, when you get speakers shouted down, or is the worst version of it, the mob censorship attempts. But also, otherwise get speakers canceled, physically block people from going into them. You prevent speakers from coming to your campus. 2023 was the worst year on record that we were familiar with until last year. 2024 is the worst year we know of in history for campus deplatforming. And it was overwhelmingly pro-Palestinian students. And FIRE has defended plenty of pro-Palestinian students, plenty of pro-Palestinian professors. But I wanted to make sure that everybody understood that they were, except I think 3 examples, and those were the other 3 were also from the left, they were exclusively responsible for the shoutdowns. And at a level that we've never seen on campus when it comes to disrupting speeches, including one. It was a Jewish professor who was giving a presentation on black holes. I would have loved to have gone to that talk. But a Jewish professor, he supports Israel, so, they're not anti-Jewish, they're anti-Zionist. So, deplatforming. So yeah, worst year that we've seen. I can send everybody this new data, but yeah, it's been pretty harrowing lately. And this is deplatforming since cancel culture. Now, what's funny about the deplatforming since cancel culture is that overwhelmingly, like what you're talking about, is that most universities responded to it by just really discouraging students from inviting controversial people in the first place. But that wasn't good enough. It was even back in 2014. I think Harry Enton did an analysis of commencement speakers, and I don't think found like a single Republican invited like that that year, maybe one. So they've gotten more small c conservative on who they invite in the first place, and they're still having unparalleled levels of speaker cancellations. So this is more of the deplatforming according to political direction. Now, one thing that and FIRE is a truly nonpartisan organization. Like right now, actually, we just announced a lawsuit. You guys hear about that case where Ann Selzer, where Trump was suing Ann Selzer because she had that Iowa poll that ended up being really, really wrong? Well, it was a really bad poll. She explained how she got those bad results, but Trump decided to sue her under a Consumer Protection Act of Iowa, I think, or something like that. And we're representing Ann in the case against Trump. And the idea of taking on Trump directly in court, is like, no, that's because we took on the administration all the time, but this is new territory. So we get hate mail from everybody. And we do point out that for a lot of the cancellations and deplatforming of professors, that sometimes those do actually emerge from the right. There's an incredible case at Babson College, for example, where it was covered in Fox News as if, oh my God, this lefty professor, he's telling the Ayatollah of Iran that he should bomb the following sites in the United States. He's advising him on where to bomb in the United States. And this was during the period in which Trump was saying that he was willing to bomb historic parts of Iran when there was some brinkmanship going on there. And I saw what the story was about. It was a tweet by this professor saying, hey, Ayatollah Khomeini, and this guy's Middle Eastern, Khomeini's long dead. Maybe here's a list of cultural sites in the US you should probably bomb. Mall of America, Kardashian residence. Actually, like, not even a bad joke as far as I was concerned. But it got picked up on right-wing media as if he was literally advising, and the guy lost his job. Now, but one thing I want to be clear here is, even in those cases, the administrators who usually do the firing are still on the left. So it's not just that people are getting fired for saying things that are, aren't cool with people who are woke. An awful lot of the firing is apolitical. But it is the case that if administrators were still good on academic freedom and free speech, none of this would be happening at all. But they're not, and actually they're a huge part of the problem. Sometimes people misunderstand one of the points that we made in Coddling the American Mind. That as if what I was saying was, or what we were saying was, that the problem prior to 2014 was just administrators, and then it became just students. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the problem was administrators, the problem is administrators. But what happened in 2014 was the administrators were given this wonderful opportunity meeting a cohort of much more intolerant students who they could then work with. So a lot of these shout downs, a lot of these things that you see, a lot of these cancellation attempts, they're often facilitated, encouraged by administrators. At my alma mater, Stanford Law, the reason why finally an administrator got fired for organizing one of these things, this was the shout down of Kyle Duncan, a Fifth Circuit judge back in 2023, was because she decided that she needed to be the star of the show. After organizing it, so they did a perfectly 10-minute shout down, she gets up, unfolds her pre-written speech, talking about how, is the juice of free speech worth the squeeze of the pain your presence is causing? And she did actually get fired, but that's just because usually administrators don't actually, give speeches on camera, making themselves the star of the show. So I think every single time one of these things happens, there needs to be an independent investigation. They need to find out, did administrators do anything to stop the cancellation? And if they didn't, they should be punished in some way. Or did they do anything to encourage it? And if they did anything to encourage it, they should be fired. So, yeah, and we've seen an awful lot of stuff around the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, of course, recently. That's always interesting to figure out, like, what that actually means from a political standpoint. I feel like one of the reasons why it's had such an impact on campuses is because when it's just left versus right on campus, the left wins. But I think the Israeli-Palestinian one has been such a nasty conflict on campus, in part because it's an inter-left fight, making it more ferocious. So this is something that, this is some research. I don't know if you guys saw this. I did something on the eternally radical idea about this study. These are the things that students think professors should be reported for arguing in class. And so I've watched kind of like, I call it the perfect rhetorical fortress in Canceling the American Mind. Like this series of dodges you're able to use to sort of get out of taking anybody else's argument seriously. And I remember when the early data was saying something like 71% of students are self-censoring or something like that, or professors are. The argument was, or 70% said that students would report their professors. They're saying, oh, it's probably just for actual sexual harassment or for calling students racial slurs or something that showed no knowledge of what campuses are actually like. And then when, these researchers at Northern Dakota State University did a poll where they actually asked, okay, what are the things that get you reported? They're all wrong think. They're all political opinions. They're saying things like biological sex is real. Or that there's only two sexes. It's saying that maybe there is no racial disparity in the number of Black Americans who get shot as opposed to white. Things that, we know the people who've actually gotten in trouble for this stuff, they admit to proudly on campus. And then, of course, some people who are here. Laura Kipnis, who remembers the Laura Kipnis case?
I was on the board of trustees when all that went down.
Oh, yeah. Well done. Yeah. Now, the thing that blows me away about the Laura Kipnis case, what bears mentioning, is that we'd been alone at FIRE, kind of pointing out how Title IX was weaponized to go after speech. It was clear as day when I started at FIRE in 2001, and finally Laura Kipnis writes about how Title IX is being used to stifle speech on campus. She is then brought up on, I'm sorry? How did you know that? Sorry, I was gonna try to explain it actually. I'll skip it. So yeah, thanks. Jay Bhattacharya, basically that he should be reported as well for what he said. Then of course some disagreement on climate. So basically, what am I pointing out? All of the hot button issues in the United States. Every single hot button issue in the United States, I have seen professors and students either get in trouble with, lose their job, be suspended for. What does that mean for the public's ability to trust experts on any hot button issue? They shouldn't. I don't come to this conclusion lightly, but that's the situation they've created. And the idea that you can see dunderheaded articles coming out of the scientific community kind of trying to figure out whether or not signaling your political allegiances and making sort of social justice arguments in any way harms how seriously people take science. And it's like, of course it does. You're basically saying, we're not going to be objective about this stuff. Nature Human Behavior's decision, wildly undermines science. Jonathan Rausch wrote a great piece about that for the FIRE website that you should check out. But it's just weird to see otherwise smart people not know how best to completely destroy people's trust in your expertise. And so I love this one. 1/3 of liberal California university faculty at least somewhat willing to discriminate against conservatives in hiring. We had another one, like, would you discriminate against a Trump voter? It was like 1/4 of professors answered yes. And here's the thing, though. These are professors willing to admit that. The professors who would really actually do that, I think, is decidedly higher. But the idea that kind of like, oh yeah, sure, totally. Screw that guy. And before I get to questions, because I love questions, but I would like them to actually be questions. This is a lawsuit that we brought. So we defeated the Stop Woke Act in court. The Stop Woke Act was Ron DeSantis's attempt to sort of rein in wokeness in the state of Florida. Now, we told them this is laughably unconstitutional before it was passed. It got passed. We said, we're going to sue against this. It's laughably unconstitutional. And then we got it defeated in court because it was laughably unconstitutional. This was a requirement. This required, and I feel genuinely bad for these attorneys, this required an attorney to go into court and argue, this is constitutional, but it does mean that professors couldn't have Sotomayor come in and read her opinion defending affirmative action, but it would allow professors to criticize affirmative action. And I'm like, okay, I'm so sorry that you made a lawyer actually make that argument. Because that's basically saying, yeah, I know it's crazy unconstitutional. So, and that one particularly angers me because it set back the movement for higher ed reform years. And now there are papers all over the place basically talking about this massive right-wing campaign, new McCarthyism, all this kind of stuff, when basically you could be forgiven for thinking that there were 1,000 Stop Woke Acts passed all over the country, and there was one. There's one that's somewhat close to it. But not nearly anywhere as bad. And it massively set back. And they should have, if you're going to try to reform something, first thing, try to do something constitutional. But that got huge media attention, and rightfully. But this one has gotten basically none. In the state of California, and this is a FIRE lawsuit, in the state of California, as part of the community college system, they are required, all professors are required to work in concepts like intersectionality, anti-racism, into their syllabuses, into their classrooms. Obviously, it's implied that they're supposed to work them in favorably into their classroom. This is a chemistry professor that's suing. He got a great quote from him saying, it's like, I'm not really sure how to explain the anti-racist take on the atomic weight of boron. And what's amazing about this is that this should be, compelled speech is worse than censorship. Saying that you all your professors have to actually have to work in concepts that you may even be hostile to into your syllabus and into your class. That is tyranny. That's insane. And we're currently suing about this, but I think everybody in the country should actually know about this lawsuit because it's completely outrageous and not getting nearly enough coverage. So what are we trying to do to push back? We're trying to do a lot. And there's a lot more that we need to do. We need more and bigger ideas about how to reform higher ed. We're trying to do more hard thinking on higher ed reform. I think actually a lot of the things that are actually going to make higher ed reform are going to be counter institutions. I think that, the idea of having institutions, I don't just mean University of Austin, I mean institutions that's whole entire function is to actually point out all the holes that are currently being produced in modern scholarship, not just due to wokeness, but due to whatever, because we have badly damaged this incredibly expensive, frankly, product that is supposed to be the envy of the world, our knowledge-producing systems in the United States. We need to be thinking big. But in terms of something that FIRE does, it is big and expensive, frankly, is one of my babies, the idea of doing a rigorous ranking of schools according to freedom of speech. Now, how many people know about the campus free speech ranking? Okay, I was hoping a lot of you did. But here's the thing. This is based on the largest survey of student opinion ever done. And every year it's the largest survey ever done because we make it slightly bigger each year. And the 4 biggest databases of professor cancellations, student cancellations, deplatforming, and speech codes. And it's funny because when Harvard came in dead last year, we got a lot of huffing and puffing from Harvard people about oh, it's just a stunt, until they actually looked at the data. I remember, and they said such Harvard-y things too about it. It was great. They were saying when we pointed out the professors who face cancellation at Harvard, I remember getting one response saying, well, those aren't very prestigious professors. And I was like, wow, okay. And someone else saying, it's kind of well, we have Harvard statisticians looking into this, and they think the methodology is bad. And I'm kind of we had a Harvard statistician help us make the freaking survey. So we'll answer your snobbery with also snobbery, but it's still snobbery. So these ones really, Harvard, just to put it in perspective, they got a negative 12. A negative 10.69 actually, 2 years ago. It was the first negative score we'd ever gotten in our history as we improved the methodology every year. This past year, they got a negative 20. So look at the schools that are in the last. I think it's funny that University of Southern California is in the bottom 10. I didn't do that on purpose, by the way. I forgot that USC was in the bottom. Now, these are the ones that actually do quite well. This was a bit of a surprise to me that University of Virginia came out number 1. Michigan Technological University, not so much of a surprise. And you'll notice a lot of these are big state schools. So as to Jesse's question about what should journalists do, they should be hiring journalists from big state schools. And actually not journalism majors, people actually work on the student newspaper. I say that as someone who worked on the student newspaper. But when I went and spoke at UVA, I had to be a little bit okay, calm down. You got a 73 out of 100. Let's not go nuts for getting a C-. And I wanted to bring that home partially just to make the point that nobody's killing it in the United States in terms of being great for free speech. And I do think of academic freedom as a outgrowth of freedom of speech, a way of applying freedom of speech. This is contentious in academic freedom circles. But these schools are doing things right. Now, interestingly, University of Virginia did actually shut down encampments the same way some of the schools that got really dinged for it by students. But the reason why UVA didn't get dinged for it by students is they clearly explain that you don't have an unlimited right to camp out on this campus. That's perfectly within First Amendment law. That's time, place, and manner restriction. And students, when they saw it was applied evenly, they went along with it. Whereas Barnard, which got the absolute bottom score, by the way, in terms of whether or not they trust the administration, couldn't make up its mind. Basically they had to ask, well, do we like the people camping out? So this is my contact information, and I'd love to take some questions while there's still time.
Do we have somebody who's bringing the, okay, let's look around. Let's go way back there. Let's try way in the back.
Thank you, Greg. It's me. So I'm gonna ask
JJ
you.
Rauch?
I'm gonna ask you a question which you're professionally obliged not to answer, but we're all here among friends, so just whisper the truth in our ears, okay? I know you're not allowed to ding other organizations in the free speech space. Tell us what's happened at the AAUP and the ACLU and give us your true opinion. We promise we'll keep it strictly to ourselves.
So I worked at the ACLU back in 1999. It was my dream job. And the first day that I was there at the ACLU of Northern California, when I was talking about how proud I was to be at the ACLU, I got, and mentioned Skokie, I got dressed down by someone who was part of the staff there whose mission was gay rights, saying, well, we don't support harassment at the ACLU. I was like, I didn't mention anything about harassment. Like, what I'm talking about Skokie. I thought you guys were proud of that. So that was one of the reasons why when I graduated from Stanford, specializing in First Amendment. I took every class Stanford offered on First Amendment. This was my dream job. I did 6 credits on censorship during the Tudor dynasty, which anybody who's listened to it, I always talk about. I get excited about that shit. And so that was really disappointing. It's one of the reasons why I decided to work at FIRE rather than looking for a job at the ACLU after I graduated. Now, I will say there are great people at the ACLU who are great on free speech still. One of them is retiring, unfortunately, David Cole. I do think that there are things that they did wrong. Some of the things that makes FIRE different is we have a strong commitment to hiring people who actually disagree with each other and vote for different candidates. That's something like the liberals at FIRE get nervous if we don't have a conservative in the room to disagree with us. And I think that's incredibly healthy. And I think we also, in terms of like things, so we try to have viewpoint diversity. We have a crash this bus into a wall mentality that we'd rather die than be unprincipled, as an organization. That goes back to the Samuel Arian case actually. We don't throw our clients under the bus, and we have one issue area. So I think one thing that has hurt the ACLU is, one, they have no viewpoint diversity among their staff. That's bad. But they also have 19 different practice areas. And that actually led to them thinking that we can defend free speech, but we can't defend it for abortion protesters. And it's like, that's not even a hard one. Like, of course you can do both. That's crazy. Now, the American Association of University Professors is a little different. Hi, John Carl Wilson. And I wrote something called The Fall of the AAUP on my Substack that I would urge all of you to read. It is uncharacteristically angry from me because the AAUP has gone from being a not very effective defender of academic freedom to an actual threat to academic freedom. And one of the reasons why I got really animated about the idea yesterday that DEI statements aren't political litmus tests is because I think it's just obvious. Like, I talked to someone last night who was saying, I can't go to law school because I just can't fill one of those things out, even though she was by every definition about as diverse as a person gets. She on principle couldn't do it because she felt like she would be lying. So it's like the idea that it's not a political litmus test, and the AAUP came out behind it. It's just nuts. I think that they played this little joke where they tried to pretend that, boycotts are against academic freedom. The idea that we're going to boycott an institution or an individual professor on the basis of we're not going to deal with that professor if we don't like something related to their politics. And they tried to pretend, so that's the correct position. Like, that's FIRE's position. It used to be the AAUP's position, is that boycotts are not okay with an academic freedom, with an open system of truth discovery. It's not consistent to say, well, we're now not going to work with this university because we don't like the politics of their country. That was the AAUP's position and ours up until recently. This past year, They decided to get rid of that, but also claimed that, oh, this isn't about Israel. We're not, no. And then the head of the AUP, I think he's a Rutgers scholar, he, one of the first schools to actually pass something boycotting Israel was, of course, Rutgers. So even the university, the president of the AUP wasn't even being honest about this. And I think probably the most disturbing thing, and I actually will give credit to John Carl Wilson for this, the most ferocious attack on academic freedom I have read, period, I think, was Michael Barabay's and Jennifer Ruth's book called It's Not Free Speech. It is a sneering, painful read for anyone who actually knows what they're talking about. Apparently, by the way, Nicholas and Erica Christakis deserved what they had coming because they were provocateurs because they had actually defended freedom of speech at Harvard before they defended it at Yale. Yeah, that's their argument. They mentioned my friend Mike Adams, who killed himself after a cancel mob, as being a terrible, terrible story for University of North Carolina, Wilmington. And this is the argument that they made. They made the argument that, oh, because he got a settlement, actually a relatively small settlement, that's going to encourage other conservatives to, quote unquote, follow in Mike Adams' footsteps. They were thinking they was getting a golden parachute. And by the way, they mentioned the man killed himself in an endnote. I think that's absolutely despicable. But I would say, worst of all, their argument in that book is that academic freedom's okay, I guess, but white supremacy must not be tolerated. And we should have a new exception to academic freedom for white supremacy. And if there was any question on whether or not they meant eugenics or something actually much more dramatic, they actually have a whole chapter defending critical race theory. Now, something we defend your right to teach. But if you're going with the critical race theory definition of white supremacy, you mean anything the left doesn't like. And I wanted to give some credit to John Carl Wilson and to Stanley Fish is that they actually debated. So I appreciate that, John. Barabay and Ruth on this topic at the AUP. But the AUP was promoting this book. And I'm like, no, that's a book you denounce. That's a book you say, this is insane. At a moment in which there is a conformity spiral, the idea that they would get behind a book that was saying, and by the way, we're not going far enough, there should be no academic freedom for white supremacy. So I think the AUP has a long way to go to find its road back, but here's the thing, I don't think they want to. I don't think they want to. And that's one of the big problems. And one of the things that does make me a little bit more sort of pessimistic about the future for academic freedom reform, higher ed reform, is that we want to fix things. We want to change things. I think a lot of top administrators, university presidents, genuinely do want to make things better. I think an awful lot of faculty want things to be more of the same and worse as time goes on. And that's a very hard problem to solve. It's one of the reasons why I think a lot of it has to come from outside the academy, and you have to have counter institutions. You have to think long and hard about ways to fix it, because I mean, one of the most disturbing things that we found in our research was just the fact that younger professors are more ideological, they are less politically diverse, they are more hostile to academic freedom and freedom of speech. So if people think this problem is just going to go away, they're putting their heads in the sand. Now, in terms of what can be done, though, I do think that there are things that we could do. In Canceling the American Mind, I have a whole chapter at the end about things I think we could do to actually help academia. But to give you a sense of like how bad I think it's gotten, the very first thing I say is a lot fewer jobs should require a college degree. Like that's number one. I also have talked about the idea, like if there was some insanely difficult test that could prove that you read and understood everything that would have been in an old liberal arts curriculum, from back when it was hard, maybe like the 60s or something like that, when you had to read a lot of books. If you could pass that, then you get a super BA, like automatically. I think we need to be thinking about ways to, because it's partially what academia is going to try to do is they're going to try to make small, cosmetic changes around the edges that make people feel a little better like the fever has passed, and then actually really change nothing. Because that's actually what happened after, because the amazing thing for me in my work with John Haidt to look into was that after 1995, when the first wave of political correctness had kind of crashed, that's when viewpoint diversity in hiring absolutely plummeted. That's when things got much worse. That's when you started having the first bias-related incident programs coming online. And I fear that it's just going to get worse next time around, and next sort of woke panic is going to be even worse. So thank you, John. I was more candid about that than I usually am.
Right. Let's see, who else? Yes, back there.
Hi, thanks for a great talk. I'm wondering where you, what? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm Abby Thompson from UC Davis.
Hi, Abby Thompson.
Hi. I'm wondering where you get your mysterious confidence that university administrators are perhaps more inclined to support academic freedom and free speech, because I don't share it.
Well, really all I mean is that some university presidents realize that things have gone. What's that? Cyan Blaylock at Dartmouth, for example, there are some that would like things to be better, and they're mostly complaining about how they find the faculty irresolvable. I'm not saying there's a lot, but I will say this: if people really stop going to some of these elite colleges in favor of ones in the South, which sounds like is actually happening, some of the schools that are a little bit better, big state schools are generally better on free speech by a lot. That would be a huge sign. Now, there was something kind of funny that happened after the Dobbs decision, where a lot of people on the left were saying, like as if it would be like owning the conservatives or something like that, now they should go after legacy admissions. And I'm like, that would be amazing. And here's why. The sort of ruling class of the United States, I always sound like a Marxist when I talk about this stuff, but they're addicted to these schools. How obsessed Penn alumni are about Penn, for example, it just blows me away. Like they love it. It's paradise, and it has to be saved. And I always talk about, just the idea that, like, well, let's say that you pass a rule saying at this school we're no longer going to allow anybody whose parents went to Penn to go to Penn. And that would mean that the most influential parents in the country would suddenly have to send their kids to other schools. I think the extent to which that would erode the monopolistic-like power that some of these elite schools have, it would be absolutely amazing. So I was like, by all means, that would be great. But it is weird, like the extent to which I do see a lot of this as fundamentally corrupt. Like the idea that kind of like, we just kind of wink and nod at the idea that if you're a massive donor to some of these schools, oh, they're just doing that because they want their grandkids to get in. And they're like, they're just doing that because they want their grandkids to get in. So yeah, we're fighting a giant industry that I think we need to be poking holes in a lot of creative different ways. Unfortunately, Harvard's still going to be here in 100 years. I mean, if it's better, then not so unfortunately. So we can't give up on reform as well, but reform is just one part of the larger hope for, and to be clear, I don't as much care about academia as I care about knowledge production. We have badly damaged our ability to trust the knowledge we're producing, and we need to be addressing that through a variety of creative means. I think we should have done a much better job of choosing scholars based on integrity. I think the idea of having too many non-falsifiable topics in the first place is a problem. So there's a lot of work to be done, and I'm really, and actually as we're ending up, I'm very happy to work with Heterodox Academy, very happy, hopefully the FIRE's gonna try to step up our higher education reform work, very happy to work with University of Austin. We're thinking about actually doing a symposium on how AI, could actually potentially help solve some of the knowledge production problems. But we have to be thinking big and hard, and we can't give up on the larger goal. The larger goal is not saving academia. The larger goal is making sure that we educate Americans well and that we have a reliable system of knowledge production. And by the way, and let's bring it full circle to what I do, and that's impossible without freedom of speech.
Okay, yes, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Tzvi Shalem from Israel. If a person says, I don't believe in knowledge production, I mean, I don't believe in trying to maximize the connection between an idea.
You're trying to make me cry, aren't you?
And reality. Should he be accepted into the university as a, I don't know, researcher? Should he or not?
So David Raban is a scholar who I actually really respect, who wrote a book on academic freedom. Even he, unfortunately, concludes that maybe schools should have anti-hate speech codes in his most recent book. And it's like, great. Even like someone like who's actually shown some integrity is saying that speech codes, let's try them again, even though they haven't worked well so far, which he recognizes. In that book, he also says that scholars who don't believe in truth, that's fine. It's like, I don't even know where to start with that. Like essentially, if something is because if basically what you're saying is non-falsifiable, and I always point this out to people who claim that objective truth doesn't exist. And it's kind of like, okay, do you believe everything's true? Do you believe there's no such thing as falsity? And nobody believes there's no such thing as falsity. And it's like, well, then you believe in truth. And let me explain how. Because nobody really thinks about epistemology, thinks that you can easily, a lot of us think of the objective world as out there, but you can't know objective truth. You can just be reasonably certain within certain parameters that you're close to it. And the way you get there is by chopping out all the falsity around it. So you might end up with 1% of the sky left over of possible answers, and the truth is somewhere in there. So the argument that like objective truth doesn't exist, it's just a weird, lazy argument that has been so sort of corrosive to the endeavor of higher ed. It's one of the reasons why nobody like so many fewer people actually trust academics these days. So I think the idea, like if you're not coming in, but one thing I really liked about David Raban's book is that he said really the only legitimate justification for academic freedom is knowledge production, is the search for truth, and I completely agree with him on that. Robert Post had something about democratic legitimation and talking about academic freedom's value to the common good in a democracy, and it's kind of like, I don't know how that argument works in a situation where you can make an argument that academia is worse for democracy, that essentially creates a now increasingly badly educated elite that runs our lives in increasingly poor ways. Anyway.
Okay.
One more question?
Yeah, let's do one more. Very good. Let's see, whose hand? I skipped over some people. Back there. Last one.
Barry Honig from Columbia, and as usual,
hi.
Hi. We still don't match Harvard. We're only number 2, and that's.
And you guys tried so hard this year.
We tried.
I thought you'd get it.
Their endowment is just too big. Anyway, that's why I want them taxed, and that's part of my question.
Yeah.
So it's illegal to ban DEI statements. Does it violate anything, if any law, if the governor or if the government cuts off money to programs because they have, or to universities because they have DEI statements? Because I think something like that is about to happen in one way or another. So is that also unconstitutional?
It just depends on how it's structured, essentially. Because basically, like one of the reasons why, and I share John's reservations about ever recommending legislation, but if you're having political litmus tests in higher ed, that's antithetical to the point of why it has nonprofit status in the first place. So an easier answer is, could the federal government tomorrow say, listen, we're not giving public funding to any school that has speech codes? They could do that. They could tie federal funding to that. That's what California does, by the way. California actually has the Leonard Law, and they tie state funding and they limit it to non-sectarian schools and say, you can't have speech codes there. So particularly if your argument is something that's a part and parcel, saying that they're doing something that actually undermines the essential function of the university's role as educators and truth seekers, then yeah, that probably wouldn't. They probably would bring a First Amendment lawsuit against it, but I think they would lose.
I know I have the mic, so I'm going to ask you one more question.
Excellent.
So what can Columbia do to beat Harvard? Or actually to separate ourselves from Harvard, which would be even better.
Oh man, I don't want to end on such a dark note. I was asked by someone what could be done. I was in a room full of people talking to a big donor to Columbia about things that could be done about the problem on campus. And a lot of the other people were suggesting, we need multicultural potlucks where people talk across lines of difference and you know, share food. And they were coming up with all these kind of little, or either expensive, you know, basically doubling down on DEI, just making it better somehow, or these other little projects. And I was kind of like, if I had infinite power over Columbia, I would say we're a technology school now. That's how far gone I think Columbia is. Yeah.
Okay, we did it on a dark note there. But thank you, Greg. Thank you. This is excellent.
All right, so believe it or not, we are done. So 3 days of, for me, very exciting talks that brought a lot of new ideas. Well, some depressing exhibits, but also some good jokes. So we laughed a lot, so I think that's a good sign. So I want to thank everyone for coming, to speakers and panelists who didn't cancel on us, gave their talks and panel discussions. And I will not bore you with long remarks. I just want to thank people who made it happen. First, I would like to thank my colleagues on the organizing committee, Ivan Marinovich from Stanford, Lee Jassim from Rutgers, Lee is here, Arya Kaptein from USC, from CESR, and Center for Economic and Social Research, and to two most important people who really did all the work, did all the heavy lifting, and I cannot even describe how much work. These are two local co-organizers, Margaret Krabel from USC Dornsife Communication, and Michelle Warnock from USC CESR. Let's give them big round of applause. So, they're great. So, second, I want to thank our advisory board. It's Alex Arnold from Heterodox Academy. You saw him here. Cory Clark from UPenn. Barry Honig from Columbia. Luana Maroja from Williams. Sean Stevens from FIRE. Abby Thompson from UC Davis. And Keith Whittington from Yale. So they really helped to shape the program and gave us ideas about speakers we wouldn't think otherwise, so that was great. Now, yeah, thank you. And we are also very grateful for donors, obviously, and I will not repeat donors, it's a long list. We heard presentations from the selected group, so thank you very much, and it was great. Now, despite very generous support, we get a lot of good support. We still relied on a very important help from the team of volunteers. So you saw people managing microphones. We had our coffee. We had our sandwiches. A lot of things went behind the scenes. So thank very much to our team of volunteers from different. And last but not least, I would like to thank my own department, Department of Chemistry, and two people from the Department of Chemistry who did a lot of work. I see in the back Cory Schultz from Chemistry Department. Cory, thank you so much. And Joel Sanchez, who is here, who was tech support, so thank you. And of course, we are very grateful also for tech companies. So we hope that we will have high quality recordings, which we are going to publish. And we're also grateful to DPS officers who are standing and making sure that we are safe here. And as a parting note, I want to remind everyone that we hope that these discussions will have even bigger reach, so we will post all the recordings on our USC Heterodox Substack, Heterodox at USC Substack, and we also will work with Journal of Controversial Ideas on publishing our proceedings. So please start writing, speakers, panelists, poster presenters, start writing. And I think format can be anything. You can just transcribe your talk, or you can write slightly bigger essay or shorter essay or something related. But I think it's a great opportunity to leave a mark. So I thank everyone, and I would like to invite Margaret, maybe you say a couple of words. Or maybe get a microphone. Can you give microphone to Margaret? And because I wanted to say, yeah.
I don't really have anything to say, but thank you, Anna, for organizing this. This means a lot. I am a co-chair for the official Heterodox Academy chapter at USC, which just formally became an official chapter in September, but we've been organizing for about a year and a half, 2 years, and I write our Substack. And I am not faculty here. I am a staff member. And Matt's talk earlier about being courageous about free speech means a lot because I don't have tenure, will never have tenure. Haven't been fired yet. Hopefully won't be fired after this. We had our first event with Musa earlier this year. This is the first time we'd done anything sort of heterodox at USC that I've been aware of. So it's amazing that it's now been this large to have all these amazing people here. So it just means a lot. So I run our Substack. So if you have responses, rebuttals, things you want to say, let me know. You can email me. I can publish it on there. So thank you for coming, everyone.